Yo, I'm muted. Holy shit. Oh, no more music. Hello, hello. What's going on, everybody? We are streaming fucking... I roped you in. You thought it was drama? It's actually January 6th. I have no idea what I'm doing or why I'm doing this, but it's going to be fun. I figured, let's start off the year right, Let's have a JonTron right off the mat. Oh, God. I've been trying to figure out the camera setup for a minute. I'm having trouble mirroring it, so it might be a little delayed from when you hear the audio, at least for this stream. Because I'm using a webcam, actually, like an actual webcam, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing, to be honest.
A person? Who is Bunty King?
It's washed out. I don't know, I gotta figure this out, because I'm literally raw just using the input right now. Let me see if the call came through already. Because it's time to stop. Yeah, it's time to stop tweaking. We're going in. Oh, God. All right, this is going to be fucking terrible. Guys, we're doing Jan 6. I'll read donos afterwards. Jesus Christ.
What's up, Nick?
Yo.
Oh, come on.
There we go. What's up?
Oh my
Gotta,
God, dude, you're
gonna have to
right.
silence that.
You got so much going on in your room, dude. What the hell?
Yeah, it's sensory overload.
Wow, since when do you show your camera?
Anytime I'm doing, like, panel stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might have seen your face, like, once.
It's a real pain in the
Yeah.
ass for just general content and stuff like that, but, like, when you're talking to people, it makes sense.
Really? I found it's easier to,
Nicholas DeOrio,
like, I used to
this
record
shit's on.
videos without my camera. And then when I needed to put, like, gameplay on screen, I'd be like, fuck. So, like, if I don't know what to put on screen, then I just, like, default to my ugly mug.
I don't know. I just think it's easier just to do gameplay, like, while I'm streaming and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Plays a lot of Fortnite.
Oh, God.
Tries to connect with the Zoomers, even though at parties, a boomer.
It's funny. I was streaming on January 6th. I did a Minecraft stream while we were watching, like, the news coverage.
I don't think I knew January 6th
Coincidence?
for like a week.
Ugh.
That's how fucking little I was aware of any of this shit. Who the fuck is
Yeah, dude.
Will Smith? Oh, Warren.
Will Smith?
So,
Really?
Yeah, I want to see violence here, so I brought Will along,
Dude, this guy's got a gamer headset in the woods.
yeah, I'm
Is this where
Based?
on the road, so
Off the grid?
yeah, exactly. A bit limited right now, and I'm basically a boomer. So
Okay, we're just waiting for Turkish Tommy, I think, right?
Is he really from Turkey?
He's the whitest person you've ever seen.
Well, he's Bulgarian. Does that count as white?
His son.
Okay, also, I'm live, so don't say anything crazy or personally revealing or anything like that, so...
Oh, okay.
Good.
So which did you want first? My social security number, my address, or my credit card information?
I'd say just do phone number and the last part of your social, and we can work from there, okay?
Yeah, you can get the rest.
Man, you can really tell who the streamers are here and who's not.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, I'm just sitting in a plain white room, and now you got like a guy in the woods. You got like Actman with all of his action figures in the background. Nick is. There's no way that room ever looks like that when Nick's camera's not on.
No, I just redid the whole thing, so now it's been pretty good for a minute. It'll be dirty in like a week.
Yeah, you're also wearing a plain white shirt. Is there anything on that shirt? Oh, there's a logo. Okay, there's a little bit.
We got Charlie from Wish.
Yeah, I bought his t-shirts.
Wait, talk again, Willie? You're really fucking quiet for some reason.
Am I?
Yeah, try again.
I had to turn on my gain or some shit.
Oh my
What's
god.
up?
Yeah, why don't you act like an actual broadcaster, okay, and get some fucking volume
I
in
never
here.
used this mic.
I think I've seen you stream twice. Is
What
that...
mic do you normally
One time
use?
It took me like an hour to figure out how to turn off the stream, dude.
Oh, that's right. You got stuck live. You couldn't figure out how to get out.
What, you couldn't figure out how to stop streaming?
No, he literally couldn't
The
figure it
window
out.
was like a little below.
And to start it, you called Tommy on his birthday stream and said, "Hey Tommy, can you tell me how to stream?" And you siphoned all of his viewers away.
Oh my god, I did
Wow.
not do that. You guys are fucking
Yes,
wrong.
you did, bro. You
This is all
100%.
lies, dude. This is Nick
Wow,
propaganda.
ballsy play. Ballsy play.
Did I not ask you nice
And you
enough?
make me feel bad, dude.
I don't respect you.
Wait, do we know where Tommy is, or?
He wrote in the
He's
chat.
ready whenever, and then he's lied.
He wrote swag, to be clear. I think that means the same thing, but
Dude, what a throwback. I haven't heard someone say swag in a very long time.
yeah, he tries to do the whole Gen Alpha memes, but he's a little too old for it.
Is he really too? Isn't he like 21?
Yeah.
He's super young. He's too young for it.
All right, but he wasn't watching Skibbity Toilet.
Yeah, he's okay. He's right on the cusp of like.
Dude, his Muse streak just
the
got
abyss of
started,
cringe.
okay? Yeah, his low
Yeah.
taper fade was just put on. Yeah.
Did I not ask you
We'll
nice
give him like
I don't
5 more
respect
minutes, and then we'll just start.
my word.
Yeah, 5
Classic
minutes
Tom,
of
dude.
What am I gonna do?
shooting the shit. So
Classic Tom.
what's the goal of this focus group?
You know, I'm
What's
just
my
kind
role
of.
as a guinea pig?
What is Bunty King? to
I'm
you
just
as a
seeing,
person?
you know,
Who is Bunty
where
King?
you guys are at on everything. I'm just curious what people know, what people don't know. I'm curious after a presentation of some things, if it changes your mind on anything or not. Yeah, I'm just kind of I have no
Okay.
idea. Just trying to, figure out
And
what's
Warren,
going on.
What do you do?
I used to be a teacher, and then I got fired recently. Like
Oh.
recently, like 2 months ago.
Oh my god, what do you do as a teacher to get fired?
Some video of me, Elon tweeted a video of me teaching, and it kind of launched a bunch of. That's why I'm here.
Oh,
now.
was it like you with the like pride flag or some shit?
No, it was like an exchange about J.K. Rowling with a student, and he was like asking me like, "So, given J.K. Rowling's bigoted views, how have your opinion on on Harry Potter changed?" And I was like, "Okay, well, first we need to address is she bigoted?" We just kind of walked through it. It was like a 3-minute video, and by the end of it, he was like, "Oh, I'm an idiot," and I posted it on YouTube, and it just went viral. It was crazy.
So why
And
did
then-
that get you fired?
yeah.
Are you bigoted? What was the consensus?
I don't think so, but we'll find out tonight. But I, over the course of like 3 or 4
What
months,
do you mean
I
we'll
started-
find out tonight? What's that?
Yeah,
I think the intention was to get like 6 Jontrons in one stream. Yeah.
but like, yeah, no, I started growing a YouTube channel, and the school kind of didn't like it. It's a long story. A bunch of tension occurred, and I did the same thing again. There was like a rule change, and they were looking for a reason. It's just a matter of time. So.
Yeah, so it was like, I mean, I guess unless you're literally trying to be like Mr. Beat, you're probably getting canned.
I texted.
Oh wow! Look who decided to join. Turkey Tom.
This fucking guy's still not here. Even when he's here, he's
Wow.
gone, dude.
I texted Keem and I asked him if he wanted to come on. He wrote, "That's a hard no. What the fuck? I saw you tweet earlier. I thought you were joking." So
It does. No, the tweet you posted does look like it's a joke.
Me and it does actually. Me and Keem have a bit of a background, So.
What is
Yeah,
that?
you guys were like
Where'd you get it?
former lovers, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, okay.
Actually, no, wait, we're on good terms because I did the boogie thing and we were cool there. I think so.
I mean,
yeah,
Keem's a funny guy.
what was the lore before that?
the train wreck stream, 100%. You talked to him for like 3 seconds and he raged off the whole show.
Kind of, yeah. The train wrecks. There was a fuck. What was it? There was a shooting or something happened, and train wrecks invited me.
Christchurch
Was it-
shooting.
was it Christchurch?
Yeah. Don't
Train wrecks
politicize
invited me and a
it.
bunch of other
Yeah.
people on, and then he was like, don't fight with Keem. It was hard to get him on. Back then, Keem was still like had a pretty big internet presence, and Train was still growing his stuff. And I was like, okay, we'll see. And then Keemstar started saying something about like he was like, listen guys, like don't talk about political stuff or something. That's what the shooter would have wanted. It was something like that. He didn't really say anything horribly bad, but it was just the fact that he was like commenting on it as a way to like say like, guys, we shouldn't talk about political motivation or anything. Kind of triggered me, and I was like, well, hold on, you don't even know anything about this guy. And then we had a back and forth for like 30 seconds, and then he left, and then Train got really mad at me. But it is what it is.
This sounds
Okay.
like a classic Destiny moment, dude.
It was, yeah, very classic. Okay, welcome to my focus group. Okay, today, all right. Sorry, hold on. We'll wait for Tom to be done.
Okay.
No. I don't want to distract you. So I'm sure you guys
don't want to interrupt.
All right.
Yeah, my
Looking at
bad.
the budget, your set looks so nice, man.
Important focus group. We're here. Important budget. Yeah, I'm in my giant warehouse right now. You know.
Oh yeah,
There's
wow.
there's a few models back there where we were just having sex before this, so you know. Took a,
Good for you.
I didn't
Nice.
even get to come. Okay, I'm edging right now for this.
Sex with models. Wait, what state are you in again?
Uganda City. That's right.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they had male models up there. What is the
Very
what's the
funny.
character on your
Ah.
shirt there, Tom?
This is Ryuk from Death Note. Wow, awesome.
Oh my god, he's a weeb.
Ew.
I'm not a fucking weeb. It's one
This is
fucking show.
crazy character.
I don't like anime.
development.
It's one fucking show. It's
is
one
Bunty
show.
King?
It's
Oh,
one
did
show.
you, bro? An apology.
Bunty
What
King?
the fuck?
Oh.
Look, yeah,
okay,
dude,
yeah.
he preempted an apology for his T-shirt.
My bad. Look, this is just
Hard
you know,
coke.
I'm Machiavellian. I believe in the 48 laws of power, so that's why I love Donald Trump, and that's why I'll be defending him today. So, yeah.
Okay. So my big contention issue. Some of you guys I've spoken to before. Most of you know about me and my political views and all that. I have beliefs about January 6th. I'm not sure what other people think about January 6th. I'm not sure how much people think because of media influence versus what information they have versus what other people say or whatever. So basically I've collected a ton of information. And I just kind of want to like walk through a lot of it. And I'm just curious what people are aware of, what people aren't aware of, what changes people's minds, what doesn't. And then kind of like what people's thoughts are on everything that happened before and after. Before we talk and then after we talk, like what people's views are on everything, basically. Okay? It's pretty dry. No, I shouldn't say that. I'll try not to make it dry. Okay? But yeah, that's basically what's going on here. If I'm going to link you guys hold on. I'm going to link you guys kind of like the outline that I'll be working through. We'll move through this fast, okay? Don't be too nervous.
Nick, I just noticed your hat, dude.
Oh yeah, dude.
Fucking so good.
Had to dress up.
Nice.
Yeah, just to impress.
I'm throwing this in the Discord chat.
Okay.
Let me know if this works for all of you guys.
Yeah.
Oh
looks
my
good.
god.
That is very long.
Oh, this is so fucking long.
this
What
is
the
like a
fuck?
dark.
Don't worry
this
about
is
it.
like Dark
I took
Viper's
2 hours.
essays.
Shut up! Okay? We're not doing a Dark Viper essay, okay? I'm not going to threaten to sue any of you or turn into a schizophrenic person, okay?
You better go teacher mode with this, okay? You better make it fun and interesting.
Well, I'll do my
Just a
best.
brief outline, guys. Just a
I'll
brief
do my
outline.
best, okay? It's brief. We're not going over every single thing, okay? Trust
Did
me.
you compile all of this yourself?
Yeah, I'm a fucking nerd,
Wow.
okay? All right. Okay. Before we start, any broad questions or anything before we get into this? Before I start asking you guys a couple questions?
I mean, I'll probably ask questions as we go.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. Okay. And then all I want is honesty, okay? Whatever you want to say is fine. I'm not here to judge you. The internet might judge you. I don't care.
I don't
All
give a
right.
shit.
Before we go anywhere, from top to bottom, do you guys all see us? Are we all like the same way? It's Nicholas, then the Act Man, then Turkey Tom, then Warren Smith, then Willie Mac, from like top right to going down. Do we all see us the same way? Or
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
for me, you guys are horizontal, but
Can you do the conversion in your head, Willie, or do I need to?
I have.
Wait, are you calling in from a phone? Why would it be horizontal?
No, my desktop.
What-
It's laid out
what-
like.
Why are you even
long
asking this? Just ask in the order that you want based on your stream.
Well, okay, we're just gonna move through. Okay, my first question is also, you don't have to overthink any of these. Okay, you're not trying to appease me. I know that a lot of you guys feel the pressure to, because I will destroy your internet careers, and I'm obviously very influential, and you're doing everything you can to suck up to me. But you don't have to. Don't worry about that today. Okay, just answer whatever comes to your head first, whatever you like feel most honest about. Again, I'm not trying to like ultra debate anybody here. I'm just curious. Okay, so okay, starting with, and if you want to say a few words, you can, but you don't have to. These are just pretty basic questions. If you were rating the severity of January 6th on a scale from 1 to 10, with 10 being the most severe, this is a horrible event, the worst thing in all of U.S. history, to 1 being who cares, like it was a minor blooper, how would you feel? How would you rate January 6th? Nicholas, and then moving down. Go, Nick.
7.
Jeez. Okay. Actman.
Yeah, probably 7 or 8.
Okay.
Definitely not 10, because I feel like there's, worse tragedies.
Okay. Tom.
Maybe like 6. Yeah. Maybe 5
Okay.
even.
Warren Smith.
It was 7.
Okay.
For the 6, I think of as like as the riots. I'd rate that as like a 4.
What?
Yeah.
Say it one more
Who
time.
wrote 9 out of
A 4.
11?
When it comes to like the 6, like as Justin the riots, like a 4.
Oh, the 6th.
Oh,
I thought you
okay.
said 6 or 4. My bad. Okay, I got you.
No,
Okay.
no. It's January 6th. I rate a 4.
Okay. And then for that day, what do you think was the worst thing that happened that day? Nick.
The Trump speech that ultimately... actually, no, I'm sorry, the tweet. The tweet about Mike Pence after the riots had already started.
Okay. Ackman.
The worst thing. I think I mean, that's a pretty broad term, like, or a broad way to ask it. Like, are you talking about just like the worst thing that Trump did, the worst thing that happened in general? Because, I mean, you could argue like.
So you think?
the
So
loss
you
of
said that it
life
was like
or the violence.
you gave it like a 7 to 8 on the severity scale. In your head, what jumps out is like, man, this is why I would say this was a 7 to 8.
Probably the methods of like violence and how they broke the police lines and yeah, basically like how they managed to break in and like actually
Okay.
interrupt the governmental process.
Okay. Turkish Tom.
I don't think the worst thing happened to the Capitol. I think it was Trump's fuckery leading up to it, as far as like election stuff.
Okay. Warren.
It would be, to me, objectively, the death of Ashley Babbitt, I believe was her name.
Okay. And Willie. Nice. Good one. True.
Base can't even hear him. Let's go.
Wait,
I
stop
have
interrupting.
said some
Well,
horrible shit about
sorry.
Ashley
Trump's
Babbitt.
ahead.
speech specifically.
I
When he says we
cannot
need to go pressure
grandstand
Mike
that at
Pence
all.
And the people in Congress.
If only
Okay.
he did the right thing, you know.
Yeah, if only he did the right thing, like that whole line.
Bill. Okay.
Like, or he will do the right thing. He will do the right thing.
Good one. Where do you get most of your information from about, I guess, like politics, I guess, in the U.S.? We'll change it up sometime. Start from Willie and we'll go back.
I mean, probably like Twitter. Realistically, I don't really look at politics too often. If we're just generally speaking, or are we talking about this specific situation?
Yeah, U.S. politics in general is fine, whatever.
I'd say just generally Twitter.
Okay. Warren.
YouTube.
Tom.
Probably Twitter.
Act
Yeah, Twitter as well.
Nick.
BitChute. No, probably Reddit, if I had to say. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I don't look at a
You're
lot
a
of
Redditor.
politics. When I like flip off the YouTube drama thing, I get like fucked with politics every time.
YouTube drama subreddit.
It's
That's
just
like Twitter
Destiny's
now,
Reddit.
though.
That's it.
Twitter's been like pushing the politics super fucking hard. Sorry,
If
X.
you go to the For
My
You
bad.
page for sure.
Just
Yeah,
curious,
yeah.
do any of you read any, or here, I'll say this is like at least one article a week to a month, I guess. Nick, do you read anything like from Washington Post, New York Times? Any, like, mainstream
If I
media
if I ever
publications?
do, it's because I saw a headline that caught me, and then I get lost halfway through and I stop reading. I
Okay.
really do not consume a lot of politics.
Sure, that's fine. Ackman.
If I like read an article a month or a week, kind of depends. Like, if there's something that sparks my interest, yeah, I'll read the article. I really don't care where it's from necessarily,
Okay.
as long as like the sources are vetted and all that. Sorry.
Okay. Tom.
I would say a few a week, but it's rarely about politics.
Okay. Warren.
I do. Like I was reading. Well, I usually go with the video medium, and if
Okay.
I am reading an article, it's going to be one of the two mainstreams, either CNN or Fox News.
Okay. And Willie.
Yeah, it'll be from if I see something on Twitter that I think is like crazy, and then I'll look it up if I want to look more into it, and I'll probably go to like an article that's either from the BBC or CNN or Fox News.
Okay. About politics specifically, or just like pop culture
Oh
stuff?
no, news. I'm never really looking at politics.
Okay. Gotcha.
I'm talking about like like event, like a geopolitical event or whatever it is.
Okay. I'll have maybe. Okay. Do any of you have any information or any strong feelings about the Supreme Court criminal immunity case? Do any of you know any of the details about that, or have any we'll start with that. Any of you know any of the details about any of that? Start with Nick.
I do not.
Okay. Actman.
I think I know the broad ideas that they decided that he couldn't be, or that they gave him immunity so that they couldn't pursue a court case against him for January 6th. So it's kind of, from my understanding, it comes across like a sort of, I can't be prosecuted because I jumped through this loophole kind of thing.
Okay.
But I don't know how accurate that is.
That's fine. Tom.
My understanding is that he was given immunity based on the fact that the actions he took were when he was president, and that was ultimately why he was not convicted on that. That's my understanding.
Warren.
My understanding is that it is not complete blanket immunity. So for example, it would not protect him if he were to kill the maid in the White House. Obviously, he would still be charged with murder, but I hope to learn more tonight. And please correct me if I'm wrong about anything.
Okay. And Willie.
Yeah, so I went to make a video on you about it, but I wanted to see where you were coming from, because that's when you were making your like crazy Don assassination tweets. And then I read the indictment, and then that of course led me to the Supreme Court case. And then I read through that whole thing, which took me like a week. And then I read about like half of it again a little later when looking up more right-wing opinions on it to try and just get a fuller picture on it. So I feel like I do know that pretty well compared to the average person.
Do you guys?
Show us up.
Yeah, good job, Willie. Wow, nice. Yeah,
Thanks,
teacher's
man.
teacher's favorite over here. Good job.
Yeah,
You even read the
teacher's
teacher's own textbook. Nice.
I did.
If I say vaguely speaking, some of you fuckers follow my Twitter too much, so you're a little poisoned, but whatever. If I say vaguely speaking, if I reference to anything about slates of electors or Donald Trump trying to get slates of electors sent into Congress, do you feel like you have a good overview of how the Electoral College works, how state electors work, and what Donald Trump was trying to do with the electors up through January 6th, starting with Willie?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know necessarily fully how the Electoral College works. I do understand the electorate scheme though, that he tried to pull off.
Okay, Warren.
I heard you mention this a little bit, and I'm curious to hear more about that. I'm not going to claim I have a full understanding of it. I do have a general understanding of the Electoral College, and I imagine he was trying to increase the numbers in the Electoral College to be able to overturn, well, get the results that he wanted.
Okay. Turkish Tom.
My understanding of the Electoral College is basic, but I think I know how it works. And as far as the fake/false electorates, my understanding is that Trump attempted to insert quote-unquote alternate electors who are not the true electors because he thought that that would make him win the election. I believe he called a member of government in, I want to say South Carolina maybe, to try to pressure him to accept the alternate electors. And my understanding is also that some of these people were charged with felonies, but I'm not completely sure. Not Trump, but some of the fake electors.
Wow. New teacher's pet. Okay, Ackman.
Yeah, I think I understand the Electoral College and how that works. Basically, like states vote for a particular candidate, and then each state's the value of their vote is dependent on the population. So, like California has the most Electoral College votes, I believe, and then from my understanding, each state will send their elector, basically the person who goes to say, yeah, this is who our state is voting for. And from my understanding, Trump basically tried to like send in the spies from TF2 to try and like be the electors or electorates. What is it?
That's a good comparison. I like that.
Okay. And then
I like
Nick.
that comparison.
Are they called electorates?
Yeah.
I think
so-
they're called electors.
In general, I was probably going to say something similar to Axeman there. My understanding was that I thought Pence was supposed to be more involved, I guess, through what Trump wanted him to do, but I don't know. That's about what I know.
Okay. And then running down, let's do, we'll do like a strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree, okay? So basically 1 to 5. Would you say that if Donald Trump had been successful, would you say that that would be considered a coup in your eyes? We'll start with Willie and go up.
A coup? What
Yeah.
does a coup mean again?
We'll define coup for the purposes of this as doing something to circumvent the ordinary transfer of power. So we'll say something along the lines of like, like somebody else is supposed to be the leader, and then you do something to disrupt that process.
Yeah, I think that was his goal, like 10 out of 10.
Okay. Warren.
I'm not quite sure about your definition of coup though, but
Oh wait,
I'll run-
actually,
I'll
wait. I'm
run
sorry.
with
Wait. Real quick, hold on, because Willie, you fucked up. So Willie, would you say you strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree?
I strongly agree that that was his intention, yeah.
But no, you strongly agree that if that was his intention, you call it a coup.
Oh, yeah, I'd call it a coup, yeah.
Okay. All right. Jeez. You don't have to argue. Okay. Sorry, Warren. And then go ahead. You said you didn't like my definition here. I'm using kind
Yeah.
of like casual, but yeah, you can suggest a different one if you want, or
I'm
tell me what you're.
slightly disagree. My understanding of a coup would be an effort to overthrow the government. I understand that that's not your perspective on this. It seems there needs to be that element of it. So I'm gonna go. Could I go with like a 2, like mildly disagree? And
Yeah, sure, we'll have
hopefully I can learn
disagree.
more. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
I don't think you gotta name numbers. I think I just fucked that up.
No, you don't. You don't need numbers. You're good. You're good. Turkey.
I think it would have been a successful coup. Yeah,
You would. So you'd say agree or strongly agree?
I would agree that strongly agree. We'll go strong. Strong.
Okay. Strongly. Okay.
Strong.
Ackman.
Yeah, I would strongly agree. I mean, coups can, like, they're not always just like a violent, kill everybody kind of thing. Sometimes it's more subterfuge.
Sometimes it's just
Nick.
destruction of
I would,
property.
Sure.
Strongly
no.
agree.
I don't
What you
know.
got, Nick?
Wouldn't the implication of everything that happened be that it was a coup to begin with? Is that like a contested thing? My assumption is that they assume that the election was stolen. I don't necessarily believe that, but that's their justification for doing a coup. So wouldn't it just be a coup?
I mean, it's
I don't
up to
know.
you.
I just
strongly agree.
Yeah,
agree. Neutral.
I strongly
Yeah,
agree. Yeah.
Okay. Jesus Christ. What a fucking panel. Okay. Okay. Next question is, are any of you aware of any of the details of the Dominion versus Fox News defamation lawsuit? Nick.
No. I was gonna try to
Pac-Man.
Google it, but you went to me too quick.
Shut
Yeah,
up. Don't cheat.
I am familiar with the fact that they had to pay. Holy shit! What was it? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I think it was $800 million to the Dominion voting. Fox News had to pay.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm spoiling it for everybody else? So fuck. I should just say yes. I'm familiar. Shit.
Okay. Say vaguely. You got a vaguely on there. Tom.
Yeah, my understanding is that in court, essentially Fox News' lawyers argued that no reasonable person would have assumed that the election was stolen, basically saying that they were not responsible for what they said. My understanding is also that I know Tucker lost his job over it, but I want to say there was something to the effect of some leaked text message with Tucker
Right.
where
Even if you don't agree
he
that
was
it's a
saying that
coup,
he didn't think the election
like
was stolen.
how?
He was
I don't
saying
understand
it
like
for ratings,
how.
but I can't remember the specifics.
Like if you think the
on
election
when I
is
saw it,
stolen
but,
and you're stealing it back,
and
then
yeah, they
it would be a
paid a
coup,
bunch of
right?
money.
Am I
Yeah.
crazy
Warren.
for that?
I am not familiar with that.
Like even if your position
Willie
is that
Mac.
it was
I
entirely
don't
stolen,
really know.
you're
Like, I know
stealing
I
it
think
back
it has to do with
by
Tucker
like
Carlson, knowing
circumventing the actual
saying what they
process.
used, but I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec.
It's a pretty funny story.
I mean,
Sounds like a meme.
I can't
Talking
see
about
any way
those
where
right
it
now.
wouldn't be that.
Talking
I
about
guess.
real
I don't
wars.
know.
Screaming at him.
Sorry. Okay.
Real intricate
okay.
operation he's got going on, huh?
Yeah, clearly.
Oh yeah.
Jesus. Were you okay? And then I'm going to ask this: are you aware of any of the are you aware of any organized activities or organized groups and what they did on January 6th? I'll start from top to bottom, starting with Nick.
My understanding was that the majority of the people who were at the Capitol were not sure why they were there, and that, like, they were there for protesting. They weren't sure why they were there for the actual overthrowing of the
that's fine.
government portion. So yeah.
Gotcha. Also, try to keep your answers kind of brief. Also, don't feel pressure to copy other people's answers because I don't want you guys to be copying the guy before. If you don't know or if you do know, whatever, it doesn't matter. You're not being judged here. Okay, I'm just trying to get a baseline of what. Yeah. Okay, Ackman, do you aware of any organized groups or anything on January 6th or anything like that?
Yeah, I think I watched a video, like a short documentary on YouTube, and there were like two groups that were kind of there to push the boundaries, or they plan to be more violent from the get-go and kind of use more forceful tactics. Yeah.
Turkish Tom.
Yeah, the Proud Boys. I know they were an organized group that was there.
Warren.
I was gonna say Proud Boys. I don't know if QAnon has an organized group that was on the ground. I'm sure there was a bunch of extremist groups that I don't know the names of those groups.
Okay. Willie.
No.
Okay. And then I've got these are all going to be strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Okay? These are going to be, I got 4 questions on this. All right. The first statement is January 6th was an insurrection. If you strongly agree, raise your hand.
What is the definition of insurrection you're using?
Yeah, that would be.
What's the definition?
Kill yourself. We're going to say for the purposes of this conversation, we're going to say that an insurrection is a group of people that are purposefully trying to disrupt some key or essential function of the government. So purposefully, intentionally trying to disrupt some key or essential function of the government.
So raise your hand if
you strongly agree that January 6th was an insurrection.
I mean, I'm kind of fucking poisoned on this shit, bro. I have no clue.
Don't be you fucking loser. Okay.
He's got
okay,
two
so
hands.
then I'll say, Warren, where are you at for strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly
I
disagree?
agree that's a valid characterization of what many of the people there were trying to accomplish, but I just don't agree that that is a coup. So I'm kind of stuck in this place where I would agree with that characterization mostly, but I don't think that's a coup still.
Okay. I will, I don't know if we'll get into this, but I will distinguish between like coup, insurrection, and rebellion. So agreeing that something is an insurrection doesn't necessarily mean that we would agree it's a coup or a rebellion or anything like that. But so I'll mark you down as just agree here. Willie Mac, where are you at?
I don't know if I don't know if it even fucking matters whether you call it that or not. So I have no fucking clue.
Well, I mean, that was the
Okay.
question, so I don't know. It seems pretty important.
I can either down as agree, neutral, disagree. It's not...
I'm neutral on it. I think
Okay.
it doesn't matter what you call it.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna say Donald Trump was responsible for the violence on January 6th, or that occurred on January 6th. If you strongly agree with that Donald Trump was responsible for the violence that occurred on January 6th, if you strongly agree with that, raise your hand. Okay. If you just agree with that, raise your hand. Okay. All right, Tom, where are you at on that?
I'd say neutral.
Okay. And Warren, where are you at on that?
Strongly disagree.
Okay. The next thing is Donald Trump knowingly... Wait, hold on. In the months leading up to January 6th, Donald Trump knowingly lied about voter fraud to the American public. So not that he was just incorrect, but that he was knowingly lying to the American public about evidence of voter fraud that had occurred in the election. How many of you strongly agree with that statement? Okay. How many of you agree with that statement? Anybody neutral on that? And then where are you at, Warren?
Disagree.
Disagree or strongly disagree?
Just disagree.
Okay. And then the final question is, I would support Trump in the upcoming election either by voting or giving favorable coverage to him. If you're uncomfortable answering this for whatever reason, you don't have to, but wait, is there anybody that doesn't want to answer that question?
I mean, I can answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
I think we'd all- I think
all
we'd
of you
all
are going to be
answer.
expected to answer. That's fine, but you can't speak for the entire crowd,
Oh
can
my
you, Tom?
God, okay.
Sorry, it's not one of your fucking
Jesus
YouTube videos.
Christ.
You have to actually like be, polite and
It's all
courteous.
about
to
me.
other
Let's
people
be
here.
honest. This is about how I feel.
Okay.
These guys are all filler.
How many would strongly agree with that statement that you would support Trump in the upcoming election either by voting or giving favorable coverage? When I say giving favorable coverage, I don't necessarily mean like covering a news story. We'll say something akin to like XQC showing up with a Make America Great hat and doing an event or something with him.
Well, Nick's got to raise his hand, right?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, dude.
I would
Called
appear
out.
I would appear next to him. Yeah.
Strongly agree or agree?
I agree. I would appear.
yeah.
I would appear next to him. If
I mean,
given
I
the
would definitely
opportunity.
like take a picture with that dude.
I already did it.
Okay, hold on. Let me clarify one more.
Yeah.
just a
You
little
got to
bit more.
clarify that.
Yeah, because I would take a picture with him. When I say, I mean like appear in a way that seems to be supportive. So maybe not just take a picture with him, but like take a picture with a "Make America Great" hat on, or take a picture and like hashtag like, vote for Trump guys on Twitter or something, like something that is more than just a picture, like some kind of showing support or agreement, or maybe like telling your fans to show up at a campaign event or a rally or something like that. Like, yeah.
Not just
Okay.
like, oh, would you take a picture with one of the former presidents, which I think we
Exactly.
all would.
Yeah.
I would. Not
Okay,
do
so
that.
let me back up and then ask that. Okay, so how many people would support Trump in that way? Strongly agree? Anybody? Agree? Anybody?
I mean,
Neutral?
I'd probably
What?
like I don't.
I
don't
would
know
never
what
do
we
that
mean
for
by,
literally
yeah,
any
if I make
political
a
candidate.
meme
That's
tweet or,
not-
like,
that's
repost
not
some
my-
meme tweet or
that's not
something
my
like that,
thing.
but- and even
Well, I think
I
he-
wouldn't do
I
that
think
for
he's
Kamala.
talking
I wouldn't do
about,
that for
like-
You're saying,
literally.
would you-
Going up to
Wait,
campaign
well,
rallies.
now you're neutral. You're neutral on that. Anybody disagree?
I'd probably disagree.
I disagree. Yeah.
I disagree, but I wouldn't do that for literally any political candidate.
Okay. And then
Same.
are you on strongly disagree with that, Warren?
I'm gonna abstain on this one.
Okay.
Ooh.
Thomas, your
Amendment
camera
right.
frozen?
Is it?
Okay. What?
Yeah.
Isn't
Your
like an
camera's frozen, Tom.
abstaining like a
Wait, is it?
concession?
Hold on.
I feel like that would be like
Shit,
a,
did you new talent? Can you talk without moving your mouth? Dumbass. God, I'm so glad that guy's fucking gone. Holy shit. Every time he's in any area, he always tries to make it all about himself. He's like such an attention whore, right?
He's the most
Look at you
generous
guys.
guy I know,
Too
dude.
pussy to
He says
talk.
the same thing
Oh
about
my
you.
god. He's
He
literally
says
got the whole
same thing about
commentary
you.
community wrapped around his finger. You guys are disgusting. Unbelievable. Wow. I see how it is. He's
I'm
the
not part of
literal
the
cult leader.
community. I mean, well,
All
kind
right,
of.
Destiny, we're all you got left, bro. You couldn't get anyone else on here because you burned every bridge.
wait, does this mean I'm
Okay.
supported by
Okay, those
progressive
bridges are always
victory?
being fixed
Oh
constantly. They're
fuck!
like Palestine, okay? They could be blown up, they come back 1 year later.
I didn't even consider that. Jesus, dude,
good.
I'm literally
Good, we're
part of the
gonna end up on
machine
TikTok.
now. Fuck.
You can only be so lucky.
They got those bridge builders.
Don't worry, Tom's coming back. Yeah, his studio is
All
having a
right.
little bit of trouble. Yeah, you okay
My
there, buddy?
bad. My bad. Yeah, I just I got attacked by the deep state for speaking the truth.
Oh,
again,
you got
but,
you
know,
got
it is what it
DDoS.
is.
You got
I did.
DDoS, like
got
like
DDoSed.
Elon did.
I got DDoSed by the woke leftists and woke media.
Classic, dude. Classic. They always do that.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready? Okay,
Yeah.
it's my first time running through this, so it might be rough, all right? If you have any complaints, keep them to yourself. I don't give a fuck, okay? As I'm going through anything, okay, if you have a question, a comment, a concern, whatever the fuck, feel free to just chime in. You're fine, okay? Don't feel shy, all right? I don't know where this is at on the webpage, but I'm starting at, hold on. Scroll down a little bit to undermining the electoral process, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All good? All ready?
Yep,
Where is this?
it's on the document.
I linked a thing in the Discord.
Homework. Hell yeah. I haven't done homework in a
fuck.
long time.
God damn it.
Willie, where have you been?
Yeah, come on, man.
I don't know where this is at. I don't see it in here.
You're here
the-
representing the commentary community.
It's in the Discord chat. There's a link.
Yeah, it's in the Discord chat.
No, I got it open. Where does it say undermining the like?
I'm
You have to
actually-
scroll down a little bit. There's also a
You can-
function on your
you can
keyboard
just-
called Control F.
Yeah, Control F.
Nothing pops up when I control it.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. I'm brain
Okay,
dead too.
just scroll down past the sources section.
Okay.
Okay. And then you scroll down past belligerents.
Oh,
Under
undermining the
location and
electoral
clauses, Undermining
process.
the electoral
I
process.
put understand.
You think it
That's
was
why
mining,
nothing came
like
out.
Minecraft?
Yeah, dude, I thought we were collecting miners like Minecraft. Yeah.
Where the fuck is this, boys? I see what
It's funny.
is it?
I'm in the same
I
cave
see
looking for
examples.
miners.
It's right below the sources and like the little table of contents.
Where the fuck
Yeah.
do you guys see sources?
Sources is at the very top.
Willie, what are you looking at right now? Talk us through what you're seeing on your
Video
monitor.
outline. I see debate prep. I see college resolution.
Okay, wait. Now look to the right side of that page. You might have to make the page a little bit bigger, but you're missing the body of that page. Or maybe try.
What page?
It looks like you're looking on the left, on the
God
like
damn
the
it, Willie.
left.
Willie,
side
share your
nav bar.
screen.
You
Okay,
need to
I'll
not
share
be
my
looking at the
screen.
nav bar on the left. You need to be looking at the content in the center.
Holding the class back as usual.
Dude, I'm back in high
No.
school.
Okay, wait. Stop. No, you don't need to go through all this shit. Stop. Okay.
What about Yale?
No, you don't. We don't care about that. Go back. Okay, exit this page and then click. Reopen the link that I gave you. Okay. There you go. Okay, don't click on the left anywhere. Scroll down. There you go. A little bit more.
Looking at all your college resolutions.
Yeah. Yeah. Scroll down a little bit more. You're almost there. Okay. There you go. Oh, okay.
got it.
Undermining the
Yeah,
electoral.
there you go.
Okay. You don't have to stream the. There you go. Good job. Okay.
You know, it makes perfect sense that Willie doesn't know how to do this because all of his video scripts, this is not even a joke. He writes them out on pen and fucking paper.
Pen and paper, dude. I use phone notes app to write fucking hour-long
It's
video
ridiculous.
essays.
That's based though. That's based. It's old fashioned.
Okay. Okay. Donald Trump made statements about the election being rigged even prior to his 2016 election and continually called for the complete and total ban on mail-in ballots. ABC News cataloged a lot of the false election claims, and I've included some of these before. So Donald Trump has a history of making just lots of claims that the election is going to be rigged before he even ran for president, before any of the votes were counted. Under the first section for foreknowledge of disparate attitudes towards mail-in voting. Okay. One of the things that Donald Trump attacks a lot is the fact that mail-in ballots came in afterwards, and that these mail-in ballots were going to go heavily for the Democrats. So that's obviously evidence that it was rigged, basically, right? So 10 states allowed early voting via mail as early as September for the 2020 election. Donald Trump was making multiple claims of voter fraud via mail-in ballots, which Democrats were known to utilize in greater numbers than Republicans, despite Trump having absolutely no evidence of said voter fraud, and despite counting having not even yet begun and no numbers being published. So I'm trying to think of what we... so I guess if you want... I don't know like how many links we have to go through, but like under which Democrats were known. You see the link there for were known? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. So like if you click this and you go through on Pew Research Center, okay, you can see that like this was never a mystery that people who were Democrat were going to be voting via mail-in ballots a lot more than Trump voters, right? On the very first poll here, number 3, the voting experience in 2020, you can see Biden voters were like 58% likely to vote by absentee or mail-in ballot. Trump voters were 32% likely to vote via mail-in ballot, right? You see this?
Question.
Yeah.
Question.
Why is that the case? Are Democrats just like fat, people that stay indoors and don't touch grass? Or
So in 2020, we had the whole COVID epidemic going on, and there were rules around social distancing, and Democrats were more likely to adhere to those rules and participate in things like mail-in ballots versus...
say they voted in
wasn't
person
that also the case before 2020, though? Isn't that just like a typical thing that Democrats like mail in their votes more
about one quarter,
often than Republicans?
report having voted in person.
My understanding is that...
And an identical...
My understanding is, I don't have this data right offhand, but my understanding is prior to this election, I believe that mail-in ballots slightly favored conservatives because I think the people most likely to do mail-in ballots, I think, were military personnel. So people serving overseas would be the most likely to send in a mail-in ballot.
Gotcha.
They voted in person.
Yeah, and maybe because older people might be more likely as well than younger people to do mail-in ballots, and I think they tended to be a little bit more conservative. I don't know the 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
Nearly 4 in 10 Trump voters.
I'm going to expand. Wait, I don't know what these look like on the page. Okay, you can click some of these boxes. You see the Dominion v. Fox News thing? Okay, I'm expanding that. I'm going to read the quote. Anytime it says Dominion v. Fox News, I'm borrowing from the exhibits that were shown in that lawsuit. Okay, so quote from the lawsuit is, not surprisingly, given these trends, the head of the Fox News decision desk correctly predicted that, quote, on election night, we may be looking at states where it seems that President Trump is in the lead, but there's still 20 or 30% of the vote outstanding, so we're not going to be able to make the call in those states, end quote. He correctly recognized, and Fox widely and repeatedly reported before the election, that this would occur because President Trump had criticized mail-in voting and encouraged Republicans to vote in person, whereas Democrats had encouraged their supporters to vote by mail. In fact, Maria Bartiromo discussed this very phenomenon with President Trump in an October 11th, 2020 interview, with President Trump lamenting that mail-in votes would likely be counted 2 weeks after the votes come in, and stating that Republicans are going out to vote. They don't want to do the mail-in ballot thing. They don't trust it. Republicans are going out to vote. Okay, so Trump knew this, Fox News knew this, basically everybody in media knew that Democrats are going to be more likely to vote via mail-in ballot versus Republicans who are voting probably more likely in person, right? Okay. So Fox News was also complicit in the process, helping Trump fabricate and prepare to push lies in the event that he lost the election. I'm just saying that they had awareness, okay? I'll probably restructure some of this. Go ahead, somebody's going to say something.
I was just going to say that it's so that it would make sense why Trump would target mail-in ballots as like a talking point, because it's a way of essentially attacking how your opposition is voting and casting their votes.
Maybe. We're not at that point yet, but maybe. That's
okay,
an interesting thing. Yeah. Scrolling down a little bit, I'm quoting from a Daily Beast article. It was published on October 31st, 2020. Officially, it looks like an attempt to report on election irregularities. What it feels like is an attempt to push more baseless conspiracy theories and scare the viewers into thinking the election is being stolen. It isn't. One Fox News veteran with direct knowledge of the Election Integrity Project told the Daily Beast. It's alarming that the brain room is a part of this, like it's an attempt to give it an air of legitimacy. I don't recall ever seeing anything like this before. This person added, it feels like an attempt to use the brain room to try to lend credibility to something that is incredible. It feels like a stunt to support Trump's baseless allegations that the Democrats are trying to steal the election. If it is a collection or database of alleged voter fraud examples, I could see it being used to support Trump's efforts to contest the election results if Biden wins. A second Fox News staffer, who, like other current employees quoted in this story, asked not to be further identified for fear of retaliation, said that the Election Integrity Project seems a logical effort to collect information about mail-in ballots that could skew the results. Fox clearly wants to portray mail-in ballots in the most negative light, since Democrats favor it and Trump's re-election. If polls are to be believed this time around, it is not at all a foregone conclusion. He and GOP leaders are promoting doubt about the system, which arguably has its flaws, and of course Fox serves as a force multiplier to their narratives. So again, this article is dated on October 31st. This is before the actual vote. Wait. Or is this after the actual vote? Fuck, hold on, wait, I suck at these numbers. October, November, October. Wait, hold on.
October is before November, meaning it was before.
Yes, correct. You're right. Good job, Tom. Another bonus
Okay,
point.
so I have a big question here. Are we gonna get into the details of the lawsuit here or no?
We might. I've got like excerpts from it, but yeah, I think it's.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
In regards to the lawsuit, what was it determined that Fox News did wrong? Were they held liable for people on the air explicitly claiming the election was stolen? Or my understanding is that it would be legal / not legal. I think it was a civil case, but it wouldn't be. They wouldn't be able to be held civilly liable if they were reporting on allegations of voter fraud rather than to claim that there was necessarily voter fraud, right?
I'll get into that. I have a section on the bottom of this that answers all those questions. Okay, you can ask me walk through the section. Okay, yeah, okay. Some politicians, like Bernie Sanders, literally predicted on October 23rd, 2020, the exact outcome of election night because it was already known that mail-in ballots might take a bit longer to count, and they would likely dramatically favor Democrats. Sanders even predicted Trump trying to end the voting early. So if we can, let's just open this link. Open the link. You can set the playback speed to 1.5, and I'll tell you when to go. I just want you to hear this, okay? So again, this is in October. This is before the election has actually happened. No mail-in ballots or votes or counting or anything have started, right? Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Set it at 1.5.
Yep, just put it at 1.5, open it up, and then...
Ready.
Ready.
Let me know. Are you ready to... Let me know when you're ready to go, Warren.
I screwed up the link. I'm sorry. I'll just come.
Ready.
No, you're good. It's the one that says, I think if you control F, Bernie Sanders, it'll be literally predicted afterwards, right?
Okay, you guys just go ahead. I'm having an issue here.
Do you want me to link it to
Okay.
you? We could just send you the link in
Yeah,
chat.
that'd be great if you could just link. I'm sorry.
You gotta
Yeah.
accept my friend request though.
Or you could just
link it in the-
literally
I'll
do
do
that.
that.
Yeah, there it is.
There you
Put it in there.
go. There you go.
What the fuck is a Warren?
A Warren?
War in Iraq.
I told you guys I'm a boomer.
Oh shit.
All right. Do you
All right,
have the
guys.
speed set to 1.5?
Yes, I got it. Yep.
Okay. We're going to start
Okay.
in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here is my word. What polls show and what studies have shown is that for whatever reason, Democrats are more likely to use mail-in ballots. Republicans are more likely to walk into polling booths on election day. It is likely that the first votes that will be counted will be those people who came in on election day, which will be Republican. And here is the fear, and I hope everybody hears that. It could well be, I don't know what's going to happen, nobody does, but it could well be that at 10 o'clock on election night, Trump is winning in Michigan, he's winning in Pennsylvania, he's winning in Wisconsin, and he gets on the television, he says, "Thank you, Americans, for re-electing me. It's all over. Have a good day." But then the next day and the day following, all of those mail-in ballots start getting counted And it turns out that Biden has won those states. At which point Trump says, see, I told you the whole thing was fraudulent. I told you those mail-in ballots were crooked. And we're not going to leave office.
And we were getting ready for a big celebration.
We don't have to watch
were
the
winning
Trump part.
everything,
We
and all of
can
a sudden-
Okay,
text
we're
this,
good.
but I mean, like, that's him obviously on November 3rd after the election, like doing exactly that. But again, I'm just demonstrating that everybody knew there was a broad awareness in the media, among politicians, among pollsters, and among voters that the results could change a bit overnight because Democrats heavily were favored to do mail-in ballot voting versus voting at the polls. I've got a section here for this is the 2012 election. On November 6, 2012, Donald Trump tweeted that people should march on Washington to protest the election results. A few minutes later, he claimed that America is not a democracy. We don't have to click through every link I have, but like in 2012, he was doing this. In 2016,
Why would
which
you
you
do
might,
it in 2012?
didn't like the fact that Obama was winning. I don't know. Good question, but there was no evidence. In 2016, for that election, in February of 2016, Donald Trump claimed that Ted Cruz's campaign had rigged the Iowa caucus. This was done with no evidence. On April 16th, Donald Trump tweeted that the Republican primaries were rigged and boss controlled. On that same appearance that he references, he goes on to speak about how delegates are just bribed and paid off to vote for certain candidates. On August 1st, Donald Trump claimed that the last election in 2012 was rigged and claims with certainty that the 2016 election on November 8th is going to be rigged and that Republicans better be careful. Keep in mind, this is the election that he won, okay, in 2016. In October, he claimed that they were trying to rig the election at the polling booths, saying dead people were voting, illegal immigrants were voting, and that they were fighting in a rigged election. And then on November 27th, Donald Trump tweeted that he would have won the popular vote against Hillary if you deduct the millions of people who voted illegally. So even after he won the election, he also claimed it was rigged. From May 11th, 2017 to January 3rd, 2018, Trump created the Presidential Advisory Commission on Election Integrity, also known as the Voter Fraud Commission. Basically, he put this together to try to find voter fraud because he was going to prove that there was voter fraud. It requested an unusually invasive amount of voter data from the states, but all 50 states refused to comply after the Maine Secretary Matthew Dunlap filed the documents or scheduling information or scheduling meetings with him. He was a Democrat that was on this committee. They weren't sharing any information with him. He filed a lawsuit against them for not sharing any of the information. Trump immediately disbanded the commission. They didn't end up finding any evidence of voter fraud. Sometimes when this is brought, but yeah, go ahead.
So the reason that the states didn't comply is because they didn't have to, and that is that part of the sort of separation of powers in a sense that the states like decide who they vote for and the federal government can't like come in and be like, give us all the info on your voters?
Kind of,
Right.
yeah, basically. So something we'll kind of get into for this is that like the state governments and the federal government are quite separate in a lot of ways that as ordinary citizens, we don't perceive a lot just because we live in the United States and because the ability to travel from one state to the other, to do trade, to use the same currency, we don't think about it much, but there is quite a difference. And when it comes to voting in elections, all of that information is kept and managed by the states themselves. So part of the creating of this commission was Donald Trump, when he created this advisory commission, the guy on the commission was basically going to every state and saying, hey, send us all of your voter roll information. And every single state said no.
Every
Not just the
single
Democratic
state.
ones. Every single state said no.
Wow.
I think
What is this?
one-
What is this?
Yeah.
Sorry. What do you mean
Go
by
ahead.
invasive voter information? What does that mean?
As in, like, states would ordinarily never share this data. A state is never going to give up, like, all of the information about, like, the addresses, the names, the party registration, all of that. There's some information that states do publish that they publicly publish, or they might provide to advertisers. And many of the states were willing to give that information to the federal government, but not all of the
No,
information
I
about every
can't
voter
add
registered in the state.
smaggle to the
So
call.
federal
And that's what they were
government
requesting?
doesn't check.
Yes. What?
So the federal government just trusts that the states are abiding by all the voting laws.
Kind of. It's not so much that they are trusting it, it's that the states are the ones that are given the right to do the election. The states are the ones that manage their elections. The federal government, Congress can pass some laws. So like I believe Congress has passed a law saying you have to be a citizen to vote, but the way that those elections are ran constitutionally are all overseen by the states.
Huh.
Yeah, which is part of the reason isn't there's a couple states that have like weird electoral college rules, right? Where like they can cast votes for multiple candidates, right? Isn't
Doesn't
Nebraska one of
do
those?
some weird shit?
I think Nebraska and Maine are the only two that can split their electoral college votes. Yes.
Yeah, we're a purple state, So like northern Maine would vote
Gross.
red versus southern Maine would vote blue. Big question I would have is what information were they looking for within that? Were they trying to figure out like are there dead people voting or stuff like that? Like as far as getting the names of those voters, like what would be the intention of collating that data?
I mean, the good faith answer would be that, I guess, yeah. Although it's hard to know how they would determine, because they would need even more information past that. So it's hard to know how they would even determine from that if there was voter fraud. But I guess the best faith interpretation is that the federal government basically wanted unrestricted access to all of the information that a state would have on all of its citizens to try to do their own investigations to figure out if there was voter fraud or not. That would be the best faith interpretation of that.
So
Or the charitable one.
The federal government can't do an investigation.
Not like that. Generally, but what you would do is you would go to a state and you would say, can you guys investigate this? And then the state would do the investigation of their electoral process. And then afterwards, they would turn that information over, or the results of that at least, to the federal government.
And the uncharitable interpretation is Trump knew there wasn't voter fraud and he just wanted the info so he could try to put something together.
Yeah, or fabricate a claim. That would be like the
Or round us up all into camps, you know?
What would be
Well, that
a
would be an
fabricated
extremely.
claim, though? Like,
Yeah, that's the extreme.
What would be a fabricated claim is, we'll get into these examples later, but there's some data that you can take to try to make it look like something really bad has happened. So something that's going to come up later for Georgia is, for instance, like 300,000 people moved out of Georgia, or some number of people moved out of Georgia and still voted. And while that's true, and we'll get to this later on in a phone call, what that means is that somebody moved out of Georgia, but they came back, and that's accounted for in the voter stuff. But when Trump brings up that people left Georgia, he doesn't bring up that they came back. He just pretends that they left Georgia and then illegally voted in 2 states. But that would be examples and you could fabricate.
Are we going to talk about
wait, just as a real quick,
article?
we'll get to that, yeah.
Okay,
Just as a real quick thing, okay? Factually, what I've told you, the voter fraud commission being put together and all of that happened. But in terms of what I'm saying, in terms of like a good faith interpretation or a charitable or an uncharitable, what they could be doing with it, there is no evidence that they were trying to gather maliciously information or anything like that. I'm just giving you like what some people could say about like the charitable and the uncharitable read. There is no like, evidence that they were trying to do something, to get like, to make something up, basically, right?
Yeah.
You might infer that from everything else, but there was no evidence for this directly. Okay. All right.
Basically, the important fact is that he created this commission to investigate how the states conducted their votes, and they were going to investigate it, but all 50 states refused.
They refused to turn over the data, yeah, and there was nothing else that the federal government.
Act, man. I think it was only. Was it only swing states, or what states were?
Every state refused to turn over their voter information.
Oh, okay.
I have a quick question. Are there any states that do not require ID that you know of?
I want to say there's like 28 states or something like that require ID for voting. I think the majority do now, but not every state requires an ID to vote. So when I voted in Nebraska, I think you just had to go and verify your information on the voter roll. I don't believe I needed an ID to vote. And that'll probably, the individual voting things will vary from state to state. Okay.
In this, one more question.
Yeah.
Are we going to get into reasons why people may think the election was stolen in this?
Yeah, we'll get into some of that, yeah. Okay. So that was for the 2016 election. Now, again, this is an election that Donald Trump won. Well, he won in the Electoral College, at least he won. And then for the 2020 election, these are just a handful of some of the claims made. On April 7th, he claimed that there is voter fraud in the form of people filling out multiple ballots and dumping ballots for Trump after claiming mail-in voting was okay when he did it, but not when other people do it. I think he even talks specifically about mail-in voting, and he says, like, well, it's fine. Actually, if you want, we can click, just as a funny, just because he does shit like this a lot. Do you see that on April 7th, 2020, Donald Trump claims? Do you want to click that link? It's a Twitter link.
If I click it, it says, oh, there it showed up. First it said something went wrong. Yeah.
Let me know when you have that video loaded. Put it to playback speed 1.5, and then we can play through that if you want.
In Florida's election last
Ready.
month, didn't you?
All ready?
I could vote by mail for the.
Okay.
Because I'm allowed to.
3, Nick, are you ready?
That's
Yep.
called out of state.
Good. 3,
You know why I
2,
vote?
1, go.
So you were highly critical of mail-in voting, mail-in ballots for voting.
I think mail-in voting is
But
horrible.
you voted by
It's
mail
corrupt.
in Florida's election last month, didn't you?
Sure, I could vote by mail for the.
How do you reconcile
Because I'm
that?
allowed to. Well, that's called out of state. You know why I voted? Because I happen to be in the White House and I won't be able to go to Florida to vote.
Difference
But let me just say,
between mailing within
well, there's a
state
big
or mailing
difference
outside
between
state.
somebody that's out of state and does a ballot and everything sealed, certified, and everything else. You see what you have to do with the certifications, and you get thousands and thousands of people sitting in somebody's living room signing ballots all over the place. No, I think that mail-in voting is a terrible thing. I think if you vote, you should go. And even the concept of early voting is not the greatest because a lot of things happen, but it's okay. But you should go and you should vote. I think you should go and you should vote. You look at what they do, where they grab thousands of mail-in ballots and they dump it. I'll tell you what, and I don't have to tell you, you can look at the statistics. There's a lot of dishonesty going along with mail-in voting, mail-in ballots.
So he says, look at these statistics.
Yeah.
So his position is that like mail-in voting is bad when it's voter fraud, and that everyone who's doing it other than him is doing voter fraud.
That would be the uncharitable way of viewing it, but one thing I will say as we go through this, Donald Trump and the Republicans never, ever, ever seem to be interested in making mail-in ballots more secure. It's always just getting rid of mail-in voting, despite the fact that a lot of them utilize it, because a lot of people in the military have utilized it for voting, for good reason too. Sometimes you're overseas, sometimes you're out of state, or whatever. Going down to the next one, on May 20th, Donald Trump answered in a press briefing that thousands and thousands of mail-in ballots were fraudulently filled out. On May 24th, he says that you can't have mail-in ballots, saying it would be the greatest rigged election in history. And keep in mind, again, we're months and months and months before any election.
Wait.
What?
The May 20th tweet, it says 2024. Is that out of order or?
Oh, wait, I might have just written the...
Yeah,
Wait, hold on.
2024.
Shut the
Or
fuck up, dude. I'm sorry, this is May 2020. I wrote a 4 here on accident, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Gotcha.
Jesus Christ.
Good clarifying.
On May 24th, he tweeted that the U.S. can't have mail-in ballots. It'd be the greatest rigged election in history. On August 24th, he said that the only way that they can lose the election is if it's rigged and someone takes it from us. It's the only way to lose is if it's rigged. On September 23rd, he said that he would not commit to a peaceful transfer of power, claiming that the mail-in ballots were fraudulent and out of control. If you want, we can click that would not commit link.
That sounds spicy.
Minute and 10 seconds.
1.5.
Sure, we can 1.5 this. Let me know when all of you have it loaded up and we're ready to listen.
Ready.
Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Win, lose, or draw in this election. Will you commit here today for a peaceful transferal of power after the election? And there has been rioting in Louisville. There's been rioting in many cities across this country, red and your so-called red and blue states. Will you commit to making sure that there is a peaceful transferal of power after the election?
Well, we're going to have to see what happens. You know that I've been complaining very strongly about the ballots, and the ballots are a disaster.
I understand that, but people are rioting. Do you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transferal of power?
We want to get rid of the ballots, and you'll have a we'll have a very peaceful. There won't be a transfer, frankly. There'll be a continuation. The ballots are out of control. You know it, and you know who knows it better than anybody else? The Democrats know it better than anybody else. Go ahead.
The second question is, will you?
Please go ahead. You asked the question.
All right.
Just as okay.
I noticed something about. Sorry. So with the 2017 Advisory Commission on Election Integrity, that was after he won through the Electoral College, right? That was right after he won, beginning of his term, essentially, right? So the question, I guess my question would be, why did he do that? Wouldn't that sort of, if you want to give a charitable interpretation, show that he was always concerned about election fraud?
The issue is that, one, he asserts it with no evidence. So he put together that commission to try to find something, because all of the claims that he made prior to that were done basically on like social media memes. And then two, I think if you were looking for voter fraud, I think that I would guess that you would put together a commission that would try to work with states to do investigations or whatever, or to do policy or procedure like overviews, rather than like doing the most insanely like, it's a really big ask. It would kind of be like me saying, like, I think here's what the commission would say, okay? I think that my girlfriend is cheating on me. Well, in order to prove that, I'm going to ask her to literally turn over every single email, text message, and every single thing she sent in, like, the past, 5 years. And somebody's like, oh, okay, well, Jesus, I think that when you're asking for that much information, it seems like, well, one, do you have any evidence of this happening at all? No. And then two, the information you're asking for is unprecedented and crazy. No federal government in the history of the U.S. has ever asked for this much information from a state for state voter rolls. So it kind of seems like it feels more like you're digging than you're honestly asking a question.
But the average person who thinks they're
formed that. I was just gonna say the reason he formed that committee was not because he lost the elections, because he lost the popular vote, and he seemingly believed that he did win the popular vote.
Maybe. I don't know, I guess. Maybe.
Because it was right after he won the first time, not when he was kicked out, so to speak, or whatever.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Okay. Somebody else was saying something?
Yeah, I was going to say the average person who thinks his girlfriend is cheating on him is going to go through the text regardless. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I don't know if that's necessarily a good...
Wouldn't a better comparison be YouTube has shadow banned me, and to prove it, I'm going to need all of your guys' analytics. I'm going to need access to your YouTube accounts, and you're gonna have to give me free reign through all of your YouTube stuff. I can prove this.
I need your username and password to make sure
yeah.
that my account was
kind of, yeah.
wrongly
But somebody's like
terminated.
making the accusation with no evidence, right?
Yeah.
Like I think that the person is doing something bad. I have no evidence. I need to go through every single thing you have to see if I can find evidence of you doing something that.
Let's run with that analogy for just a sec, because you could say, well, logically, if I'm in a long distance relationship, my girlfriend, I could see how logically she might be more likely to cheat because I'm not around. That doesn't mean that I have evidence that she's cheating. It'd be another thing to accuse her of cheating, but is it wrong to acknowledge that you are increasing your the possibility of being cheated on?
I think that would be totally a-okay. But then I think that like the statements and the steps made afterwards would.
I
be
love that
more
we're
indicative
so
of your
retarded.
mindset.
We have
so
to
like if
talk
Donald
about
Trump was
this
just saying
in,
that
like,
like the election
YouTube drama
might
cheating
have problems,
terms.
then or
That's
maybe
so
we need to do something
fucking
to secure these.
funny.
That would be one thing. But when he says things like the only way they can lose the election is if it's
Like,
rigged.
the only
or
way
when
this would
saying
be
that, like,
even
if
worse is
mail-in
if we have to
ballots,
talk
it'll be
about it in the
greatest rigged
concept of,
election
like,
in history,
pedophilia.
or when we're making strong claims of voter fraud.
So
with no
Dr.
evidence. I
Disrespect
think
is
that
a
that's
groomer
much,
because,
a step much
great,
further than just saying,
fantastic.
well, there's the potential for bad things to be happening.
God.
I'd say. Okay, reading down from that, Trump fluidly switched between definitions when he claimed the election was rigged, meaning it could be officials rigging polls, ballot boxes being stuffed, ballots being not counted, boxes being tossed, vote totals being changed. It seems like when he talks about a rigged election, sometimes we move through a lot of these. It's hard to know at any particular point in time what he's talking about. It could be all the way from like the media rigged it by just giving him unfavorable coverage, all the way to, you know, like the actual like ballot harvesting and ballot dumping happened. It depends on the interview. It's important to note that while Donald Trump claims ahead of time that voter fraud would be rampant in 2020, he never actually gives a way to make mail-in ballots more secure. He simply advocates for the elimination of them altogether, repeatedly, because he knows they will favor Democratic voters. If anybody ever, I guess if anybody's listening or ever, I tried to find an example of this ever, of Donald Trump or the Republicans giving a way to make them more secure. I couldn't find it. I always hear Donald Trump attacking mail-in ballots, and he even attacked early voting, which is also something that Democrats are more likely to do, saying that we shouldn't have it, but he never gives ways to make it more secure, which I feel like also kind of like is indicative of a state of mind. But
leading up to the election, is it realistic to? Sorry, actually, Willie, you go. I've been talking too much.
I was gonna say the mail-in thing is all like COVID related, right?
basically, yeah, that's a big driver for it. I mean, there was mail-in ballots before, but at the level that it was being done, this was never done before at this level. But it was largely driven by COVID, or driven by COVID, basically, yeah.
I would propose like having where you could only do mail-in if you were in the military actively, or if you could indicate a reason, because I can understand the argument being put forward and why people are concerned about mail-in ballots. We can get into that later. And I don't know if there's any record of the Republicans ever actually, like, whether Shapiro, for example, has spoken on this and actually given details. But I could see an argument being made where it's like, okay, the military can do mail-in, but we can't just open up mail-in for everyone. I don't know if that would qualify as proposing actual changes.
Potentially, yeah. But again, I think you would have to see like an effort then to work with people, because regardless of what we think about COVID now or not, people were worried about getting infected. People were worried about disease. People wanted to do distancing. So people were worried about like large areas and large gatherings of people. So if some sort of compromise were made, like, oh, well, we're going to open, 3 times as many polling places or voting booths, or we're going to extend like early voting to give people a chance to vote in person so that they don't have to mail in voting things. Like, I could understand all of this being like potential solutions, but it was always just no mail-in ballots, no mail-in ballots, no mail-in ballots. It always seemed to be uncompromising. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be like unconstitutional? Wouldn't that be like a way for them to basically dictate how individual states conduct their election process, which is something the federal government can't do?
Yes.
Oh.
This is why standing will be an issue later on when we talk about some court cases. The federal government, the states have a right to do time, I think it's time, manner, and place. I think the federal government can only dictate the election day, I believe, as per the Constitution.
Do I get bonus points for that?
Yes, congratulations.
Yes, yes, brownie points. Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, great question, Act. Okay.
Good job, Mr. Act.
So,
I have a question.
Go ahead, Tom.
So,
Yeah, no.
if you want to be charitable to Trump, okay, let's say April 2020 is the first time that he, at least as far as the 2020 election section, talks about voter fraud in terms of ballots.
To you?
And then September 29th, this one is like a month before the election, right? Like not 2 months, not too long, right? Is it not fair to say that maybe he from the start thought that there never could have even been a chance to basically like what you're asking, like because you propose like, okay, well, he never even tried to like make it more easy to verify or have better verification for these things. He just said no mail-in ballots, right?
Yeah.
Is it not feasible, realistic, reasonable to think that maybe he assumed that there never could have been a process within a few months to like change or ratify, whatever the fuck you want to say, the entire voting process to make verification more rigorous in the time before the election?
If that was the case, wouldn't he be asking for like any changes to actually occur with the process at all whatsoever, outside of just saying that it's bad?
Yeah, like the problem is that like maybe if he would have proposed some and states could have said like, well, we can't do that in time. I think there's a stronger argument there, but again, with no proposals, it makes it hard to even consider that counterfactual. Like, let's say the Republicans said we really wanted to have, yeah, any proposal,
if he had given
anything.
a proposal,
yeah, anything, just one, a single thing. I think that would be an argument in that direction, but
it's kind of like if you were to debate the definition of insurrection, but you weren't willing to give your own definition.
Okay, you lost. You tried too hard. Now you lost your teacher stuck-up point. Okay.
how much precedent do we have around mail-in voting? How long has that been going on?
I don't know exactly how long. I know it's been going on for a while, but I'm not sure the exact length of time.
I'm gonna look it up. How long has mail-in voting been around?
Actually,
Civil
wait.
War,
Was
they
it-
first experimented with absentee voting on a large scale.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Civil War or the Revolutionary War, but it might be the Civil War where people that had gone off to combat were mailing in. That might have been,
They
but so, yeah,
didn't
it's
even
been a
have
while.
a president in the Revolutionary War.
Right? Yeah, that was really fucking retarded. Good job. You lost 10 points for me saying that. Okay, just fuck you.
Sick.
It would have just been the Civil War. Good job. Wow, look at you, Willie. Good job. I set you up for that one. Just
Dude,
so you
this
know.
shit's easy, dude.
Yeah.
You'd be a fun political science teacher.
No.
No, it'd be terrible. He'd be calling somebody retarded 2 seconds.
Also,
ago.
listen, I'm sure they were voting
There you
for
go.
mayors or some bullshit of their colonies also. So minus 10 more points from you, actually. You're down negative 20. Okay.
Off.
I was the one who said the Civil War thing. Okay, I'll take
Good for you.
responsibility.
All right, great. Moving on. Donald Trump attempted to call the election early on the night of, despite everyone across the nation knowing it would take some time to count the incoming mail-in ballots. He also falsely claimed that he won many states by margins that were impossible to be overcome, despite it having been completely untrue, and continues to call the mail-in ballots fraudulent, claiming that he had already won the election. On November 5th, the next morning, he went as far as to tweet, "Stop the count," so he wouldn't lose his majority. I think maybe that's supposed to be November 4th, but hold on. We're going to do the everyone across the nation. Click that so we can watch this. Or no, wait, it's just an article from The Guardian. What is the date for this stupid fucking article? This is, okay, so again, this is a November 1st article. Everybody in media, everybody knew that there was a good chance that, like, as the mail-in ballots were counted, that things were going to look different than the actual voting in place on election night. Everybody knew that was going to happen. And then you've got the tweet on November 5th, where he, in all caps, he says, "Stop the count." Right, we've all seen that. Okay. Okay. Famous tweet. Stop the count. On October 31st, 2020, there is a leaked audio recording from October 31st, 2020 of Steve Bannon, which shows him speaking about Trump's plan to call the election early. Multiple recordings of Roger Stone affirm the same. So let's just click this leaked audio recording right here. 1:30. This is a little bit cut up. I don't believe that the original full audio has been released, which sucks. So if you want, you can take this with a grain of salt, I guess. It's from Mother Jones. This is
Was this leaked like years later?
this was leaked on 2022.
Okay.
Mother Jones is I would say a very far left publication, like further left than WAPO, Washington Post, or New York Times. So keep that in mind. If you do trust it, don't trust it, just a thing to keep in mind. We're going to set it to 1.5. Let me know when you're ready to play.
What is, sorry, just real quick clarifying question. Steve Bannon, is he the Blaze or Breitbart? What is he?
Steve Bannon was one of the founders / owners of Breitbart, and I don't know if he had an official role in the Trump campaign, but I know that he was like serving as an advisor and like talked to Trump and got him support. Breitbart is a very far right, weird kind of media, alternative media online thing. I'll say, yeah.
Is it just a website?
Yes,
that's where Milo Yiannopoulos worked.
Yeah, Milo worked there. Yeah, Bannon worked there. Yeah, a lot of kind of wacky things. Okay, I think he might have been a campaign manager actually in 2016. So he did have an official role with the campaign.
Is Milo the
Milo
gay guy?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Now he is back to being gay. Yes. Okay.
He was the
He
reformed
ungayed-
sodomite.
we don't need to go down this rabbit hole.
The
bro. I don't
reformed
need to-
We don't need to
sodomite.
go down. Yeah.
What a
Ungayed
great
for a little-
word.
What?
I said sodomite. What a great word.
True. Okay. 1.5 speed. We're ready to play. 3, 2, 1, go.
And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's a winner. He's just going to say he's a winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of that. That's our strategy. He's going to turn himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. We're going to have Antifa crazy, the media crazy, the courts are crazy, and Trump's going to be sitting there mocking, tweeting shit out. You lose. I'm the winner. I'm the king. And he'll be all over. He'll be going, where's Hunter? Is Hunter on a crack pipe? I mean, no, he'll be, because then it doesn't matter. Remember, here's the thing. After that, Trump never has to go to a voter again. He's going to fire Ray, the FBI director. He's going to say, fuck you. How about that? Because he's never going to, he's done his last election. Oh, he's going to be off the chain. He's going to be crazy. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. Because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it. I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states.
Chat, he's done his last election is fucking nuclear. Jesus Christ.
So it's not clear that this guy has any direct relation to his cabinet, or like.
It's not clear what?
Does this guy have any direct relations to his cabinet? Or
My name is Keith Owen. This was Donald Trump's campaign manager in 2016. He worked with the campaign for election, and him and Trump spoke a lot. He was like in the White House. He helped Trump like pick candidates to support. I believe he was the reason why Trump supported Roy Moore in Alabama. This isn't like.
Because isn't this about 2020?
Yeah, I don't know up to when we get to 2020 how much connection he has with him at that point. But I mean, like again, it's like clear that like everybody knows like what's going to be happening. Like it's none of this is like a mistake or an accident. Like for anybody that's paying attention, it's pretty obvious like what the plan is or what the goal is. Yeah.
I feel like the most concerning part about that is at the end he says Trump's never going to need the voter again. That's very, I don't know, dystopian, is that the word?
A little bit, but the charitable and probably the good faith, what he's actually saying there is that because that's his second term, he's not going to run again.
He can't run again.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Yeah. I'm going to do, we're going to do just the next link as well for Roger Stone. Let me know once you've clicked this. It should open at 19 seconds and then set it to 1.5 times. Roger Stone has a lot of affiliation with Donald Trump and the Trump campaign. He worked with the campaign in 2020, and he was also one of the people that Donald Trump pardoned once he was convicted of lying to Congress. So go to 19 seconds on this, and then we're going to put it at 1.5 times, and then we're going to play.
Ready?
All right. Ready? Everybody good?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
To the election. Let's just hope we're celebrating. I suspect I really do suspect it'll still be up in the air. But when that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Sorry, you're wrong. You. ABC. I should voted right to the Bible. That's what I'm. No point. Let's start smashing pumpkins if you know what. The select committee.
Okay, we can pause here.
Witness.
Roger Stone shows up as a witness to testify, and he pleads the fifth, I think, like 50 or 60 times. He has no answers for the J6 Commission at all. But Roger Stone knew it was going to happen as well. Also, Bannon was also pardoned by Trump, too. I'm sorry, I missed that part. But, yeah, so just as a heads up. So, okay, so up to here, okay, Bernie Sanders on TV, articles being written. Everybody knows that the mail-in ballots are going to lean Democrat. Everybody knows it's going to go in that direction. Everybody knows this, even without voter fraud, that's what's going to happen. You've got people like Bannon and Stone that are on calls, that are being recorded, that are saying things like, yeah, he's got to declare that he's going to win immediately. He has to do this. He might even shut down polling because he knows that the mail-in ballots are going to skew in one direction. All of this is true with no voter fraud or anything weird or suspicious or anything happening, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Roger Stone has to be literally retarded to get caught saying that on recording. What
I
the
can't
hell?
believe they're saying that out loud, right?
Where the fuck did that come from?
Insane. What the fuck?
Stone is a very
Fuck you.
He had his I win, you lose, that's how the world works moment. Who was that again? Yeah.
Mr. Octoroon.
Yeah, I learned a new slur that day, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to dip down into
Roger
this.
Stone again? Sorry.
Who is Roger Stone? There's a huge answer to that question. He's
Well,
just
I
been
just mean in relation to.
No, I understand.
He was the guy that
Roger Stone has been a political operative for a long time in the United States, and he worked very closely with the Trump campaign in order to do a bunch of stuff related to the Trump campaign, all the way from media appearances and stuff like that to potentially more insidious things, but I don't even get into any of that. But we'll just say that, like, Roger Stone was a Trump surrogate. He was somebody that worked with the Trump campaign, like very openly, very directly. Nobody is like, this isn't like conspiracy or anything. They like, yeah. Remember, Trump pardoned Roger Stone and Steve Bannon for crimes that they were convicted of. Like the relationship is very open. It's not like a behind the scenes type thing.
So they were actually convicted and found guilty in court.
Yes, anytime somebody accepts a pardon from a president, a pardon means that they were convicted of a crime or that they've essentially pled guilty.
What were they convicted of?
Jesus fucking Christ, Tom. Bannon, I don't remember. Roger Stone was convicted, I believe, of lying to Congress when he was questioned about. I don't remember what it was in relation to. I'd have to go back and check. I don't remember what they were convicted of. I just know they both got pardoned by Trump. Okay.
Well, so was it
were they
related at all to this or no?
Convicted of? For Bannon and
Because I feel
It was
like
a parking ticket.
So President Trump commuted the sentence of his longtime friend Roger Stone on 7 felony crimes on Friday. Let's
First
see,
he issued clemency, and then like 7 months later it was, yeah. I think for Stone, I think it might have been questioning relating to the Mueller investigation, the Russia stuff. But
yeah,
I don't remember.
Russian interference, yeah. Obstructing congressional investigation, yeah. That's what he was found guilty of.
Okay. I'll put that in here to add, so for my next focus group, I have that information, okay? Thank you for the questions, okay? I do appreciate it, if you're curious. And maybe that would be good to have. Okay. Okay. The next section I have here, a little breakout for the Dominion versus Fox News suit. In June of 2021, Dominion filed a complaint against Fox News, alleging that the company engaged in a widespread campaign of defamatory behavior towards Dominion in order to salvage its reputation among conservative media listeners. Dominion's lawsuit accused Fox of lying on 4 separate claims. First, hold on, let me say this.
Who's Dominion?
Yeah, I should have this in here. So if you ever hear about allegations relating to like voter fraud machines or like machines, Hugo Chavez, machines rigging, machines turning votes, whatever, chances are you're thinking of that's Dominion. Dominion was a company that was responsible for delivering and servicing, I think, machines in multiple states that were responsible for doing the voting stuff. They were vote machines, basically. Yeah.
Dude,
Okay.
the Hanging Chads, right?
No, they weren't that
No?
company.
Oh.
But something, yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Were
They were-
was Dominion like in all 50 states or just some of the states? Were they what's the word? Not licensed, but
Just sold machines.
were they like contracted by state governments to like?
I don't
have them-
remember how widespread they were. I think they might have been the single largest. They might have been the single individual largest voting machine administrator, but I don't remember. But they were in several states.
Okay.
More than a dozen, I believe. I don't remember how many exactly though.
Gotcha.
Okay, so Dominion's lawsuit accused Fox of lying on 4 separate claims. 1, that Dominion committed election fraud by rigging the 2020 presidential election. 2, Dominion's software and algorithms manipulated vote counts in the 2020 presidential election. 3, that Dominion is owned by a company founded in Venezuela to rig elections for the dictator Hugo Chavez. And 4, that Dominion paid kickbacks to government officials who used its machines in the 2020 presidential election. So in Dominion's civil suit against Fox News, they were saying Fox News made all 4 of these claims, and that's what they were going to sue them for. Okay? During the course of the case, like in terms of like facts, like Dominion was established in 2002 by CEO John Paulus. They procured their first contract with New York State in July of 2009. After it became clear that Trump would lose the election on November 6th, Donald Trump began to complain that his lead had mysteriously disappeared. On November 7th, Fox projected Trump had lost the election. On November 8th, Fox invited Sidney Powell onto the Sunday Morning Future show to discuss the Dominion voting fraud. Powell declared there was a massive and coordinated effort to steal this election from we the people of the United States of America, to delegitimize and destroy votes for Donald Trump, to manufacture votes for Joe Biden. More to the complaint. I don't have time to read through all this shit right now. Okay. Let's see. They've got a motion for summary judgment. If you want, you can click the complaint. Wait, do I have... Actually, wait. This complaint is boring. Don't click the complaint. Yeah, it is.
Any document that looks like that is going to be a long read.
Yeah, that instead go down to Dominion's motion for summary judgment. Okay. So we won't go through all of this, and we're not going to go through actually almost any of this. I'm just going to show a few slides from this. This is insane. If you ever get bored and you want to read through like the clearest defamation cases you've ever seen in your entire life, stuff like this is insane. If you want, you can open this and you can go to, we'll just go to slide 124. So scroll all the way down to 124. Also, Sidney Powell was one of the lawyers that Trump's campaign found when they were trying to find ways to challenge the election results. Okay.
Okay.
Was Sidney Powell ever convicted of a crime?
I don't know up to this point.
Not sure if Sydney comes through or not. Her Kraken case, cases all dismissed.
Yeah. Well, here, let me just
Pearl Harbor. Sorry.
Yeah. Let me know when you guys are at like slide 123, I guess.
Just for context, in October 2023, Sidney Powell pled guilty to 6 misdemeanor counts of conspiring to intentionally interfere with the performance of election duties. She was sentenced to 6 years of probation, agreed to testify against the other defendants. So that's what happened.
Gotcha. Okay. Are we all on slide 123? It'll say P123.
Yep.
Okay, so all of these people are like either Fox execs, news hosts, and then this motion for summary judgment is basically just, it's when you're filing a motion before a court in pre-trial, before you go to trial, saying, hey, I think that this case is so obvious that neither of us are disagreeing on the facts, and I've already won the case just based on what we've agreed on. That's like a motion for summary judgment. You're saying basically just tell me that I've won before we even have to go to court. So on this motion, this is what was filed to the court. A lot of this contains depositions. So a deposition is when you basically get a lawyer and then a witness that you want to ask questions to, and then under oath they testify, and then these are things that you can bring up in court later, right? As a deposition. Okay, so question. All the questions are from Dominion's attorneys. Did the fact that all of Miss Powell's lawsuits were dismissed and that court after court had noted that she had failed to provide the court with factual support for her extraordinary claims affect her credibility or reliability in your eyes? Lou Dobbs is a very famous host on Fox News, or was at least, he might still be, and his answer was, yes, I think. And then after they ask a question, they'll show emails inside Fox News. So this was an email from Jeff Field, who was, I think, an exec at Fox News, to Lou Dobbs saying, not sure if Sydney comes through or not. Her Kraken cases were all dismissed. The next one is an email from Sidney Powell to Lou Dobbs saying, we have a warning to the mainstream media. You have purposely sided with the forces that are trying to overthrow the U.S. system. These 4 people and their collaborators executed an electoral 9/11 against the United States with the cooperation and collusion of the media and the Democrat Party and China. It is a cyber Pearl Harbor. The next thing is, I believe this is another Fox News exec from Schreier. He says, Lou's wife just sent this to Eric and Alex. I think it's from Sydney, and it looks like she might be making these claims on the show. I don't have any evidence. I don't know what her evidence is. I told Alex to make sure that Lou pushes on the veracity of this. I find it odd that she claims to have this evidence, but her cases are being thrown out. I just wanted to send this to you so that you weren't surprised if it happens. And then this is a senior producer from Fox. I had reservations about putting it, Sidney Powell, on air. I hadn't had time to look into the document honestly. And then you see a tweet from Lou Dobbs repeating what Sidney Powell had emailed. The 2020 election is a cyber Pearl Harbor. The left-wing establishment have aligned their forces to overthrow the United States. #MAGA, #America First, #hashtag Dobbs. And then in the deposition, testimony from Lou Dobbs. The tweet states the 2020 election is a cyber Pearl Harbor. The left-wing establishment have aligned their forces to overthrow the United States government. #MAGA, correct. And then Lou Dobbs says correct. And then after the show, you see Lou Dobbs tweeting more Sidney Powell stuff, and then more testimony saying, in the moments after your 5 o'clock broadcast on December 10th, were you, Lou Dobbs, concerned that Sidney Powell had failed once again to meet the expectation of providing evidence to support her claims? His answer was, I was disappointed, yes. This whole deposition is like 300 like exhibits or pages of stuff, or 212. It just is a whole through line of them basically doing research in the back, knowing that everything is like fake and bullshit, but having to take it on air and publish it anyway because Fox News was losing audience to OAN and Newsmax, who were publishing these false claims. Fox News knew about all of it. One of the things, Tom, that you said earlier, that Fox News had lost this case to Dominion. Fox News did not lose this case to Dominion. The day that it was going to go to trial, Fox News said fuck it, and they decided to settle before it ever went to trial, probably because they knew there was no chance in hell that they were going to win this case. So Fox News ended up settling. The settlement was like $784 million. It was the largest settlement ever paid out in a defamation case in the history of all of defamation cases.
So Lou Dobbs is the Fox News exec, right?
Lou Dobbs is a host. He's like a host on a show. He's like a Tucker Carlson.
This question right here, the 2020 election is cyber Pearl Harbor. The left-wing establishment is aligned with their forces to overthrow the United States government. #MAGA, #America First, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
That's him just admitting he made the tweet?
Yes.
Okay.
But then later on, it's him admitting that there was no evidence for any of this.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. And then earlier, I don't know if I might have linked more parts of this deposition in other parts of the doc that we'll go through, but Fox News over and over again says that like they've got something called the Brain Room. It was referenced earlier in my document. The Brain Room was like the Fox News fact-checking body that was like trying to verify any of the claims, and they constantly and consistently said, none of these claims are true. We can't verify any of this. None of this is true. Why are you publishing any of this? Like over and over and over and over and over again. But yeah.
So the problem does not seem to be, because I was questioning what happened with the lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
Based on what they were alleging, the problem wasn't just that they had Sidney Powell on. It's that they had like good reason to believe that she was full of shit. They had her on anyway, and then also Fox News hosts parroted exactly what she said there, despite internal knowledge that there was no factual basis for her claims.
Tom.
Correct.
On page 28 or slide 28, whatever it is, the question is, if the Brain Room had concluded that the charges were in fact false, they never should have been aired, correct? And it's like, yeah.
Oh.
They picked a really fucked up picture of David Clark there.
Yeah, what is that? Why you gotta do my boy David Clark dirty?
It looks like he
that?
just hit a dab pen like crazy. Jesus. Faded than
Looks
a
like his picture
All right.
went through like a meme deep fryer.
Yeah, and then even if you want to go up like even more from what was just read there, on page, it says P25, Exhibit 25 or whatever, like they say here, Trump report, Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide, data analysis finds 221,000 Pennsylvania votes, blah, blah, blah. And then the facts, this is from the Brain Room at Fox News. The facts, there's no evidence of widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election or of major problems with Dominion systems. Election officials from both political parties have stated publicly that the election went well, and international observers confirmed that there were no serious irregularities, right?
So basically, Fox News did this because it kept their viewers engaged, and they were competing with other news agencies.
Yeah, with
More
OAN and Newsmax, correct? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any evidence of communication between Trump and Fox News in regards to this?
Trump and Fox News, in regards to this specifically, I don't think so, but it would be between Sidney Powell going on to Fox News. And then I think I have like 3. These are like some of the death threats that Fox News, I think, was getting because of their coverage of. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is some of the death threats that I guess employees at Dominion were getting. I don't know why I have those. I guess I'm just how unhinged people were after the Fox News coverage. Run. I don't need to do that. We are already watching you. Come clean and you'll live. What is the penalty for treason? Fuck Antifa, whatever. Death threat 2 is you're all fucking dead. You're all fucking dead. We're bringing back the firing squad and you fuckers are all dead. Everybody involved up against the wall, you motherfuckers. Death threat 3 is yeah, good afternoon. Fuck you, fucking scumbags. We're gonna blow your fucking building up, piece of fucking shit. Yeah.
What the fuck did you just say about me, you little bitch?
Yeah, exactly. As a quick thing, I guess you guys should know this because you're all streamers. But just as a quick thing to keep in mind as well. But when people say they're going to sue somebody for defamation, if you're a public figure or a public entity, the threshold for suing for defamation is significantly higher than a private citizen. There's a court case well known, and I know all of you know this because it's so important to our online careers. New York Times v. Sullivan established that you have to prove something called an actual malice standard against somebody who you say has defamed you, meaning it's not just enough to show that they published false statements about you. You had to show that they did it
some reason, I
either
thought he was gonna
knowingly
say
or with
Ethan
like
Klein
they
versus Matt
absolutely
Haas.
they conducted themselves with such gross negligence that they should have known otherwise. So
It's called reckless disregard for the truth, basically.
there you go. Yeah,
is what
exactly.
it's
Yeah.
called. Yeah.
So if Fox News, I only bring that up because, good job, Tom. Plus 2 points for you. Okay. If Fox News had just published these because they thought these claims were true and they really didn't know better, they wouldn't have been so fucked on this case. It was because they knowingly lied about these claims over and over and over again. Okay. Going forward to the next section on election night. The election occurred on November 3rd and went as everyone predicted, with Donald Trump initially having a large lead and then slowly losing it as the mail-in ballots were counted as the night progressed. At 11:20 p.m., Fox News called Arizona for Joe Biden, sending Donald Trump and his team into a fury. Jason Miller tweeted out, admonishing Fox News for calling the election early. Jared Kushner was also in contact with Rupert Murdoch, who's the CEO owner of Fox News. As the night went on, at 2:30 a.m. the following morning, Trump told supporters this is a fraud on the American public. Trump said that he wanted to go to the Supreme Court to stop the counting of ballots and then declared himself the winner of the election. Pence went up on stage afterwards, contradicting Trump and saying that while he was sure they'd won the election, he would wait until every vote was counted. If you want, we can do the click that link for fraud on the American public, I guess, and it should go to 722 in a video, and then We can put this on 1.5, and then let me know when you're ready to hit go.
On the American public.
Ready?
Ready?
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans.
Does anyone else hear that
cast their
loud
vote for
buzzing
4 more
noise?
years for president.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's Willie.
Bro, I thought my mic was fucked this whole time. Oh my god, that was him buzzing the whole time.
President Donald Trump in the White House.
I've been trying to fix this for like 10 minutes.
And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins
Okay, so,
that you've inspired,
so just to establish up to this point, everybody knew how the ballots would go. Everybody knew there was a chance they'd turn overnight. You've got Roger Stone and Steve Bannon that are saying Trump's going to try to call it an election night so that he can't lose. And then on election night, Donald Trump tries to call it. He says that the fact that the votes are starting to change is evidence of fraud. He tries to say that we need to stop the voting. Like, everything is I would say, like a pretty clear line up to this point. But that's where we're at up through election night. Okay. Okay.
Gotcha.
On the next one, I've got a section here for legal challenges. As of in July of 2022, a collection of, I should have something for, what were the challenges? Sorry. In July of 2022, a collection of 8 different conservative judges, politicians, and analysts published a report called Lost Not Stolen, the conservative case that Trump lost and Biden won the 2020 presidential election. In the report, they go through all 64 cases the Trump campaign put forth to judges, claiming that every case was without merit and affirming the results of the 2020 election. I'm just going to read an excerpt from that in the Lost Not Stolen thing. This is from page 4. We therefore have undertaken an examination of every claim of fraud and miscount put forward by former President Trump and his advocates, and now put the results of those investigations before the American people, and especially before fellow conservatives who may be uncertain about what and whom to believe. Our conclusion is unequivocal. Joe Biden was the choice of a majority of voters, or of a majority of the electors, who themselves were the choice of the majority of voters in their states. Quoting from the Trump campaign's court cases below, of the 64 cases brought by Trump and his supporters, 20 were dismissed before a hearing on the merits, 14 were voluntarily dismissed by Trump and his supporters before a hearing on the merits, and 30 cases included a hearing on the merits. Only in one Pennsylvania case involving far too few votes to overturn the results did Trump and his supporters prevail. So a lot of people just say that every case was dismissed on standing and say that, like, that's why none of them were even heard. They didn't consider the evidence. That is not true. Even in some where they did dismiss on standing, the judges themselves did go over some of the merits for why it was a dumb case. For a lot of these cases that they said were like super strong, it would literally just be like an affidavit or two from people saying that they thought they saw mass voter fraud, and then they would basically say, like, can you just like toss the whole election or redo the whole vote? Like, the remedies that they were seeking in these courts were way too huge, given like just one or two affidavits. So when you bring a case before a court, okay, hold on, real quick. So there's 2 separate things when it comes to like going to court. You've got criminal matters. So criminal matter means that you're breaking some sort of criminal statute that either the state or the federal government has made a law. So things like killing, rape, whatever stuff like that. In these cases, the person coming after you is the state, usually represented by a district attorney or some kind of like state attorney general, right? For a civil case is where you're not necessarily doing something that's going to get you in criminal trouble, but I might sue you for violating some agreement. All of the Donald Trump cases were civil cases. In order for a state to hear, or in order for a court to hear a case, you have to be able to prove that you have standing. When you prove that you have standing for a case, part of what you prove is that, 1, you're affected by something. You're an injured party, right? So let's say that, for instance, let's say that you don't pay rent to your landlord in like the state of Washington. I can't sue you for that. I have no standing. I'm not affected. So one is you've got to prove that you were an injured party, and a second part is you've got to prove that the court can do something to help you to remedy the situation, right? So let's say that you kicked my dog and you killed my dog, or no, that's not a good example. Let's say that you lied to me or something, I guess, or you like stole like a cartoon coloring book or something from me, and I try to like take you to court and I sue you, and like the court's like, we can't really do anything. There's no remedy. There's not a good remedy here to cure the injury. We can't do anything about this, right? So there's different parts of the case you kind of have to show up front. You might have heard the term like prima facie, like you've got to be able to show that given the facts of what I'm alleging, a law has actually been broken or some agreement has been violated, basically. These are all things you've got to do before a judge will hear a case. You can't just sue anybody for any random fucking reason. You've got to prove a couple things first. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in like 10 words or less, does it just mean you don't have enough evidence?
Standing means you have a good reason to feel like you got fucked by a person, and this court can help you with that problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick, but I'll keep my headset on so I can still hear.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a piss break too. Collective piss break.
Yeah, go ahead. Go pee. Yeah, go. Yeah, take a deep breath. Go do that. Go pee. Knock yourselves out. Yeah. Go ahead, Nick. Get the fuck out of here. Go do it. You know you
I don't got anywhere else to go, bro. I'm chilling.
Okay, whatever.
It's literally just me. What the fuck?
Okay. Well, how's life? What are you working on right now? What video?
Boogie
Oh,
2988. Yeah. I'm
Can you
slow.
believe that liar tattoo was a fake?
Are you sure it's fake? I'm pretty sure it's fake.
Well, hasn't it already worn off?
Well, he said he was he peeled his face or whatever. I think it's still there. It just looks faded. I don't know.
You believe that?
No, but I got a tattoo on my foot and it looks like kind of like that. But this after like 7 years, not after
7 days.
7 days, yeah. How did that whole thing happen? Because I almost fucked that for you, right?
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You and I think. No, it was just you. Willie Mac
Yeah.
might have as well, but it might have just been you.
See, I was trying. I thought like, okay, I know Boogie. I can maybe set something up. I didn't realize the cogs were already turning. It was already going to happen.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Be back. Destiny, what games are you playing these days?
Nothing right now.
League,
busy?
just 2 months of League straight, right after this.
Absolutely
Dude.
not.
League is the type of game that whenever friends of mine ask like, "Hey, should I play it? Should I get into it?" My answer is always no.
Correct. That is correct. Yeah.
That is the only correct answer.
Would you recommend somebody try heroin or? Yeah, you just wouldn't. Don't do
Well,
it.
you know, for the first year, it's pretty fun.
Heroin
but then,
for the first year.
Yeah, for the first year, League's pretty fun.
I hear it's wicked
Oh,
good for
heroin.
weight loss. I've never seen a fat guy on heroin. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, the highest I ever got in like a ranked game was, or in like any ranked multiplayer system was Diamond 4 in League. It was like top 1.8% in the country at that point, and that was like my lowest point mentally.
Oh shit, Mudahar's in the chat. What's your stance on the insurrection, buddy?
Oh shit, is he? League is pretty awesome. Wow, he comes in here just to say the dumbest shit.
True. I feel like I'm watching a Mudahar video.
League used to be awesome.
A person? Who is
Yeah.
Monty King?
When you could.
Nicholas
Wait.
DeOrio?
When? Sorry. Never mind.
So I think at least my favorite period, because like I mean it's a game that changes so much and has
Fuck
changed
that
so
game,
much.
dude.
I would say up until like 2017, 2018, 2012 to 2017, 18-ish.
That game makes no sense.
Bro, you just know
It
Muda
like,
was
all the
asked to do
damage
this
makes
and
no
he didn't
fucking
do
sense. It's like I tried to play that game with my buddies like
I mean, he's
a fucking year
Canadian,
ago.
so
It's like you have no clue why you die. It's just like purple bars and orange bars. It's nobody tells you what the
Willie-
items do.
you can't trust Willie. Willie lies about who he beats in games.
The thing is, there's
Yeah, right.
150
Nick, I beat
champions.
Nick in Halo a
Bullshit.
couple times, and he just
Bullshit.
can never let it go.
Nope, he's making it up.
There's 150 champions, each with 4+ abilities, and you have to memorize what all of those do for each of the 150 champions, and then you also have to memorize what all the items do, and that's constantly changing on like a semi-monthly basis.
Well, you got 200 free champions right now in Raid Shadow Legends, the freemium mobile RPG
There's
game.
no shot you cooked that.
You don't know.
Shalom.
Where did you Uber Eats that from, Tom?
He let one of the women out of his fucking basement to cook for like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I fucking ordered it. What do you think?
Yeah, of course you
With all
did.
these allegations. You guys just have just as much evidence that I have a woman in my basement as evidence that Trump has a voter fraud, which is to say a lot.
Nice. Good job. Okay. Sailing through. So we went through, okay, so these are Trump court cases. There was a show called, or there was a documentary called 2,000 Mules. I don't know who heard about it. On May 20th, 2022, well-known far-right conspiracy theorist Dinesh D'Souza published a film called 2,000 Mules, where they alleged, with no solid evidence, the Democrats had organized a sophisticated system of ballot harvesting across several states. In October of 2022, Atlanta citizen Mark Andrews lawsuits for defamation.
Bro, I thought he said
conspiracy, and
2,000
intrusion on
meals. I'm like,
seclusion.
yeah, dude, I saw
A
that.
state investigation found that he had not committed any of the crimes alleged about in the film. And on May 31st, 2024, Salem Media Group settled with Andrews, releasing a public apology, and they took down the film and the book. In case you didn't, has anybody here even heard of that?
I didn't know that.
2,000 Mules?
Was it good?
Nope, never heard of it.
So it's
Did you watch it?
Fuck, I don't know if that was, I don't know how big that even was. Okay, I don't know. Basically, Dinesh D'Souza put together a movie where he tried to say they tracked a bunch of cell phone data, and if they saw a bunch of people driving by certain areas where there were ballot boxes, they basically said that we bet these people are ballot harvesting and dropping off tons of ballots here, and that was it. That was the extent of their
What
evidence.
does ballot harvesting mean, though?
Basically, it's the accusation that somebody is going to a large group of people, asking them to all vote a certain way, and then taking all of their ballots and then dropping them off at a ballot box.
And that's illegal?
If you're telling them how to vote, yes.
Okay.
Do you have, isn't there a case, wasn't there another defamation case against a woman that she got like a pretty big payout?
Oh, don't worry about that one. We'll get to that. Okay. Next section is Trump's calls. He calls states to change votes. There are multiple. There's more than just this, but okay. Well, this is the big one. Okay, so Donald Trump's January 2nd, 2021 call to Brad Raffensberger. Trump made a phone call to the election investigation. Oh, this is another thing too. Fuck, I shouldn't have this here. Okay, let me put this down. That's good. That's all right. That's what we're doing this for. Okay. I'm going to start a little bit below. On January 2nd, 2024, Donald Trump, joined by trade advisor Peter Navarro, Justice Department official John Lott, law professor John C. Eastman, he'll come up more in the future, and attorneys Rudy Giuliani, Cleta Mitchell, Alex Kaufman, Kurt Hilbert, and White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, called Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, joined by Raffensperger's Chief of Staff Jordan Fuchs, and General Counsel Ryan Germany, to discuss finding enough votes to win the election. So this was like the big call where Trump is saying, I need you to find whatever votes. On this phone call, I started writing down claims, but there's so many that he makes here, but here's 9 of them. He said there were hundreds of thousands of signature forgeries. He said that 50s of thousands of people had already been voted for. 4,502 people voted who were not on the voter registration roll. 18,000 people voted with vacant addresses. 900 voters who used a P.O. box number. There were at least 18,000 votes counted multiple times by Ruby Freeman. The water main breaking disrupted the vote process.
Player who got like accused of rape.
This was done like malevolently. That somebody I guess like somebody either broke it intentionally or the people use this to do something illegal with the votes. He talked about boxes of faked votes that were brought in to be counted. This is like a black case
this
or
is like that
suitcase.
Twitter video that was viral, right?
Correct.
And he says this all in this hour-long call?
Yeah, he said. Yeah, he goes through. I think he does like 20 or 30 different claims of voter fraud. Yeah.
Okay.
It's worth listening to the entire thing, I'd say.
It is, but it's over an hour long, and I'm not going to make you guys do that right now.
Well, yeah. No, I'm just saying on your own time.
Yeah, Trump continued to make accusations during the call, dismissing claims that he was simply getting these accusations from social media by countering that they were actually coming from Trump media. So at one point, I think Raffensperger's general counsel, Ryan Germany, I think says something like, hey, listen, we understand that you're seeing a lot of these things on social media, but they're not true. And I think Trump counters and says, I'm not seeing these on social media. I'm seeing these on Trump media. whatever the fuck that means. He also accuses Raffensberger of being criminally liable for not finding enough votes for Trump because they must have known about the voter fraud, and says that it would be a big risk for both of them if they weren't able to flip the election in favor of Trump. Trump does this a lot when he talks to people. He makes these like thinly veiled threats. One of the quotes that Trump says to Raffensberger is, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that there's no criminality, and it alludes to him engaging in criminal behavior many times. He makes this claim multiple times to Raffensberger that this must be criminal, what you're doing, you must know about this. Multiple times on the call, Donald Trump implies that he will refuse to help in the future elections of Georgia if Raffensberger won't acquiesce to his demands for 11,000 votes. Obviously, there's like the famous meme songs and everything. One of the quotes is, "I need 11,000 votes, give me a break."
And that's to win Georgia?
He goes through all these voter fraud things, and he's saying, if you can just find like this voter fraud here, this would be enough for me to win the election. I just need this. This is enough to win the election. Trump's campaign launched lawsuits against the state to contest the results, but they ended up voluntarily dismissing the lawsuit a day before it went to court. Trump also made a phone call to an election investigator, Francis Watson, on December 23rd, 2020, repeating a lot of the false claims that he'd got, that he'd repeat earlier or later on to Raffensberger. This call happened before, but I'm trying to think if we should listen to part of this.
I feel like at least a short excerpt would be useful, like the most important part, maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty.
At least I need to find 11,000 votes. If that's in there, that would be nice to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That actually comes out of his mouth.
That one quote is really important, I think.
Did
It's like saying
that?
I need to find 11,000 votes is really important.
Well, I think it's also important that the call occurred, 4 days before January 6th. So
this was January 2nd, yeah.
When you listen to it with that context in mind, it comes across like a Hail Mary attempt.
Desperation, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's fuck. I don't know how I want to treat this part.
I managed to find the timestamp for 11,000.
Well, no. Here, hold on. So this is my issue, okay? This is a whole side thing, but the media for a long time made a big deal about this. I need you to find this many votes. And the implication that the media is giving you is that Trump is telling them to fabricate that many votes. And I don't agree with that interpretation. I don't think that that's what Trump is saying. However, I don't think that's the bad thing about this call. But that's what became the fixated point. I think that, in my opinion, there are three really bad things about this call. One is that Donald Trump, on January 2nd, repeats a lot of already debunked claims of voter fraud. He repeats them over and over again, even though other people in his office in the White House have already told him none of this is true. That's number one. The second thing is he continues to engage in this kind of like weird bully behavior where he says that like, well, aren't you doing something criminal? Aren't you going to be criminally liable if you can't find these or you're not doing anything? And also, I'm not going to help you guys win your elections if you're not going to do this. I'm not going to support you guys. Who was that schmuck? Kent, I think, is one of the things that he says. That's the second thing that I think is really bad. And the third thing is that the entire call is insanely inappropriate, that a candidate would make a call to a state governor, secretary of state, and like try to call these people and say, I need you guys to do something more about election fraud. I'm sorry, Raffensberger was the secretary of state, not the governor. Governor was Kent. And say that, Kemp, and say, I need you guys to do better on this because he's not happy with the results of their election. We can find that when I need you to find these votes.
Listening during
but
my
the
why is I need you to
funny
find
enough,
these
you're
votes?
my
Why is
pipeline
that
to
not
destiny, so thanks for that.
Because
that
what
doesn't
he
sound like he's asking to fabricate.
It sounds like he's asking for, like, I need you to find that many voter fraud instances.
Correct. What he's basically saying is that, like, here's like 15 different ways that voter fraud happened. I just need you to figure out one of these guys so that I can win the election. It kind of goes to his state of mind that he's not really genuinely interested in figuring out the voter fraud. He just wants to win the election. But if you want, we can kind of listen to, actually, here, let's go back to, here, I'm going to link you a timestamp. Ignore the last one I just linked.
Okay. I think he was also saying in that call, like when he was talking to Raffensberger, that he was like, yeah, and we talked to other states like Pennsylvania, and you know they're coming out with all sorts of election fraud stuff, and you guys should do that too because you know all these other states are gonna do that as well.
He makes that claim a lot. Every single time he does, those claims are always lies. Every single time, just to be clear. I should have quotes from this. Let me know when you guys have clicked that link and you've got it loaded up at 1.5.
Second one.
Got it.
Yeah.
Already? Warren, do you have it up?
Yep. All set.
Okay.
One sec. Wait. Ready.
1.5 at 4126. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Do after the election. Let's just hope we're celebrating. I really do suspect it'll still be up in the air. When that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Sorry, over. We won.
A number came in, all for Biden. Does anybody know about it?
I know about it. Whenever.
Well, okay, Cleta, wait. I'm not asking you, Cleta, honestly. I'm asking Brad. Do you know about the military ballots that we have confirmed now? Do you know about the military ballots that came in that were 100%? I mean, 100% for Biden. Do you know about that?
And I don't know about that. I do know that we have, when military ballots come in, it's not just military, it's also military and overseas citizens. The military part of that does generally go Republican. The overseas citizen part of it generally goes very Democrat.
No, but this was, yeah, that's okay. But I got like 78% in the military. These ballots were all for, they didn't tell me overseas, could be overseas too, but I get votes overseas too, right? You know, in all fairness. No, they came in, a large batch came in, and it was, quote, 100% for Biden. And that is criminal. You know, that's criminal. Okay, that's another criminal. That's another of the many criminal events. Many criminal events here. I don't know. Look, Brad, I have to find 12,000 votes, and I have them times a lot. And therefore, I won the state. That's before we go to the next step, which is in the process of right now. You know, and I watched you this morning, and you said, well, there was no criminality. But I mean, all of this stuff is very dangerous stuff. When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that. I just don't know why you don't want to have the votes counted as they are. Like even you, when you went and did that check, and I was surprised because I didn't consider the check, and we found a few thousand votes that were against me. I was actually surprised because the way that check was done, all you're doing is recertifying existing votes. And, you were given votes and you just counted them up. And you still found 3,000 that were bad. That was sort of surprising. That came down to 3 or 5. I don't know. There's still a lot of votes. But you have to go back to check from past years with respect to signatures. And if you check with Fulton County, you'll have hundreds of thousands because they dumped ballots into Fulton County and the other county next to it. So what are we going to do here? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break. We have that in spades already. Or we can keep it going. But that's not fair to the voters of Georgia because they're going to see what happened. And they're going to see what happened. I mean, I'll take on anybody you want with regard to Ruby Freeman and her lovely daughter. Very lovely young lady, I'm sure. But Ruby Freeman, I will take Freeman. I will take on anybody you want. And the minimum, there were 18,000 ballots, but they used them 3 times. So that's, a lot of votes. And that one of it, and they were all to Biden, by the way. That's the other thing we didn't say. The Ruby Freeman, one thing I forgot to say, which was the most important. You know that every single ballot she did went to Biden. You know that, right? You know that, by the way, Brett? Every single ballot that she did through the machine at early in the morning went to Biden. Did you know that, Ryan?
That's not accurate.
Through the machine.
What is accurate?
The numbers that we are showing are accurate.
No, about Ruby Freeman, about early in the morning, Ryan, when the woman took when the whole gang took the stuff out from under the table, right? Do you know who those ballots? Do you know who they were made out to? Do you know who they were voting for?
No, not specifically.
Did you ever check?
We did what I described to you.
No. Did you ever check the ballots that were scammed by Ruby Freeman, a known political operative ballotier? Did you ever check who those votes were for?
We looked into that situation that you described.
No, they were 100% for Biden. 100%. There wasn't a Trump vote in the whole group.
Bro, he's spurging so hard. What the fuck?
I'm sure you're a good lawyer. You have a nice last name. But I'm just curious. Why do you keep fighting this thing? It just doesn't make sense. We're way over the 17,779.
This is like his boo boss.
We're way over that number. And if you took just Ruby Freeman,
dude, let them
we're
vote.
That number by five or six times when you multiply it out times 3, and every single ballot went to Biden. And you didn't know
One
that.
time I'm
but
not
now
going to
you know.
mute when I say something retarded
Brad,
like that. I'm not
we won
going
the
to
election,
total
and it's not
idiot.
fair to take it away from us like this. And it's going to be very costly.
Because it was
Anyways,
rigged.
And I think you have to say that you're going to re-examine it, and you can re-examine it, but re-examine it with people that want to find answers, not people that don't want to find answers. For instance, I'm hearing Ryan.
Has Smaggle been on? No.
You're a great lawyer and everything, but he's making statements
not
about those ballots that he doesn't know. But he's making it with such.
I'm at 2
Okay, we can pause there.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so the issue is that, like, okay, so this is important. 1, just because we're talking about Ruby Freeman. She'll come up later. 2 is because you can see that, like, Trump might go on camera and say a bunch of, like, retarded things about voter fraud, and then the impression might be behind the scenes he's speaking, like, with a lot more detail and precision, but he's not. He's repeating the same memes and stuff you see on Twitter to, like, these guys behind the scenes. And he's also making claims that, like, if you think for, like, 2 seconds, the claim is impossible, right? Like, let's say that Ruby Freeman did scan 18,000 votes. How would you even know they were all for Democrats? How would the federal government know, but the state government didn't? Unless you think that all of them are also complicit in it. But then where's the proof of it? Like, there's just nothing. All of this are just, like, on memes that Trump has basically seen. And, like, again, Raffensberger, Georgia, like, these are all Republicans. Kemp is a Republican governor. They all are, have an incentive to play ball here if they really wanted to. Like, it helps them. Like, there's just Trump is never bringing up any solid evidence ever for any of these claims. But
to be fair, if I could just comment on that, when I'm listening to that, it sounds like he genuinely believes there's shenanigans going. Like you even articulated earlier that he was anticipating manipulation, shenanigans to occur. So for him to say it's dangerous for you to ignore the shenanigans, why aren't you listening to what I'm saying? That sounds like a man who, not saying he's right, but to go to intent, he genuinely believes this stuff is happening. You can kind of hear that in his
to me,
voice.
like when he says it's dangerous, that comes off more to me as a threat that it's dangerous for the Secretary of State to ignore these things because there might be criminal activity involved. And I think that the only issue I have is that every single thing that he brings up is so tenuous, and there's like no backing evidence for like I can speak to that. We can listen to just like 1 minute of this. I linked you another timestamp. Go here. Like if again, I would believe you if. Or not, I wouldn't believe it's not. I would believe you. I would feel like there might be some evidence in that direction if he like listed anything with like a degree of like backing ever. But
what about the ballots coming from overseas being 100% military? Like he sounds like he genuinely believes that.
But it's just not true, and they tell him it's not true. There's not true. None of this is true. But at 31 minutes, go to this. Let me know when you're ready. We'll just listen to like one minute of this up to like 32 or 32 and a half, and then let me know when you guys are here at 1.5
All set.
I'm here.
Okay, ready?
Okay. 3, 2. Wait, hold on.
It doesn't pass the smell test, though, because we hear they're shredding.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
No, I don't know.
And that's what
It doesn't pass the smell test, though, because we hear they're shredding thousands and thousands of ballots. And now what they're saying, oh, we're just cleaning up the office. You know, I don't think that plays.
Mr. President, the problem you have with social media, people can say anything.
No, this isn't social media. This is Trump media. It's not social media. It's really not. It's not social media. I don't care about social. I couldn't care less. Social media is big tech. Big tech is on your side. You know, I don't even know why you have a side, because you should want to have an accurate election. And you're a Republican.
We believe that we do have an accurate election.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have. Not even close. You're off by hundreds of thousands of votes, and just on the small numbers.
This is like when you tell Smaggle he can't go back to the zoo.
And these numbers can't be judged. Well, why won't? Okay, so you send us into Cobb County for
Jesus
signature
Christ.
verification, right? You send us into Cobb County, which we didn't want to go into. And you said it would be open to the public, and we could have our. So we had our experts there. They weren't allowed into the room. But we didn't want Cobb County. We wanted Fulton County, and you wouldn't give it to us. Now, why aren't we doing signature? And why can't it be open to the public? And why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs that will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find. You know they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me the reason why. Because I don't understand your reasoning, but someday you'll tell me the reason why. But why don't you want to find?
We chose Cobb County.
Why don't you want to find?
Vernon Shirley.
What?
I want it now. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so why did you do Cobb County? We didn't even request. We requested Fulton County, not Cobb County.
Well, Mr. President, we do have
County.
Vernon
Shirley.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I want
go
it
ahead.
We chose Cobb County because that was the only county where there's been any evidence submitted that the signature verification was not properly done.
Well, no, but I told you, but we're
okay,
not.
pause
We're
here.
not
I guess,
saying
yeah.
that. We
So
are.
again, it's always like
we
just
agreed-
vague claims and like a guy looked at this, but there's never anything concrete ever to work off of. It's always just like it's literally the same memes that we see circulating on social media. That's what he's going by for all of this.
He never even said like a guy looked at this. He's just like
a great lawyer.
They bring up,
yeah.
Like they bring up one thing and then he's like, okay, what about this thing? And then they talk about
Fantastic.
it. And then he's like,
He's
what
the
about this
best
thing?
lawyer. He's the
It's
best lawyer.
crazy
in
that he
business.
talks like that in real life, dude.
But also, we'll get to these I think in the next section too, if you want. Okay. Are you good to move to the next section, or?
Yeah, I will say, like, if I were to listen to that, like, the first time without knowing anything else, it does seem like he genuinely believes that shit.
Possibly, yeah. I could see that being the case if it's the only thing you heard, yeah. So, next section, okay? Here's a quick thing. A lot of these are ripped straight from the January 6th committee report. So when we talk about, like, did Donald Trump knowingly lie about voter fraud, a lot of these claims you're going to see here are ones that also showed up in that phone call. So I've got a table here. On the left is somebody talking to him about a particular claim. And then on the right is him continuing to say the claim afterwards. So on the left, you've got then Deputy Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen. The Attorney General is the top of the Department of Justice, and then beneath that is the Deputy Attorney General. The Department of Justice is the office created under the President that's tasked with investigating federal crimes. The FBI is a part of this. They've got the Attorney General that does like the big federal lawsuits, right? This is like the Department of Justice, okay? So if you were going to look to investigate crimes and shit, this is your branch to do it, okay? So Rosen says, And so he said, well, what about this? This is testimony that he's giving. And so he said, well, what about this? I saw it on the videotape, somebody delivering a suitcase of ballots. And we said, it wasn't a suitcase, it was a bin. That's what they use when they're counting ballots. It's benign. There's a whole video to back this up. And then Donald Trump, 1 week later, repeats at a campaign rally. There's even security camera footage from Georgia that shows officials telling poll watchers to leave the room before pulling suitcases of ballots out from under the tables and continuing to count for hours. The next thing is from acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue. Quote, I told the president myself that several times in several conversations that these allegations about ballots being smuggled in suitcases, or in a suitcase and run through the machine several times, it was not true. That we looked into it, we looked at the video, we interviewed the witnesses, it was not true. I believe it was in the phone call on December 27th. It was also in a meeting in the Oval Office on December 31st. Remember that phone call with Raffensberger happened on January 2nd. And then this is Donald Trump also saying on January 2nd, she stuffed the machine, she stuffed the ballot. Each ballot went 3 times. They were showing, here is ballot number 1, here it is a second time, third time, next ballot. From Brad Raffensberger. It was in that the phone call we just listened to. We didn't listen to this quote, but it's in that call. You're talking about the State Farm video, and I think it's extremely unfortunate that Rudy Giuliani or his people, they sliced and diced that video and they took it out of context. We did an audit of that, and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times. Yes, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB. Trump, I don't care about a link. I don't need it. And then 1 day later, Trump says, quote, I spoke to Secretary of State Brad Raffensberger yesterday about Fulton County and voter fraud in Georgia. He was unwilling, unable to answer questions such as the ballots under the table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. So Trump said that at a rally, but it was before the phone call leaked, right? So that was Trump's summary of the phone call that he had with Raffensperger. This was with Attorney General Barr on December 1st. Barr's testimony. Then Trump raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit. And he said, people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning and so forth. I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process. So they're not counted in each precinct, they're moved to counting stations, and so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours. And I said, did anyone point out to you, did all the people complaining about it point out to you, you actually did better in Detroit than you did last time? I mean, there's no indication of fraud in Detroit. And then 1 day later, Donald Trump says, I'll tell you what's wrong, voter fraud. Here's an example. This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly. We were winning by a lot. That batch was received in horror. In Detroit, everybody saw the tremendous conflict. There were more votes than there were voters. On the 27th of December, the president then continued, there are more votes than voters, but I was aware of that allegation, and I said, that was just a matter of them comparing the 2020 votes cast to 2016 registration numbers. That's not a valid complaint. 10 days later, Trump would say, more votes than they had voters, and many other states also. On January 3rd, Richard Donahue said, we would say to him, we checked that out and there's nothing to it. And we would cite to certain allegations. And so, such as Pennsylvania, right? No, there were not 250,000 more votes reported than were actually cast. That's not true. So we would say things like that. Donald Trump, 3 days after being informed of that, on January 6th, this is during his big speech at the Ellipse, in Pennsylvania, you had 205,000 more votes than you had voters. And the number is actually much greater than that. That was as of a week ago. And this is a mathematical impossibility, unless you want to say it's a total fraud. On the phone call with Raffensperger, it's 4,502 who vote. Oh, Trump said it's 4,502 who voted, but they weren't on the voter registration roll, which they had to be. You had 18,325 vacant address voters. The address was vacant, and they're not allowed to be counted. That's 18,325. Raffensperger says, well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is that the data you have is wrong. President Trump 2 days later said 4,502 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who do not appear on the state's voter rolls. Well, that's sort of strange. 18,325 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who registered to vote using an address listed as vacant, according to the Postal Service. Real quick, I'm sorry, actually, I think, just because I think it's funny. Hold on, I'm going to find, that does come up in that conversation. And here, I'm going to play, click this right here. You can hear that complaint come up. Let me know when you've clicked this link and you've got it loaded up.
What's the timestamp?
It's 1671. You can just click the link and it's 2751 if you want.
Okay.
All set.
Ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
They voted, but they don't live in Georgia anymore. What was that number, Toledo? That was a pretty good number, too. Yes.
Well, the number who had registered out of state after they moved from Georgia. And so they had a date. When they moved from Georgia, they registered to vote out of state, and then they blocked 4,500. I don't have that right in front of me.
And then they came back in and they voted.
And voted. Yeah.
No, that was a large number, though. It was in the 20s. And, the point is...
Going through each of those as well, and those numbers that we got, that Ms. Mitchell was just saying, they're not accurate. Everyone we've been through are people that lived in Georgia, moved to a different state, but then moved back to Georgia legitimately. And in many cases...
Really, how many people do that? You mean they moved out and then they said, "Ah, the hell with it, I'll move back in." It doesn't sound like a very normal... You mean they moved out, and what, they missed it so much that they wanted to move back in? It's like... It's crazy.
Well, and they moved back in years ago. This was not like something just before the election. So there's something about that data that's just not accurate.
Well, I don't know. All I know is that it is certified. And they
Okay,
moved out of
pause.
Georgia.
Okay, you heard that, right? Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Dude, who the fuck would want to
How
live
many
in
people-
Georgia?
Did they move out? They just want to come back?
Oh, yeah.
She's like
Georgia?
shitting on Georgia. He's like, fuck Georgia.
Yeah,
Who wants to go back
basically.
there?
Scrolling back down to, I won't go through all of these. There's like 8 more, but we can do. Do you see General Counsel Ryan Germany? That was on that same call. White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany. I don't know if I'm
McEnany?
Maybe. The one specific I remember referencing was, I don't agree with the Dominion track. I specifically referenced waving him off of the Dominion theory earlier in my testimony. Question, are you saying you think he still continued to tweet after that you waved him off of it? Her answer was yes. And then Donald Trump, between mid-November and January 5th, 2021, Trump tweeted or retweeted conspiracy theories about Dominion nearly 36 times. These were the ones that were coming from Sidney Powell and Giuliani inside of his the lawyer people that he'd found. Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller. The international allegations for Dominion were not valid. Question. Okay, did anybody communicate that to the president? Answer. I know that was communicated. I know I communicated it. President Trump afterwards. You have Dominion, which is very, very suspect to start off with. Nobody knows the ownership. People say the votes are counted in foreign countries, and much worse. Donald Trump does this, people say a lot. And then I'll do this last one by Attorney General Barr in November 23rd. I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be one of the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told him that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that, and it was doing great disservice to the country. Donald Trump 3 days later, those machines are fixed, they're rigged, you can press Trump, and the vote goes to Biden. All you have to do is play with a chip, and they played with a chip, especially in Wayne County and Detroit. There are like 6 or 7 more of these, but basically just that like people would tell him like these things are not happening, they're not true. It's his attorney general, it's like investigators in the DOJ, like this is his lead like investigative body, and nobody is like affirming any of these things. All of these things are coming from either social media or from like Powell or Giuliani.
Trump media.
I mean, dude,
Yeah.
that is by far the best section you've shown so far in terms of him showing intent. Like very clearly, his people are saying like this is not true, and then he's going straight. Like even
The thing
sometimes a few
afterwards?
days later, saying the
Yeah.
exact opposite.
Sure.
I mean, 'cause I mean, the biggest thing is you have like 17 different people that
So
are
many
hired by
people.
him or members of his cabinet, like members of government, who are like explicitly saying this guy's retarded, and then you have the quote of him being retarded, basically, right? Like that's
Sure.
like they're like he's retarded, and I told him he's being retarded, and I told him he's wrong, and he knows he's wrong, and then he's like, actually, I'm right, guy. Like it's like
Yeah,
it's so
basically.
different, right? It's like 20. This is like easily the most powerful section of this entire
Yeah,
thing. I
that's
agree.
by far the.
If this was like some poor woman's rape allegation, we already would have cut them off mid-sentence. It would be over.
Jesus.
Yeah, but we gotta be fair though. He sees himself as a fighter, and he is, and he's coming at this unreasonably from every angle. He's like looking under every stone, just like a lawyer.
Okay. After underneath the table, I've got this little quote, I guess, or thing I've written. A district court declared that Trump and Eastman knowingly filed bogus court cases in order to further fight over the certification of the election and to obstruct the January 6th committee from obtaining evidence of any conspiracy. So I've linked a court case here. You can, if you want, you can click through it and read it, but I've quoted the section that's relevant here. And this is I believe this is the judge writing about this court case in the ruling. There are 4 documents, however, in which Dr. Eastman and other attorneys suggest that, irrespective of the merits, the primary goal of filing is to delay or otherwise disrupt the January 6th vote. In one email, for example, President Trump's attorneys state that, quote, merely having this case pending in the Supreme Court, not ruled on, might be enough to delay consideration of Georgia, end quote. This email, read in context with other documents in this review, make clear that President Trump filed certain lawsuits not to obtain legal relief, but to disrupt or delay the January 6th congressional proceedings through the courts. The court finds that these 4 documents are sufficiently related to and in furtherance of the obstruction crime. Accordingly, the crime fraud exception applies, and the court orders Dr. Eastman to disclose the 4 documents. And then on December 4th, 2020, President Trump and his attorneys alleged in a Georgia state court action that Fulton County improperly counted a number of votes, including 10,315 deceased people, 2,560 felons, and 2,423 unregistered voters. President Trump and his attorneys then decided to contest the state court proceeding in federal court and discussed incorporating by reference the voter fraud numbers alleged in the state petition. So what he's saying here is that Trump's lawyers were saying, okay, the state court didn't give us what we wanted, so now we're going to appeal this. We're going to try this in federal court next, okay, is what they're saying. And they're saying we're going to use the same complaint that we filed in the state to go to the federal court. On December 30th, 2020, Dr. Eastman relayed concerns from President Trump's team about including specific numbers in the paragraph dealing with felons, deceased, moved, etc. The attorneys continued to discuss the president's resistance to signing when specific numbers were included, as Dr. Eastman explained the next day. Eastman is one of Trump's lawyers. Quote, although the president signed a verification for the state court filing back on December 1st, he has since been made aware that some of the allegations and evidence proffered by the experts has been inaccurate. For him to sign a new verification with that knowledge and incorporation by reference would not be accurate, end quote. President Trump and his attorneys ultimately filed the complaint with the same inaccurate numbers without rectifying, clarifying, or otherwise changing them. President Trump, moreover, signed a verification swearing under oath that the incorporated inaccurate numbers, quote, are true and correct, end quote, or, quote, believed to be true and correct, end quote, to the best of his knowledge and belief. The emails show that President Trump knew that the specific numbers of voter fraud were wrong, but continued to tout those numbers both in court and to the public. The court finds that these emails are sufficiently related to and in furtherance of a conspiracy to defraud the United States. Does that make sense, what I just read?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Go.
So right at the beginning, it reads, there are 4 documents, however, in which Dr. Eastman and the other attorneys suggest that, and they have a line here that says, irrespective of the merits. Is that implying there might be merit to the case? Like, what is that? Or are they saying that regardless of what's in it or not, like...
What they're saying is that there are emails from Dr. Eastman saying that regardless of whether they've got a good voter fraud case or not, all they're trying to do is delay or disrupt the January 6th vote. It's saying that's showing there are 4 documents in which Eastman and the other attorneys suggest that regardless of whether they've got a good case or not, the primary goal of their filing is to delay or otherwise disrupt the January 6th.
It's not actually to find anything, Tom. They're just trying
Yeah, no,
to
I understand that. I'm just this line, irrespective of the merits. I mean, merits usually implies like there's some kind of I don't know, like some validity, right?
Sure. It would be like, you know how when we were hanging out and you beat the shit out of me 15 times one of the nights because I was Cuban, you found out that I had some Hispanic in me and you were like, fuck, you want to beat the shit out of you, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if you and I have like a big debate coming up because you're a professional debater now. And then like the day before the debate, I say like, listen, Tom, that dude beat me up just because I was Cuban, by the way. Even though that statement might be true, there might be merits to it. Obviously, I'm just bringing it up to fuck with our debate the next day, right? So just regardless of the merits, the primary goal of me bringing that up is just to fuck with our debate. And that's what the judge is saying here. Regardless of the merits of if this is true or not, irrespective. He's not saying it is true, but even if it was true, the only reason, the primary goal of filing this is to delay or disrupt the J6 vote, the certification of the presidency, is what he's saying.
I feel like in that case, maybe the line with merits could have been in place later in this kind of little blurb. And the reason I say that is just because merit, like imagine I'm like a conservative guy or somebody who disagrees with you is reading this. When I see the word merit, the second I see that, I'm going to be thinking, wait, there's merit, right? There is like some validity to this. And like, obviously that's going to happen to any extent regardless.
Yeah, if you make a video, you got to normify some of this.
Sure. Yeah, I got it. That's good. That's fine. I will. And also, yes,
but like
if there's stuff like that is like, yeah, confusing. That's good to bring up. Okay, yeah.
Well,
you
gotta
hear that.
The
second I hear that, I'm going to be thinking like, oh wait, merit. There's merit, and then I might like stop watching. So I feel like what you have to do is like, because obviously this is like this is from the court documents, and they're just phrasing it after. Like this is at the end, I assume, of like compiling all the evidence, right? Is where this is. But in like a video format, when you present this, you're gonna have to like be like, we're gonna do an investigation to figure out what happened, and then you're not gonna want to give a conclusion until after. But this will read as like preloading it. And when you have like merit in there, I think once again that kind of like triggers people's like, oh wait, merit, what the fuck, you know?
Sure.
Okay. But I think you also have to keep the quotes themselves accurate so that you're not like cutting pieces out and putting them all over the place. If this is how it's written in the document, But you could just like explain, irrespective of the merit, like just explain what you just told us, that what he's saying is that regardless of if they have a good case on this thing or not, the point is the primary goal is to delay or otherwise disrupt the J6 vote. So yeah.
Sure. Okay. On the bottom section, we don't have to go through these, but basically just these are all the people who told Donald Trump that he lost. Some people say they're rhinos or whatever, but like there were a lot of people that were directors of
they're rhinos.
Yeah, that's what they end up
Republican
calling
name
them.
only.
You've got like Trump's national field director, his director of national, the director of National Counterterrorism Center. William Barr was his attorney general. Jeffrey Rosen was another attorney general, acting attorney, deputy attorney general. Like people from Fox News, his campaign advisors. Mike Pence is vice president. You know, you've got Raffensberger and Kemp, Secretary of State, Governor of Georgia. You've got the like the group of the people that went through that court thing earlier. The 8 different I think it was 4 federal judges, 2 former senators, a lawyer, and someone who worked in Capitol Hill for 20 years. All these people are Republicans. 11 of the judges who ruled against Trump's cases were Trump federal judiciary appointments. Ivanka and Kushner, you know, have pushed against like a lot of this election stuff. Alex Cannon, Trump's campaign lawyer, said he told advisors there was no election fraud. Kellyanne Conway wrote in her published memoir that she told Trump that he lost.
Is there one credible person that did side with him?
Not that I'm aware of. Some people have kind of that the election was stolen. I'm not aware of any like prominent lawmakers or media people that are on that still. But I imagine a lot of them might also be afraid of the defamation stuff too if they're just lying about shit. If you want, okay, and then after, I don't know why I said it. Okay, underneath like all this, just a list of random people. So this is specifically related to that black box of stuff in Georgia. So I'll read this and then we'll just click through and watch these quickly. Rudy Giuliani tweeted a heavily cut up video propagated by OAN that claimed boxes of illegitimately filled ballot boxes were being counted after election officials told counters to go home. Election officials investigated and released additional video and explanations showing that these claims were fabricated. Giuliani would later admit to lying in court about this case, claiming that it was his First Amendment right to lie. He would lose that case to the tune of $148 million, and then he would have a bankruptcy case dismissed that he filed to avoid paying this debt due to lying about his assets.
Yo, that's crazy.
That's how you play the
I want to see that. I want to see that
Where
quote
does it say
about
he lies, dude. That's crazy.
Sure, so here's
lying about the First Amendment. Yeah.
Sure. Here's this real quick. This is the. Let me know when you guys have this. We're gonna do the playback speed 1.5, the 136 video. Giuliani, you can see I'm retweeting this, but you can see the origination of this Georgia claim. Let me know when you guys are ready.
I like how these tweets are still up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start pulling these ballots out.
You guys all ready?
All set.
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Put to you. There you go. So now they're gonna start pulling these ballots out from under this table. This table, the black one, was placed there by.
Okay, so I think this is supposed to be showing them. You see it under the table, I think at the top right, they're like pulling out the ballot boxes and they're counting again. You can see them pulling the ballot box. Yes, yeah, this is a really, really big. This is one of the central like voter fraud claims. One of the biggest ones that was claimed. I think Ruby Freeman is going to be in the top left. I think she's one of the people counting that they say she ran the votes over and over and over again.
So he just pulled one out.
You can watching this video, and then we don't have to watch much more. It's just that's basically what this video is.
Was OAN ever sued over this?
Separate from all the other ballots.
I think Dominion has pending litigation against them. I think.
Is the question.
If the original tweet coming out here is watch video footage from Georgia shows suitcases filled with ballots pulled from under a table after supervisors told poll workers to leave room and 4 people stayed behind to keep counting votes. And then Giuliani quote tweets it and he quotes the text and he adds that as well. If you want, here is the now keep in mind that the video footage that we're about to watch, not only has Giuliani and Trump's entire campaign seen this video footage, Trump himself has also been made aware of this video footage. None of this is like top secret. Then look at the date of this video. The date of this video is December 5th, 2020. Okay, so a full month before January 6th, December 5th, 2020. Okay, let me know when you guys have it at 0 minutes and you've got it at 1.5, and then we'll play through this video.
Ready?
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Your voice, your vote, and for the third time, counties across Georgia have certified votes from November's presidential election.
The Secretary of State is expected to actually certify the statewide results today as well. The outcome not expected to change, but legal challenges are still underway, including one involving that video right there from State Farm Arena. President Trump's lawyer, other supporters too, call it the smoking gun proving election fraud. Channel 2 investigative reporter Justin Gray spent the day with Georgia elections officials, as we saw in that video. And Justin, we saw it. You went frame by frame to uncover and then really show everyone what happened.
Yeah, George, we spent a lot of time today with the state's lead investigator. We looked at that video for hours, going through it very carefully, looking not just at that short clip that Rudy Giuliani shared, but also the critical hours before it and after it, going through the chain of custody for those ballots in question the entire time. You went through hours.
Yes.
We went frame by frame with state election investigators. They've already spent hours analyzing this video. Looking at the election night surveillance tape that President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, calls a smoking gun. Quote, suitcases pulled from under a table.
We can show exactly when they were placed under there.
So these were not mystery ballots that came from a mystery location?
No.
They were right there in the room?
Yes.
People watched them placed in those boxes?
Yes.
This is the short section of the video the Trump team has shared. It's not suitcases being pulled from under that table, but official sealed ballot containers. If we go back in the video to hours before, you can see that table being brought into the room at 8:22 a.m. Nothing underneath, no hidden suitcases. Then we can see at 10 p.m. with a room full of people, including official monitors and the media, as ballots that have been opened but not counted are placed in the boxes, sealed up and stored under the table. The reason? Employees thought they were done for the night. They were planning on going home.
Yes. As you can tell by the fact that they're sealing everything up and preparing to leave.
Here's where there was confusion. Media and observers left as employees packed up. But this phone call changed that. Bolton's election director called the supervisor here to say, keep working, keep counting. After the Secretary of State's office called him to say you shouldn't stop this early. That's when employees pulled these containers of ballots back out, the so-called smoking gun video, and went back to work. These are the same ballots official monitors watched them put away.
No magical appearing ballots. These are ballots that were processed in front of the monitors, put in the boxes in front of the monitors, and placed there in front of the monitors.
So what about that gap? Well, this is what happened during the roughly an hour before an official state observer returned. Employees scanned ballots.
Yeah, these are just typical everyday election workers who are just doing their jobs. I mean, it's not like this is an Ocean's 11 level scheme that was put together in the middle of the night.
Now, there was about an hour there before the state monitor, the state official monitor got back. But if you watch that video, you see what they're doing. They're scanning those ballots. The state election lead investigator looked at all that video, hours of it, says she sees no evidence whatsoever of any wrongdoing. Reporting live at the state capitol, Justin Gray, Channel 2 Action.
Okay, so that's that. You can click if you don't trust my legal interpretation, you can click the first link says Giuliani would admit to lying, and that's basically it's a news article written about Giuliani claiming the First Amendment lets him lie about this particular case. But if you want, then the next thing after.
Where does he say that?
Yeah. So in the next thing after, where it says claiming, can you click that, and it'll open up a court pretrial thing. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water. I'll still be
piece of shit. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is filed by Giuliani in the top left. You can see this is the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. So this is a federal court, first stage. You can see that the plaintiff is Ruby Freeman. So she's suing the defendant, Rudolph W. Giuliani. This is that case. And then this is a pretrial motion, okay? So whereas defendant Giuliani believes that he has legal defenses to this complaint, and whereas defendant Giuliani is desirous to avoid unnecessary expenses in litigating what he believes to be an unnecessary dispute. So basically he's saying that, like, I think I can defend myself against this. We don't need to go to court. This is silly. The next thing is, it is hereby stipulated solely for the purposes of this litigation, the defendant Giuliani, for the purpose of deciding this case on the legal issues and recognizing that all other defendants previously identified in the complaint have resolved their claims with all plaintiffs and without admitting to the truth of the allegations, hereby does not contest the following allegations. So all he's saying up here is that I'm not admitting to anything in this thing that could be used in any other case, and all the other plaintiffs and everybody else has settled their shit. So he's not making it so wide that it would cover other cases. This is all like probably standard boilerplate stuff that would show up in any complaint or pretrial thing. So there's 4 parts in here. 1, defendant Giuliani concedes, solely for the purposes of this litigation before this court on appeal, that defendant Giuliani made the statements of and concerning plaintiffs, which include all the statements detailed in the plaintiff's amended complaint, and he does not dispute for purposes of this litigation that the statements carry meaning that is defamatory per se. So what he's saying here is that they filed a complaint saying that I committed essentially defamatory per se. Defamatory per se means you've done defamation, and it's of such a character demeaning quality you don't have to prove damages to win a suit for it. But so he's saying that yes, I did say all the defamatory statements that were in that complaint. That's part 1. Part 2 is that defendant Giuliani, for the purposes of this litigation only, published those statements to third parties. As part of a defamation suit, you've got to prove that the other person published the statements. They can't sue them privately, so that's part 2. And then 3 is that defendant Giuliani, for the purposes of this litigation only, does not contest that to the extent the statements were statements of fact and otherwise actionable, such actionable statements were false. So he doesn't contest that these were false statements. This stipulation does not affect Giuliani's ability to seek set-off, offset, or settlement credit, or his argument that his statements are constitutionally protected statements or opinions, or any applicable statute of limitations, or that Giuliani's statements, in fact, cause plaintiffs any damages, and the amount of any alleged damages which Giuliani's statements may have caused, or any other legal defense not expressly waived by this stipulation. So just because he's admitting this doesn't mean that he still can't defend himself in court, because number 4, defendant Giuliani does not contest solely for the purposes of this litigation, including on any appeal in this litigation, the factual elements of liability subject to any retained affirmative defenses not expressly waived herein, regarding plaintiff's claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress and other related tort claims. So he's not saying that, fine, okay, maybe I did cause emotional distress, maybe there's other civil things you can sue me over. This stipulation does not affect Giuliani's ability to seek set-off, offset, or settlement credit, or his argument that his statements are constitutionally protected statements or opinions, or any applicable statute of limitations, or that Giuliani's conduct, in fact, caused plaintiffs any damages, and the amount of any alleged damages Giuliani's conduct may have caused, or any other legal defenses not expressly waived by the stipulation. So basically, and again, it's a lot of kind of like legalese, but basically what he's saying here is that, listen, everything you said in your complaint was true, and I did lie, and it even was defamatory per se. However, I have a constitutional right to say these particular things. And then if you don't trust, again, my interpretation of the document, you can either Google a ton of other articles or this article that I linked above, Giuliani claims the First Amendment lets him lie, that basically summarizes this if you don't believe my interpretation of it. But yeah, that's essentially...
I can see why he lost.
So
Yeah.
where is it him saying he lied? Can we read this line again? Because this legalese talk.
Yeah, where does it say that he intentionally lied?
Well, all lies are intentional. For a court, you wouldn't say somebody lied if they just got something wrong. But hold on, let me click this again.
This call's been going on so long, it's turned nighttime behind Warren, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Hold on. So point 3 on this motion is the defendant Giuliani does not contest that. He doesn't contest. He's not arguing.
Right.
To the extent the statements were statements of fact and otherwise actionable. So he doesn't contest that he made statements of fact, and they might have been actionable statements. You might have been able to take action against them.
What does actionable mean? Like you can sue him?
I think that actionable here means either that you can sue him or that they're causing damage to plaintiff. Does not contest that to the extent the statements were statements of fact and otherwise actionable, or just that they're statements that like people are hearing that can cause things to happen. I think might be is what my interpretation would be here, but that such actionable factual statements were false. So the defendant Giuliani does not contest that such actionable factual statements were false.
Right.
That's the part 3 of it.
He's not even arguing that he believed it at any point. That's what that is saying.
Yeah, fuck it, you got me.
Correct.
Yeah, that reads plain enough when you cut out all the bullshit.
Sure, yeah.
Out of curiosity, I looked up the OAN thing. They did settle a lawsuit in 2023 with a former executive of Dominion, and that executive's name is Eric Coomer, Coomer.
Nice.
I'm not making it up, but that's a real thing. But I'm gonna link the article here just in case. But yeah, it's pretty based. That's all I gotta say. But yeah, they did settle.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay.
So Giuliani would go on to lose this case, and I think he lost it was $148 million settlement to Ruby Freeman, who was probably one of the largest like voter fraud. Ruby Freeman and Dominion are probably the 2 most brought up like voter fraud things of that past election. And the Ruby Freeman thing was just a lie invented by Giuliani, as we've seen, and the Dominion thing was just a lie invented by Sidney Powell that was spread by Fox News.
And a lot of the Dominion lie has to do with there was some rigged election in Venezuela or some shit.
It's there. I can't give you like a good. It was just like basically claims saying that like these machines are like rigging the vote somehow. There is no good there's no factual reason to believe any of this. There's no good. Yeah.
They're just saying Hugo Chavez because those machines
Venezuela.
Because buzzword,
Yeah,
basically,
clickbait.
Okay. Whew. All right. Moving to the next part. Okay. All right. As a quick civics thing, in the United States of America, citizens don't technically vote for president. The states vote for president, and the way that the states do it is they assign electors to a presidential candidate. Now, the way that all 50 states have decided to run their elections is they have their citizens all vote in a popular election, and then based upon who the majority of the citizens vote for, they assign their electors to vote for that presidential candidate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's a little weird, and it's kind of not. We don't usually think of elections that way. We think of every individual voting, but this is how the voting system is constitutionally structured in the United States. Yeah. Okay. Kenneth Chesbrough was an attorney from Wisconsin who began working with the Trump campaign at the behest of Jim Troupis, another lawyer for Trump's campaign, around November 9th, 2020. He was responsible for the creation of the first few memos outlining a potential scheme that Trump could utilize to challenge the certification of the electoral vote on January 6th. Chesbrough believed that if people gathered and falsely attested to being legitimate state electors and transmitted said votes on December 14th to Congress and NARA, that it would keep Trump's chances alive to win the election should a court rule in his favor from between December 14th and the date that all electors in all 50 states certify their votes for president, and January 6th, the date that Congress was scheduled to count the electorate slates. Ultimately, there were 7 different states whom were selected to send false slates of electors out from. Here are those states and the accompanying state laws that dictate how slates of electors were legally supposed to be chosen. And we don't have to go through all these, but these are just the 7 states of, like, this is what the law states, how you do your elector shit. And then part 2 of all of these is, like, you can click. Like, again, none of this is contested. In all 7 of these states, if you click on part 2, you can click the false slates of electors, and you can see the paperwork that was sent in. All of this paperwork that says that, we are the electors chosen by the state that was sent into NARA and to Congress are false. These people were not voted for by the state. They weren't appointed or duly granted the authority or ascertainment or whatever by the legislature. The governor didn't sign off on it. All of this is a lie for all of these slates of electors. Yeah.
These were all swing states in the election?
These were the 7 that Trump thought he could fight over. It was Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and New Mexico.
It would have been funny if you sent the false electors to, like, California, and they're like, "Yep, we vote Republican."
Yeah.
So the electors, who were the electors traditionally chosen by?
So what I believe that the process that'll happen is actually, we can actually just read it because I've linked the laws in each of these. So say for I'll read out for Michigan. The electors of president and vice president shall convene in the Senate chamber on the capital of the state at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the first Tuesday after the second Wednesday in December following the electors' election at any time before receiving the certificate of ascertainment of appointment of. So the electors are basically just the state legislature says, here's our 7 Republican electors and here's our 7 Democrat electors. And then when the state votes, who you're actually voting for are each of these electors. You're voting for them to send their vote to Congress for who's going to be the president, basically. So when you vote in Florida, you're not actually voting for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. You're actually voting for the electors of the legislature that will vote for
So the
Donald
elector
Trump.
is chosen by the state legislature?
Correct. Ultimately, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So my question is, how the fuck, like, how does this process work? Like, were these false guys just going to show up and be like, I'm the guy, actually? Like, how's that going to work?
So basically what...
Pretty much, Tom.
TF2 surprised, man. TF2.
Yeah, so basically what they did was they just wanted to like basically sign a piece of paper and mail it to Congress pretending that they were the actual people that were chosen. I think I have this later on.
So basically he wanted to do mail-in ballots and commit fraud.
I mean, yeah, you could say that. Was it Michigan? Fuck, what am I thinking of? Hold on.
Nick, I saw you taking this selfie earlier. What were you doing there, buddy? Who's that for?
Snap streaks.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I saw you like looking around. After you took it, you were like, anyone see me do that? Yeah, you're on live stream, right? We can see.
Am I live right now?
Yeah, you are live. Way to go, dumbass.
You're live, bro. We know.
Fuck, why don't I have this video? I think it's going to be later on in this document. Fuck you.
My bad.
Yeah,
So hold
it is.
on. The 7
Go ahead.
electors are those. So each party puts up 7, right? So there's a total.
No. It's however many electoral votes I think you have in your state. It's not. I just use 7 as an example.
So there would be like, let's say Illinois is 21 or whatever. It used to be 21. I don't know if it's 18 now or what. But then there would be 8 and 8.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
And then they just come together and they're like, "Yep, the vote did go this way," and then they just go to, they just like certify it, like they say yes.
Yeah, basically the state legislature, I think with the governor being there, will say that like, well, here's who our votes went for, and then
each elector is like an actual person.
Yes, each elector is an actual person. That's why if you click any of the fake elector slates, you'll see that there's like a signature for every single elector. Some of these people, because they wanted to try to pretend to be more legitimate than they actually were. Here, I'll link a video here. I think this might be later on in my document, but you can click this video here. This is an example of Jesus Christ, this is loud. Let me know when you've opened this, and then we can 1.5 times this.
Okay, what is this supposed to be?
So these are these were the electors chosen by the Trump campaign to try to go to the Capitol and sign their own like electorate slate, even though they didn't win. They didn't win, and none of this was real. But
only the electors that win go.
Correct. Yeah, are the ones that are signed off by the governor to transmit their votes to Congress, saying that like yes, the state of Michigan is voting for all of our electoral votes. Yeah. Okay, and then we can watch this. Put it at 1.5. You're at the beginning. Let me know when you're ready to go.
All set.
Ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
What did he say? He said we can't enter. What I said was, for the Capitol Commission, for the governor's office, for the Speaker of the House, for the Speaker of the Senate, the Capitol is closed unless you have an office here to conduct business today, or if you are taking part in the electoral college process. Anybody else is not permitted to come in. They're here to the electors are already here. They've been checked in. They're also Capitol closed. All 16 electors that we've been advised by the governor's staff that we're going to be here to vote in the electoral college have been checked in. They're already here.
But these are the rest of the electors.
I understand. But the Capitol is closed. Everybody else coming in.
Captain, the electors are also, the GOP electors are also on the governor's certificate of ascertainment.
I'm not going to get into a political debate. I'm following orders.
Political debate. Okay. It's the official sealed document. The certificate of ascertainment has also the GOP electors. They are here. They're trying to do their constitutional duty. Their constitutional duty requires them to
Stand in his ground, though.
I understand they're not being permitted in. If you have a problem, you can contact the governor's office, the Speaker of the House, the Senate Majority Leader, or
I saw the governor's press release this morning that said due to COVID. Is that the reason being given?
No.
Okay, so you can close this now. If you click underneath, if you look where I've got each of the 7 states, so like this is Michigan, for instance. So those people that you just saw, these are the this is the elector slate that they sent in, even though these people weren't the actual electors, even though these people weren't given a certificate of ascertainment by the governor, even though these people didn't represent the state legislature or the vote. You can see they sent this in, pretending basically that they were actually, and there's the USPS, the United States Priority Mail, where they mailed it to Congress, because we'll see why later on, but yeah, you can see that.
Did they get convicted of?
A number of people have been charged with crimes in these states. I don't know the right now the status of every single one of those court cases, but I believe at this point, I think every state has had at least one person charged. I think
there have been some charges carried out. I think there was at least one felony I read, but I can't remember totally.
And then my other question is just curious how much longer you think this will go on. Not that it's like going too long, but about 30-45 minutes. I gotta head out.
Okay, I'll go as fast as I can. If you have to leave in the middle, that's fine. You're good. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. Don't just keep going at your pace. I'll just let you know if I gotta head out.
Yeah. Okay. I'll read this excerpt from the J6 Select Committee below. On December 14th, using instructions provided by Chesbro, the fake Trump electors gathered and participated in signing ceremonies in all 7 states. In 5 of these states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Wisconsin, the certificates they signed used the language that falsely declared them to be the duly elected and qualified electors from their state. This declaration was false because none of the signatories had been granted that official status by their state government in the form of a certificate of ascertainment. The paperwork signed by the fake Trump electors in 2 other states contained partial caveats. In New Mexico, the document they signed made clear that they were participating on the understanding that it might later be determined that we are the duly elected and qualified electors. In Pennsylvania, the document they signed indicated that they were participating on the understanding that if, as a result of a final non-appealable court order or other proceeding prescribed by law, we are ultimately recognized as being the duly elected and qualified electors. Okay, the next part is... So Chesbro was the guy that originally penned this idea. He admits even in his December 9th memo, quote, in conclusion, it appears that voting by an alternate slate of electors is unproblematic in Arizona and Wisconsin, slightly problematic in Michigan, requiring access to the Senate chamber, somewhat dicey in Georgia and Pennsylvania in the event that 2 or more electors don't attend, which requires a gubernatorial ratification of the alternates, and very problematic in Nevada, given the role accorded to the Secretary of State. So he's kind of like, he's going through like, this is kind of not legal, but it kind of could be, or maybe it could be. Like he's basically looking at every state to see like where around the edges they maybe could get away with doing something. But obviously like all of this is being done in bad faith where they're just trying to assert that like, well, look, electors came from this state, even though they clearly didn't win the election there. On December 13th, Chesbro lays out to Eastman how Pence could declare the ECA. The Electoral Count Act is basically a law that tells Congress how to count the electoral votes. There's like a whole process where they unseal the vote and they count it and they all jerk each other off and everything. On December 13th, Chesbro lays out to Eastman, who's a Trump lawyer, how Pence, Vice President Mike Pence, could declare the ECA unconstitutional and disrupt the expected electoral vote count, proceeding to allow Trump to win the election. He says that Pence should break from the stated procedures of the Electoral Count Act, claiming it to be unconstitutional in violation of the 12th Amendment. Once Pence has recused himself from his role in the Senate, some other Republican leader will take over and act confused about how to read which slate of electors is legitimate. And then, quote, he then opens the 2 envelopes from Arizona and announces that he cannot and will not, at least as of that date, count any electoral votes from Arizona because there are 2 slates of votes. And it's clear that the Arizona courts did not give a full and fair opportunity for review of election irregularities in violation of due process. Basically what he's saying is that, like, on the day of counting the votes, Trump could basically, or not Trump, Pence could basically say, listen, I don't know if I can actually do this. I either don't agree with the law as written because I think that I shouldn't be doing this, or I'm going to act confused and say, I don't know which votes to count, and then he'll put him aside. And like all of these different plans basically allow Pence to kind of circumvent how you would expect the Congress to count the electoral vote. There's kind of a lot of civics bullshit, but go ahead.
Who is he?
He's Chesbro is a random lawyer guy that is basically giving the Trump campaign information on how to toss the election.
So yeah, he's laying out like what is the legal, what is the way to circumvent this?
Procedurally, like how could they do it if they were going to? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not only that, they're basically saying Pence should take the fall for this, right? They're saying he should recuse himself of his role, which doesn't mean he leaves, but he's saying like, oh, I can't do my role in the Senate. And then some other guy will just be here and like be confused. So they're trying to involve like a lot of people in this, essentially, is what his proposition is.
Which is why they kept saying like, if Mike Pence does the right thing, that's kind of why.
Yeah, this is the right thing. Yeah, this is the right thing. This is what they're talking about. Yeah.
Destiny, do you think there's any possibility that like Pence, his motivation could have been where he looks at the 2 lists and does everything that you've laid out here with the intention of just buying time to uncover what they genuinely believe is irregularities? Or is this
that
like
could be
absolutely
the case.
malicious? Okay.
That would be like a crazy charitable. No, actually, I don't think that's possible. You could read it that way, but the issue is just that as of this point, there hasn't been any credible voter fraud brought forth anywhere. There's no reason up to this point.
Read it that way? What would be
the reading? So the reading is always just they just need 1 more week. They just need 2 more weeks. They just need to push things off to find voter fraud somewhere. Right. That's always But the issue is that like they were losing all their court cases. They hadn't presented good evidence of any voter fraud. And keep in mind that like not only are they having trouble finding any voter fraud, they're alleging that there's enough voter fraud across 7 different states to swing the election. But for some reason, they haven't presented any good evidence anywhere in the court of public opinion, to any of these media people behind the scenes, to any of Trump's White House officials, to any of the state officials counting, or any of the courts or the trials that they've been like taking part in. They just haven't presented any good evidence anywhere yet. So maybe it's out there, but I think I feel like it's a leap to assume that they were going to find something. But
wait, so basically they just wanted Pence to like filibuster. That was his whole role. He was supposed to like try to make it go as slow as possible, so they could try to find
potentially, or to have him just basically choose Trump to be president. There was a way that he could do that as well.
Isn't his role in that certification process, wasn't it more like ceremonial?
Yeah, they say
previously.
ceremonial.
It's supposed to be. That's how it's understood.
For so long,
that's
I thought
why,
everyone was just talking over me.
even though people will say, well, this was legal theory, part of this legal theory was Pence saying, actually, the ECA, the Electoral Count Act, this is actually an illegal law, and it's in violation of the Constitution. It was supposed to be for him to make that judgment, which is like the idea that this would, like Pence's legal team went over this, and they said, this is not legal. There's no way you can do this. And even Chesbro's own thing is basically saying, like, we have to say that this law that was passed by Congress isn't actually legal, that the Supreme Court would shoot it down. And there's no evidence to think that they would do that either. There's no reason to think that. Yeah.
Didn't Mike Pence also say later on something along the lines of, like, I couldn't support someone who thinks they're above the Constitution, or he said something to that effect. And I don't know if you've included that in this document, but I also
maybe that's why he's not on the ticket right now.
Sure, yeah. And I think that might come up later.
Sorry if I'm skipping.
Oh yeah, you're good.
When you say there's no reason to think that, do you mean in relation to the Supreme Court? Do you mean there's no reason to think that they wouldn't shoot down this crazy idea?
No serious legal person thought that this was possible. This was a legal theory, like me killing you and then saying that, like, well, I think the First Amendment protects my right to speak, and the way that I killed you, was by stabbing you in the ear, and I think that's kind of like speaking something violent into your ear. Like, it would be like that. Like, that is a legal theory, but it wouldn't.
That's like the whole like Ben Shapiro defense for why it's not a big deal.
Maybe, yeah, sure, yeah. There's also Chesbro in the media. He had his secret Twitter account got leaked, and there's funny tweets of him where he's like tweeting shit about how Like if you click the, let me see, hold on. If you click that in, Chesebro's secret Twitter account was leaked in which he'd made multiple tweets detailing how Trump could win the election via Pence overturning the vote while the electoral votes were being counted. I think that middle one that says leaked. No, wait. Multiple tweets, that one. Like this is Chesebro's alt on Twitter saying, you don't get the big picture. Trump doesn't have to get courts to declare him the winner of the vote. He just needs to convince the Republican legislatures that the election was systematically rigged, but it's impossible to run it again, so they should appoint electors instead. He will push it all the way to early January, and if necessary, rely on Pence to count only electoral votes sent in by the Republican legislatures, or count no disputed electoral votes and throw the election to the House, which would elect Trump 80%, 80-20 in Trump's favor. So this is like the plan. Okay, everybody knows this in the Trump campaign.
Plan.
Sure, yeah.
Solid.
The next section here is Trump's direct involvement. On December 6th, Mark Meadows is the chief of staff of Donald Trump at the White House. Chief of staff means that he's basically the guy that Trump would go to for any of his staff to do anything. He's like your head, I don't want to say like head bitch or head assistant, but he's like directing everybody beneath you. So on December 6th, Meadows forwarded the November 18th memo from Chesebro to Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller. Meadows and Miller began to work to gather the 79 needed Republican electors on the November ballot in the 7 states they plan to have transmit false electoral votes to Congress. Trump campaign associate general counsel Joshua Finlay told the January 6th Select Committee, quote, it was my understanding that the president made this decision, end quote, to pursue the electorate scheme by December 7th or 8th. Finlay claimed that the campaign's general counsel, Matthew Morgan, directed the campaign lawyers to, quote, look into electors in these potential litigation states, end quote. In deposition testimony provided to the J6 committee, RNC chairwoman Ronna Romney McDaniel said that on or around December 12th, Trump, along with Eastman, called her to stress the importance of gathering alternate slates of electors. We don't have to read her testimony, but that's all linked there too. But Trump was like personally involved in all
to be
of
fair,
this.
chat,
Testimony from Special Assistant to the President, Cassidy Hutchinson, also confirms
he wants
that
us to
Trump
field
knew
test
of the
his
legal
documents,
dubiousness
so
of the
it's
electoral
not
clock,
like
especially after most of the lawsuit
this is
had
gonna be
failed
some
by
crazy,
mid-December, and his
but
legal
he
staff on
asked
his
us for a
campaign began to
favor.
quit and distance themselves from the campaign. Quote, committee staff, to be clear, did you hear the White House
Like,
counsel's
we don't really
office
know what
say that
any
the
of
plan
this
to have
shit is,
alternate
so
electors
he's
meet and
testing
cast
it
votes
through
for
us.
Donald Trump in states that he had lost was not legally sound? End quote. Hutchinson, yes, sir. Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. Oh, this was, so when the Arizona governor was doing the certificate of ascertainment, you can click this if you want. It's just like a quick video that we can watch this. It's like 20 seconds or whatever. Let me know once you click this, 43 seconds.
The timing of us.
Got it.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
Cell phone ring played out Monday as if it was a TV political drama. Governor Ducey's cell phone has a special Hail to the Chief ringtone when the White House calls him. And it just so happened as the governor was preparing to sign certification documents of the election that would declare Joe Biden the winner, listen closely. He gets a phone call. The faint sound of Hail to the Chief can be heard. Ducey didn't take the call, and with his signature, affirmed he's rejecting Trump's ever more aggressive attempts to stall certification of elections in swing states. Later in the day, Trump addressed a meeting of supporters in
Trump is
Phoenix
like
and
literally
blasted
making
Ducey.
phone calls to people to try to get them to like not sign off on their electoral votes and shit.
That does seem like it plays out like it's television. For sure.
Yeah, it's pretty goofy. We don't have to do this next session. Many doubted the alternate electors' legitimacy. Like a lot of the electors themselves. Basically, a lot of the electors themselves weren't sure if it was legal or not. I think I've got a video later on where a lot of them felt like they'd been misled by the campaign because the campaign was telling some of them that it's all on the up and up, and they were like, "Well, we thought that this was fine. We didn't know because like people like Chesebro or people in Trump's campaign were just lying to us." It's basically them complaining about that. These are the electors, so these are the people that actually signed those false certificates. You've got beneath this, there's a section called the coup memos from Eastman. They're referred to as the coup memos. Obviously, he didn't call them that. But if you click on the one from December 23rd and you click on the one from January 3rd, you can literally read out, like, none of this is like conspiratorial. They're like, well, maybe they said this. Like, all of this is, like, in emails, like, sent to each other. So, for instance, if you look at the the first memo, for instance, the one on December 23rd, if you go to page 2, like he has here, like, here's the scenario that we propose. 1, VP Pence, presiding over the joint session, begins to open and counts the ballots, starting with Alabama, without conceding that the procedure specified by the Electoral Count Act, the ECA, of going through the states alphabetically is required. When he gets to Arizona, he announces that he has multiple slates of electors, and so he's going to defer the decision on that until further finishing the other states. This would be the first break with the procedures set out in the Act. At the end, he announces that because of the ongoing disputes in the 7 states, there are no electors that can be deemed validly appointed in those states. That means that the total number of electors appointed, the language of the 12th Amendment, is 454. This reading of the 12th Amendment has also been advanced by Harvard law professor Lawrence Tribe here. And then he tries to quote some other wacky law dude who's like, oh, I think that, like, you know, we would know what would happen if there weren't enough electors, basically. There are at this point 232 votes for Trump, 222 votes for Biden. Pence then gavels President Trump as reelected. The fourth part here is howls, of course, from the Democrats, who now claim, contrary to Tribe's prior position, Tribe being the law professor, that 270 is required. So Pence says, fine, pursuant to the 12th Amendment, no candidate has achieved the necessary majority. That sends the matter to the House, where the votes shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having one vote. Republicans currently control 26 of the state delegations. The bare majority needed to win that vote. President Trump is reelected there as well. But like, yeah, you could, all of this is like
There's
laid
more
out.
Republican states, and
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
would then be one vote. It's
They have,
this
like-
fucking written out in email. This is nuts, dude. What the fuck?
They have like plan B, C, D, E. They have all the plans lined up.
I have a question. How exactly did like what was the proposal process or communication process like for the Trump campaign to get these false electorates in each state to do what they wanted? Like, what was that process like?
That kind of was in the section I skipped. Many doubted the alternate elector's legitimacy. Well, and it was in the one that I read a little bit before. Basically, what the Trump campaign started to do is they started to make calls in these states to try to find people who would volunteer to be like the electors. So they're looking for, I think, like people that had worked in government or people that worked ostensibly like with the Republican parties in these states to basically show up and sign and say, like, I'm an elector from the Republican state legislature. I attest to voting for Donald Trump or whatever. It was basically just the campaign reaching out to and trying to find a bunch of people. Yeah.
Okay. How many people were involved in this then? I mean, it seems like it's a pretty wide-reaching.
If you go under Donald Trump's direct involvement, it says that Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller, Meadows and Miller began to work together the 79 needed Republican electors on the November ballot in the 7 states they plan to have transmit false elector votes to Congress. So it was 79 different electors that they'd contacted to get together in all of these states to do everything. Yeah.
Okay, so 79 electors, and then at the top you have like Trump, Jason Miller, Eastman. That's basically the main guys.
Yeah, and everybody basically involved in like the Trump. So as the president of the United States, you have a lot of resources available to you. You've got like the Office of Legal Counsel, your Department of Justice. These are kind of like all your like official people. But then Trump had his own people on the side that he was using to kind of farm all the crazy conspiracy stuff. So that would be people, anytime you hear the name Giuliani, Eastman, and Powell, and Chesbro, these are like the wacky, crazy side people. They're not part of the White House. They're not part of the government. These are just like Donald Trump's like crazy dudes that he has that are basically like doing his kind of like bidding for him, if that makes any sense.
Jason Miller was a member of, he was like chief of staff or something, right?
Mark Meadows was his chief of staff, yes. But he's like pretty clearly operating as like kind of just Trump's like personal bitch here. He's not like, it doesn't seem like he's not performing like official White House duties, basically.
I know this name Jason Miller. Who the fuck was this guy?
So you're just living with 2 women? Are we gonna acknowledge that? Like,
I don't know. They're just
9 p.m. and you just got 2 ladies.
They wander around in the background. I don't know what they're doing back there. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, men are talking.
They escaped Tom's
Do not
basement.
go to his apartment. Do not go to his apartment. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Scrolling down. Okay, we're blazing through this. Okay. Okay. Past the coup memos. Oh yeah, Eastman. I think it might be disbarred. His license has already been suspended. I think he's on his way to disbarment. Pressuring Mike Pence on January 2nd. Pence went over the procedures of the certification of the election as set out in the Electoral Count Act with his counsel, Greg Jacob, Chief of Staff Mark Short, and the Trump campaign's General Counsel, Matt Morgan. Mark gave a statement to CNN intending to clarify that the vice president does not have the power to unilaterally change the election outcome, attempting to clarify as concisely as possible to the public as to the role of the vice president on January 6th, and that only lawful objections to the election should be entertained. On that same day, on Steve Bannon's show, Bannon's War Room, they went live with an episode featuring Rudy Giuliani, Trump campaign strategic advisor Boris Epshteyn, and John Eastman. So I won't make you watch this, but like you can click at whatever point. But like this is just like basically it's a Steve Bannon show. Remember, that's the Breitbart guy. Worked with the Trump campaign before. He's been pardoned by Trump. So Giuliani, Eastman are on this show, and they repeated many of the same false claims, both about voter fraud existing across multiple states, and Eastman continued to falsely assert that Pence has the authority to contravene the Electoral Count Act and subvert the expected process on January 6th to certify the election. He also claims that Congress can make a decision on their own can make a decision on their own about which slates of electors to accept, hoping that the states will accept all the Republican slates due to the false claims that they were continuing to push concerning voter fraud. Eastman said that the outcome of the election comes down to the courage and spine of Mike Pence. In his January 3rd memo, where Eastman goes over several ways for Trump to remain president, he makes it clear that the only way Trump can possibly steal the election is if Pence acts in a way contrary to the ECA. So Pence has to break the law of the Electoral Count Act in order to make this plot work.
No, he has to do the right thing.
Yeah, true. On January 4th, Trump and Eastman hold a meeting with Pence to pressure him to throw out the election. Well, go ahead. Yep.
Where are they very clear about like when you have this written out here, Eastman goes over several ways for Trump to remain president. He makes clear that the only way Trump can possibly steal the election is if Pence acts in ways contrary to the ECA. That's written in the memo. That we had earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the one we brought up because they were saying he needs to basically
like
say fuck the ECA.
Points. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
If you want, here, try not to bore you too much with the legalese stuff, but so open this thing and you can see the January 6th memo.
Yeah.
So scroll down here and on the PDF, go to page 4.
Okay.
And you see this thing called Wargaming the Alternative. Or no, wait. I'm sorry, hold on. Actually, scroll up. Fuck, hold on, let me reread this. Go to part 2, basically. Okay? It's like at the bottom of page 2, top of page 3, kind of. Part 2.
Okay, yep.
So it's kind of confusing the way that they're saying this, but 2 is the constitutional and statutory process for opening and counting of electoral votes. A, the 12th Amendment provides that the President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all the certificates and the votes shall then be counted. 1, this is very solid legal authority and historical precedent for the view that the President of the Senate does the counting, including the resolution of disputed electoral votes. And all the members of Congress can do is watch. Now, it's weird, but okay. Civics, okay? We have 3 branches of government, okay? We've got the executive, which is the president. You've got the legislative, which is Congress. And then you've got the Supreme Court, which is the Supreme Court, right? The courts, right? Mm-hmm. There's a thing that powers all 3 of these branches called the Constitution, okay? Sometimes people say like constitutional law or the law of the Constitution. And while it's kind of true, the constitutional law, Constitution, does not sit on the same level as the laws passed by Congress. It powers the Congress, okay? The Constitution is always the supreme law of the land. So whenever he's referencing in here things like the 12th Amendment, what he's saying, and it sounds like, oh, the 12th Amendment, he's saying, what he's saying is, I think that this law passed by Congress isn't allowed. I think that if it got challenged in the Supreme Court, they would say that this law is unconstitutional because of the 12th Amendment.
Is the Constitution.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
But when he's alluding to the 12th Amendment here, he's trying to say that I don't think the Electoral Count Act, I don't think that's a legal law. I think that the 12th Amendment would overrule that. But that's just his opinion. The Supreme Court hasn't ruled on that. He's just saying it, right? And then
I don't believe in this constitutional amendment.
Well, not the constitutional amendment. He's saying he doesn't believe in this law passed by Congress, basically. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's why you see here, and like in B in the next section, it says the Electoral Count Act of 1887, which is likely unconstitutional, provides, and then that's what he goes through here. But basically,
from 1887.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we've used this for a long, long, long time. Yeah. And then if you go down to part 3, where it says wargaming the alternatives, here is where he goes through like, well, this is what happens if like Pence doesn't play ball with us, basically, right? Hold on.
And this was sent out via email, right?
Yes. These memos are all like published by them. They don't deny any of that.
Yeah.
This is all like open stuff. Yeah. So wargaming the alternatives. VP Pence opens the ballots, counts those certified by the state executives, and does not receive any objections, meeting the requirements of the Electoral Count Act. Then that would mean that Biden wins. B, Vice President Pence opens the ballots. He receives objections to the 7 states with multiple ballots. The 2 bodies adjourn to their separate chambers and decide which slate of electors to count. Subsection 1, the House votes to count the Biden slate. The Senate votes to count the Biden slate as well, depending on Georgia election. Only 1 to 3 Republicans voting the Democrats would yield the result. Then Biden would win. Or subsection 2, the House votes to count the Biden slate. The Senate votes to count the Trump slate under the Electoral Count Act. Because the 2 houses do not agree, The slate certified by the executive prevails. Biden wins, so that's following the law, the Electoral Count Act. And then subsection 3, the House votes to count the Biden slate. There's a filibuster in the Senate, contrary to the time limits of the Electoral Count Act. The standoff until the filibuster ends by a closure vote, which would only take 10 to 12 Republican senators to accomplish. After the closure vote, either section 1 or 2 above, then Biden wins, okay? And then for section C, I won't read through all of these, but just so the VP Pence opens the ballots. He determines on his own which is valid, asserting that the authority to make that determination under the 12th Amendment and the Adams and Jefferson proceedings is his alone. Everything in the Electoral Count Act to the contrary is therefore unconstitutional. So he has to break that law. And then he goes through like how that could turn out here. And obviously in all 3 cases here, Trump wins. Subsection 1, state legislature, blah, 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 Trump wins. Subsection 2, Trump wins. Subsection 3, Trump wins. So basically, yeah. So they're saying that like basically in order to, we want Pence to break this law here because it'll help Trump. It'll be the way that Trump is guaranteed to win the outcome of this.
Yeah,
right?
like any way it goes through officially, basically what they're saying in a reality where they act how they've acted for however long the United States has been
150
around.
years. Yeah.
Biden wins. But if Trump, or sorry, not if Trump, if Pence does this one thing, Trump wins basically.
Yeah. And C is specifically saying like this is illegal.
Yeah.
Right.
Anything that references the 12th Amendment is illegal. They're just saying that what they're really saying is that if the Supreme Court were to look at this, the Supreme Court would agree with us and say that that law is illegal, actually. So even though we're breaking that law, we think that law is unconstitutional, and the Supreme Court would agree with us, is what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah. Whew. Okay. Let's see. On the night of, where were we? There was the Bannon's War Room thing. Pence is the authority.
I wanted to know,
yeah.
You said on January 4th, Trump and Eastman hold a meeting with Pence to pressure him to throw out the election. I think that's where we were. How do we know that meeting happened?
Multiple people give testimony to it. There's just a lot of, the thing is, so one of the things I say on stream all the time is that you can't hide huge conspiracies. The idea that hundreds or thousands of people are involved, it's not feasible. This is that kind of conspiracy. You just can't hide it. Like, remember, every time Pence is talking to somebody, like he's talking to his legal counsel afterwards.
Where's that allegation coming from?
For which
the thing is, like,
thing?
I agree with what you're saying on like a basic level, and I think you're probably right. I just think that if you're going to present this, you're going to need to have like these 12 people all said this meeting happened. Like that.
On January 4th, Trump began to ramp up public. Oh no! Where does it say he had a meeting?
On January 4th,
with,
Trump and Eastman hold a meeting with Pence to pressure him to throw out the election.
Who are the people saying he had a meeting?
Okay, I'll add that. I'll add a link to that in there. Testimony.
Do you ever discuss what Trump's response to all this was?
Trump's response was to go to the Supreme Court and say he needs absolute immunity from criminal actions unless he's been impeached for it first. That's been Trump's response to all of this.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, where are we at?
So
During the meeting?
Are you showing us all this stuff, basically trying to find the best way to present your arguments to kind of a more like layman audience like us, like guys who aren't super into politics typically? Is that kind of
we're like retarded.
Because there's like, well, you're not retarded, but there's a lot here, and there's like a lot of there's like this could be like 5 times longer, right? The J6 committee report, just on their report on everything that happened, is like 800 pages long. So I've cut out a ton, and I'm trying to be like, and even from this, if I were to make like a 10 or 20 minute video on this or 30-minute video, I have to cut out even a lot of this. So I'm just trying to see what's the most compelling or what's like does it like who cares about this or whatever, right?
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. On the night of January 4th, Trump began to ramp up the public pressure against Pence, calling for him to come through for us in a Georgia rally. So there's a breakout here. Donald Trump in a January 4th rally in 2021. Quote, I think a lot of you despise them. As you know, there's nothing the radical Democrats will not do to get power that they so desperately crave, even the outright stealing of elections like they're trying to do with us. We're not going to let it happen over the pass. And I hope Mike Pence comes through for us. I have to tell you, I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much. No, Mike is a great guy. He's a wonderful man and a smart man and a man that I like a lot, but he's going to have a lot to say about it. One thing with him, you're going to get straight shots. He's going to call it straight. And you can click that link if you want later. You can watch it. It's just Trump speaking at a rally. On January 5th, another meeting was between Eastman and Greg Jacob and Mark Short. Jacob recorded Eastman's request that the vice president needed to unilaterally reject the electors. Trump made multiple tweets that morning, one claiming that 2 senators would join in his plot in the Senate to stop the steal, another claiming that the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors, applying more pressure to Pence. At Trump's request, him and Pence had another meeting that same day. Although the J6 committee was unable to inquire about the exact details of the meeting, Mark Short seems to suggest that it was concerning Trump requesting Pence once again toss the votes during the certification. That night, in response to a New York Times article leaking the earlier conversation, Donald Trump put out a statement containing multiple lies, the principal one being that him and Pence were in total agreement about what Pence could do on January 6th. I think this is a tweet that includes a statement by Donald Trump. Mike Pence has an interview that he gave on Fox News kind of talking about all this stuff going on. He says, I had no right to overturn the election, and despite the fact that President Trump is continuing to insist that over the last 2.5 years, I want people to know that I stood strong on the Constitution that day by God's grace, and I always will. All they asked you to do was to just take a pause that day. I say that's completely false, and it's contrary to American history, to our Constitution, to the laws of this country. I never considered it, Martha. Look, the first time when I heard the speculation that I, as the vice president, had the authority to overturn the election by returning or rejecting votes, I frankly dismissed it out of hand. Look, the founder, blah, 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 blah. I was clear to Trump.
This is all a clip of him on Fox News saying this?
Yeah, you can click the Fox News link and you can just hear him. He's just saying all of this. It's an open interview, yeah.
Okay.
But let's be clear on the point. It wasn't just that they asked for a pause. The president specifically asked me, and his gaggle of crackpot lawyers asked me to literally reject votes, which would have resulted in the issue being turned over to the House of Representatives, and literally chaos would have ensued. So, Martha, people can read the indictment, and frankly, I said before, I had hoped that it did not come to this point. I don't know if the government can meet the standard, the burden of proof, beyond reasonable doubt for criminal charges, but the American people deserve to know that President Trump and his advisors didn't just ask me to pause, they asked me to reject votes, return votes, essentially to overturn the election, to keep faith with the oath that I made to the American people and the Almighty God. I rejected that out of hand, and I did my duty that day. That's Pence in an interview in 2023, August 2nd. Yeah, okay. That same
the
night...
electric fence. God damn.
Yeah, I think this is on January 5th. That same night, Steve Bannon went live with another episode of The War Room, applying even greater pressure to Pence while claiming, quote, all hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Just understand this, all hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's going to be quick. It's the fog of war, end quote. Bannon also discussed putting Senator Grassley's number on the screen and suggested they encourage users at thedonald.win to contact the senator. Pence ultimately carried out his constitutional duty as vice president and certified the vote for Biden on January 6th. Okay. Okay, here, listen. We don't have to do J6. I'll just do these last two sections and I'll catch up. We'll see where we're at, okay?
Okay.
All right. The next section is pressuring the Attorney General for false election claims. So under Barr's final days, President Trump began making claims of voter fraud on the same night of the election before all the ballots had even been counted. On November 9th, 2 days after Biden was declared the winner, Barr authorized widespread investigations by the DOJ and the FBI into allegations of voter fraud. On November 23rd, Trump had a meeting with Barr trying to figure out why the DOJ didn't have any strong cases yet for voter fraud, with Barr explaining that all of the accusations that had been made were without merit. On November 29th, Trump falsely claimed on Fox News that the FBI and DOJ were missing in action and that he would stay out of it despite him interfering at multiple levels of federal and state government in investigations into voter fraud. On December 1st, Barr invited an AP reporter for an interview about the ongoing DOJ and FBI investigations, stating that they'd found absolutely nothing credible up to that point. Trump fought with Barr over the following 2 weeks, desperately attempting to get him to substantiate any kind of voter fraud, repeating the same false claims to Barr that he had been over the last month. Nothing was ever substantiated, with Barr eventually turning in his resignation on December 14th. You can read the just two excerpts from Barr's deposition. And in that context, I made clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, I didn't want to be a part of it. And that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did. I observed, I think it was on December 1st, that, I believe you can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election. Good, fuck that guy. Next section here is, Clark is introduced to Donald Trump. On December 15th, Trump had a meeting with his new acting attorney general, Jeffrey Rosen, and his new deputy attorney general, Richard Donahue, and then a bunch of other, a couple lawyer people, Pat Cipollone, chief of staff Mark Meadows, other people. This meeting was largely focused on a report on the Dominion machine fraud by the Allied Security Operations Group, which Barr had the DOJ investigate and found no evidence supporting. I won't go into all of this, but there's this group called ASOG. This report is a joke for 50 billion different reasons. If I have to get into that in the future, I can. But Barr and the DOJ had already looked into this, and all of it was bullshit. On December 22nd, Representative Scott Perry introduced Donald Trump to Jeffrey Clark, the acting head of the Civil Division and head of the Environmental and Natural Resources Division at the Department of Justice, environmental law, basically. On December 24th, Trump mentioned Clark's name to Rosen, okay, which was his attorney general, which Rosen felt was strange because he had no idea why Trump would be communicating with Clark, and Clark communicating with Trump would be against the DOJ policies. So you've got like the president, you've got his attorney general, and the president shouldn't really be going into the Department of Justice and like talking to people in the DOJ. It's an egregious breach of norms, and it's a violation of department policies for obvious reasons. You don't want the president like going in and talking to underlings, like telling them what to do. It would undermine the Department of Justice, right?
Who even is this random guy?
But
I've never even heard of
doesn't
this
the
role
president
before.
pick who's in the Department of Justice?
The the President of the United States, with the authority granted to the Constitution, is allowed to choose his officers, who are the head members of the offices that he has. The Department of Justice is one such office. He can pick the head, but then that guy, those people, depending on how Congress says, they fill out the department. So he doesn't pick every single person. He just picks the officer, and sometimes inferior officers if it's delicate, but generally they do all that. What did you say, Tom?
Just who is this random fucker? I've never even heard of this role. Why is he talking to this like random guy?
That's what. Good question. That's what Clark and Donahue are wondering. Like, I don't know why the fuck you're talking to this random dude. It's because Rick Perry, basically a guy in Congress, introduced him to Trump because Clark seemed like a cool guy that would play ball. We'll get to that. This is coming up here. On the 27th, President Trump had another phone call with Rosen and Donahue, in which he continued to make false claim after false claim, with Donahue debunking each and every claim. The Georgia claims about Ruby, the Pennsylvania claims of the 205,000 supposed additional votes, the ASOG report, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, during this phone call, Rosen said to Trump that he needed to understand, quote, understand that the DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election. It doesn't work that way. Trump responded to Rosen saying, quote, I don't expect you to do that. Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman, end quote.
No,
Yeah.
no.
So Donahue explained in his deposition that this was an exact quote from the president. So this is a deposition that Donahue's given, like under oath, like this was an exact quote from the president. He attests to this. Trump brought up that people had told him that Jeffrey Clark is great and that he should put him in, laying the groundwork for the events to come. So again, Trump is bringing up Clark to Donahue and Rosen. On December 28th, okay, so we're about a week and a half out from January 6th. On December 28th, Clark had Ken Kolowski, who was a senior counsel under Clark in the DOJ Civil Division, draft a letter to the Georgia governor and legislature alleging that the DOJ had, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia, end quote. Everything in the letter, however, was a lie. The DOJ had zero reason to suspect any voter fraud at this point in time, and every investigation thus far had been a dead end. Clark emailed Rosen and Donahue asking for a promotion so his title would look more authoritative on the letter, as well as requesting both of them to sign a letter. So you can click here like that Clark emailed, and you can see like this is the email that he sent from Jeffrey Clark, Jeff and Rich. One, hey, I'd like to have your authorization to get a classified briefing over some voter fraud stuff. Two, attaches a draft letter concerning the broader topic of election irregularities of any kind. The concept is to send it to the governor, speaker, and president pro tem of each relevant state to indicate that in light of the time urgency and sworn evidence of election irregularities presented to courts and to legislative committees, the legislatures thereof should each assemble and make a decision about elector appointment in light of their deliberation. I set it up for signature by the three of us. I think we should try to get out as soon as possible. Personally, I see no valid downsides to sending out this letter. I put it together quickly and would want to do a formal site check before sending, but I don't think we should let unnecessary moss grow on this. As a small matter, I left open me signing it as the AA Attorney General, which I think stands for, it's like the underneath the Deputy Attorney General or something.
It's acting Attorney General.
No, not acting. It's something else. It's like, you've got the Attorney General, you've got the Deputy Attorney General, and then you've got the, it's like the Assistant Attorney General. So he would be the Acting Assistant Attorney General is what he would be.
Okay.
Yeah. He's saying like, oh yeah, like if you promote me, yeah, you can designate me as the acting AAG of civil under the titles and wholesale opinion, blah, 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 blah. But that was that. Jeffrey Clark, you can click just to, underneath this, you've got Donahue responded. If you click that responded, you can see their responses to him. You can see from Jeffrey Rosen, he says, Rich, thanks for responding to this earlier. I confirmed again today that I am not prepared to sign such a letter. You can also see the email from Richard Donahue to Jeffrey Clark saying to Jeff, I have only had a few moments to review this draft letter, and obviously there is a lot raised there that would have to be thoroughly researched and discussed. That said, there is no chance that I would sign this letter or anything remotely like this. While it may be true that the department is investigating various irregularities in the 2020 election for president, something we typically would not state publicly, the investigations that I'm aware of relate to suspicions of misconduct that are at such a small scale they would simply not impact the outcome of the presidential election. AG Barr made that clear to the, he basically just goes through like roasting Clark in this email back back to him, saying that like, yeah, would never, ever, ever, yeah. Over the following days, Clark continues to speak with Trump against department policy, as well as Donahue and Rosen, eventually making it clear that Trump wants to appoint him to being the acting attorney general, replacing Rosen, as Rosen was unwilling to co-sign Trump's fraud, while Clark was willing to play ball. Okay, and this is the last section of this. With tensions building in the White House between Trump and his DOJ, events would finally culminate in a dramatic meeting in the Oval Office on January 3rd. Rosen requested a meeting at 6:15 p.m. with Donald Trump through Mark Meadows on the 3rd. Before the meeting, Rosen and Donahue, your two heads of your DOJ, discussed the potential leadership changes in the DOJ with Cipollone and Pat Philbin, who both opposed the change in leadership. Rosen and Donahue had previously had a conference call where almost every assistant attorney general agreed that they would resign if Rosen were removed from office and replaced with Clark. They went to the meeting in the Oval Office. They had an argument. Clark made an impassioned argument for why he should be made the new attorney general, but every person present in the room confirmed to Trump they would resign, along with hundreds of others in the DOJ, if Trump actually appointed him to the role. Ultimately, Trump was too scared by the threat of mass resignations to push through with Clark's appointment, despite Clark's pleas otherwise. Basically, it was a huge event where Donald Trump was going to kick out his attorney general and throw in Clark, this environmental dude, because he was willing to sign this letter and send it out to all the states to try to get the states to flip their electoral votes because of the vote.
He was willing to do what
Rosen and Donahue wouldn't,
what
basically.
Rosen wouldn't.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Basically, he
And this
found
is-
some
this
random
is-
member of government that he could put in that would do what he wanted.
Correct.
Is it
This is
his?
confirmed.
Now is. Sorry,
ahead,
I just want to ask: is it his? As president, he can kick the guy out and replace him if he wants, right?
Correct. He could theoretically. He can fire
But
and
the
hire
reason-
anybody he wants.
Now, is the reason they wanted to resign because they thought that him being in the role was retarded? Did they know what Trump was planning to do?
Everybody knew what Trump was planning to do because, again, none of this is a secret. Everybody knows what's going on. So they talked to a lot of people beforehand, and basically half the DOJ was like, all of the assistant attorney generals were like, yeah, if you send this guy in, like, we're all quitting. This is insane.
Meaning
everybody,
they're quitting their job, like
Yes.
they're choosing to lose their job. as
they
a
would
member of
all resign.
government.
Yes.
And that's because they are just like so opposed to what's going on.
Because they know that Trump is doing this essentially just to have Clark send out lies from the DOJ. Trump wants the Department of Justice to lie to all the states and say, hey, we found really good evidence of voter fraud. You guys should
Even though that's
hold off on your
blatantly
elections.
not true.
Correct. This is what Barr
that's
kind of
admitted in
resigned
the
over,
letter.
and yeah.
So they're wanting to drop out. So they're wanting to like resign. Like, if you could speak to like motivation, is it because it like goes against their I don't know, is
I
it
think
is
they
there
would've
morality,
lost their
ethics
jobs.
around being a part of the DOJ? Would they have?
They probably would have lost their jobs inevitably had he done this also.
Maybe, yeah.
Why would
Or
they have lost
I
their
mean,
jobs when he's making the decision? Do they have
Why-
to
Going
approve?
along with it.
I think the people just want I think the people just don't want to be part of the Department of Justice being used to essentially coup the government.
Yeah,
They don't want to be a part
yeah.
of a huge lie fabricated by the Department of Justice saying that they've got like good evidence for voter fraud. Nobody wants to be a part of that. And if Trump is going to keep moving through employees until he finds somebody who wants to do his bidding, they don't want to be a part of it, so they're threatening to quit.
Yeah, they're essentially saying, Tom, like if you like, we know this is not true, and if you fire this guy and put in this guy who's going to willingly push a lie, we all quit. We don't want to be.
No,
part
no,
of it.
I understand that they want to quit. I understand, like, from Trump's perspective, I'm just trying to figure out, because, like, that's, like, it's a lot of people, right?
Yes,
it's a
it
lot of
was.
people at the
Yeah.
DOJ. Like,
And this is
like
confirmed.
quitting a job that, like, is hard to get to.
Yeah.
And this is confirmed because these people say this meeting happened. Right?
There's so much There's a lot of funny
it's all
stuff here.
testimony, though, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but there's like so many different people that testify. So one of the guys, Hirschman, is a lawyer who is just kind of an asshole, I guess. But like he's talking about how, as part of this meeting, he's like laying into this Jeffrey Clark dude because he's like an environmental lawyer. If anybody has Hirschman's testimony, we can read some of it. But he's basically saying like, listen, if there's like a fucking oil spill, we'll call you, but you have no idea what you're doing here. Why the fuck would you be ahead of the? Why would you ever be the head of the DOJ? You have no idea. You've never done a criminal like thing in your entire life.
Not just
I know
trust
this
me, bro.
document's super
I'm
long,
good.
but I think it would be good to have like a quote from him or a quote from like at least like
Yeah,
you
you
get
can
quotes from like a
definitely
few
have
people who
Ian
were
on
in that
that
meeting to
together.
talk about what went down. You know.
Good point.
Sure, I'll add that.
Well, also, like, depending on how long you want the video to be, like, first off, you can also link people this document that you're reading, you know, that you're guiding us through, so people can look through all these sources themselves. But also, you don't also have to verbally say everything. Like, you can put the testimony or quotes on screen if you want to save time that way, too. Like, just in terms of
That's
the
true.
overall length.
But I think for everything, that you say with like specific events like this, you should have, let's say you're making it into a video essay, okay? You should have at least one specific sort of like moment that shows that happened, because if you don't, it's very easy to say like that didn't happen. Obviously, to an extent, there's going to be a lot of people who are unwilling to hear it and are going to be like, well, that person lied, that person lied, that person lied, Trump's based or whatever. But I think like at least having more proof for each claim in however you present it will help like people who aren't sort of brainwashed, for lack of a better term. You know,
is the end game for this project like a video essay?
I think so. Yeah, I'm not entirely 100% sure what it'll look like yet, but
okay.
Yeah. If you want, I linked a PDF. If you go to page like 192. So Hirschman was one of the people present at this meeting. I just read like a little bit from him. Remember, every deposition that's linked, every deposition is done under oath. All of these things are done under oath. This isn't just like conversations. You do this, and if you lie, you could be held criminally liable for obstruction of justice, whatever. Question from the interviewer. Or the deposer. I know we're running out of time before you have to leave for a flight, so I'd like to return to Jeffrey Clark's story. So rather than me asking you a lot of detailed questions, why don't you just sort of start with, what's your understanding of how Jeffrey Clark came to the president's attention? I don't know who brought him in. Someone said at one point that it was Representative Perry, but I don't know if that's accurate or not. I got a call. I was sitting on a plane flying back from Texas to D.C., and Jeff Rosen called me and said, where are you? I said, I'm on a plane. What's up? He said, when are you going to be back? And I said, in 4 hours. And he was like, it's going to be too late. It's like, what are you talking about? There's a meeting with Jeff Clark. And I never met Jeff Clark. And I said, where? He said, Oval. I said, okay, relax. He goes, you've got to get back. So I remember calling Molly. I may have gone even into the bathroom on the plane, because at that point, I don't remember if the doors were closed or not. I think barring it being Jeff, I'd say, gee, I wouldn't have answered. I said, Molly, there's a meeting? She said, yes. I said, just stall it until I get there. I'm supposed to land at this time. I landed. I called Molly and I said, okay, I landed. And I came. I flew into Dulles or whatever. And I took a car over to the White House. And when I got there, we met. I went up to Pat Cipolloni's office. Jeff was there. Rich Donahue was there. Steve Angle, Pat Cipollone, and Pat Filmed. And I got a general discussion as to what Jeffrey Clark was proposing. And I was like, okay, don't worry about it. This is never happening. Question, what is he proposing? Answer, that he become acting attorney general. I lost you guys, by the way. He would become acting attorney general, and I think I had known of the name that he was some civil person at the DOJ dealing with environmental something like that. And we went down to the Oval. I think Philbin was sitting on the far, facing the president. Phil was on the far right, and I think it was me, and then Rosen was to my left. And I remember Steve Angle being all the way to the far end, and Donahue was initially not in the meeting. And Jeff Clark was making a play that he was to be put in charge of the DOJ and become acting attorney general, and that if he got that, he would take certain steps. At one point, I said to the president, you know, Rich Donahue, he's here, and I don't remember if I suggested that Rich come in, but he said, get Rich to come in. And somebody went out and they brought Rich into the meeting, and he sat like in between people on the couch and behind whatever. And Jeff Clark was proposing that Jeff Rosen be replaced by Jeff Clark. And I thought the proposal was asinine. So I teased a little bit by Jeff or Rich afterward, or so I got teased a little bit by Jeff or Rich afterwards, that I know they testified before the Senate committee and said Eric was, you know, extremely aggressive, and he's trying to be polite about it. This is Eric Hirschman. That's him doing the testimony. He's saying that Rich and Jeff were saying that he was being aggressive. Yeah, it was. I did not think that Jeff Clark remotely was qualified to become Attorney General. And I thought this was like his lifelong dream to have this opportunity. And he was making a pitch. And every time he would get clobbered over the head, he would say, like, you know, call to order. You know, you're the president. It's your decision. You get the chance to make this decision. And you've heard everybody, and you can make the determination. And then we jump back in and, you know, really clobber him. And at one point, I remember saying, let me walk through. Jeff, what do you want to do? And I cross-examined him in front of the president as to what his strategy was. And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, fucking asshole, congratulations. You just admitted your first step or act you would take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 68. You're clearly the right candidate for this job. And then, and he was, and it was clear, I mean, everybody was on his case. The guy had never been before a grand jury, let alone having any idea how a criminal case would be prosecuted. And you know, the people at the DOJ people said that they would quit if he got the role. It went on for a while, and Jeff would keep coming back and trying to get the president.
The dude's fucking guilty.
And the president at the end,
it's a fucking insurrection.
Listening to Jeff, and then the second Jeff would call. I forget what term he was using, like, you know, a call to order or something.
This is fucking
this is insane.
This is crazy.
Call the question. Sorry, I couldn't remember the term. And it was just like, what are you talking about? Where are you? And later on,
He
I
did
made fun
that
of Bill
shit.
Cipollone and Steve Engel. I said to them,
fucking
what's
did
up
that
with Kirkland
shit,
and
bro. I
Ellis?
don't know.
I get you three guys, Jeff Rosen and Bill Barr. And then I get, this lunatic. And, others that all had gone through Kirkland and Ellis. I said, you're either a brilliant lawyer or you're in the nut job category. But I thought Jeff's proposal, Clark's proposal, was nuts. I mean, here's a guy that at a certain point, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is that they both start with E. And based on your answers tonight, I'm not even certain you know that. But he was completely berated at that point, and I can't even tell you where he got in his head that he should be the acting attorney general. But I mean,
This
the
is
president
marginally
listened, and it was
better
like,
than
I'm not
if
doing
Dark
this.
Viper read his essay.
There's like a whole, there's so much testimony to people that were in this meeting.
At least
that,
I know
like,
I'm
this was just
hearing
like-
something that's
killer
probably
important.
correct
That's like-
now.
Default,
With
like,
evidence
that's
instead of just some
the shit
idiot's
right
fucking
there, man.
opinion.
Sure. Like question on 196, what was he proposing that he would do if he became acting attorney general? It was seizing machining, confiscating voting machines. And he didn't explain how he was going to do that. I said, you're not going to get a search warrant, right? Why don't you tell me how to get a search warrant, Jeff? It'd be nice education for me. I said, I've gotten a few in my professional career. Why don't you walk me through how that process works? And I was like, let me guess, you don't have any fucking idea, do you? And I said, so you'd obviously go to a grand jury, right? You'd obviously have to issue a grand jury subpoena to get a hold of this equipment, right? And I go, yeah, okay. And you're going to take it and you're going to hold a press conference and make it all public, right? Yeah. And then you're going to make these articulations, right? I said, well, did anyone ever explain to you Rule 68, right? And then it deteriorated down to, literally, congratulations, you'd be the first AG candidate in history that admits the first act as AG would be to commit a felony. And then Donahue laced into him. He couldn't even find a grand jury. He didn't even know where it was. And Steve Engel he was on an island trying to pitch this idea. But yeah, this is, yeah, I guess I'd include, screenshots.
This is like this is like
Trump was
it's
willing
like a
to even
TV
listen to
show
that.
level, like it's crazy.
Yeah, this is all really super wacky, but it was like so
Better
crazy at
Call
this
Saul
point.
stuff.
Okay, this guy like did this shit, right? Like this was like an
Did what?
insurrection.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, it was-
I think so.
Yeah, I mean this is.
Yeah.
But this is
pretty
like
bad.
they're trying to find, Trump is always trying to find people to like sign off on his shit. This is one of the frustrating parts when people are like, well, he had lawyers supporting him. It's like, not really. He just had whoever he could find to support him were the people that would support him.
It's so interesting when you like get into the minutia of like different checks and balances of government and how like along the way every single one would be like no, and then he'd be like, okay, well what about this way? He'd like try to find some guy to put him in, and then they were all like, no, we'll resign, and then he's like, okay, well now I've got this thing with Pence. Like he's got like all these different schemes,
Angles that he's hitting,
any possibility other than like
Yeah,
and once again
It's like the SpongeBob movie, where the rally at the Capitol, that's Plan Z.
Basically,
He went through,
sure.
Plan A through Y, and then he finally got to Plan Z.
Yeah.
But it's also like if he did believe the election was stolen, let's say he did believe that genuinely, like all this stuff isn't even like within the bounds of that. Like he's trying to steal it here.
Yes.
Dude, for
Okay,
someone
so
who
this
thinks
is
the
one of the
election was
big-
stolen, he really knows how to steal an election.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're so far past it being.
He's
like,
the expert,
he
dude.
accidentally thinks this and he's misunderstanding.
What is Bunty King
X,
doing?
Y, Z.
Then he's senile. Like, I mean, what's the alternative here? I don't know.
This
Yeah.
is crazy,
Because like
this
all of the accusations he's made, at least that we've seen so far, about voter fraud or election integrity, none of them have been verified in such a way that they would reasonably like do what he wanted, like either delay the election or
Yeah.
Right.
The best you have is just usually like one or two people that will fill out an affidavit saying like, I saw like a whole like machine like destroy 1 million ballots or whatever. It's just people filling out some affidavits. There's no strong evidence for any of these cases. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this does a great job of just like being so blatantly malicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, to be on Trump's side of this one, you have to believe that somehow every single member of government is lying in unison, and everyone around, not even members of government, everyone's lying in unison, in lockstep.
Well,
What'd you
assuming
say?
that all of his supporters know all of this exact information, then yeah. But I imagine most people probably don't know all the nitty gritty stuff. Of this.
It's not just government. It's his government.
No. What I'm saying is that to believe that there is some conspiracy to keep Trump out of power and that like the election was stolen from him, you have to believe that every single member of government ever like lied, like
All the
totally,
protocols,
like,
everything.
acted against like
And
literally
not just
everything.
the federal government, but the state government, and I guess the people in media and Dominion and the Fox News people that admitted that
His
in
own
court.
attorney general.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just paid out all that money to Ruby Friedman and Dominion for no reason.
Yeah.
Well, the court is rigged, right? The justice system's rigged, as we know from this, as we can tell clearly. So
Potentially, yeah. This last thing before the
Go on, Warren. I want to hear
Yeah, wait. Let me just do this last chunk. Warren, hold that thought, and then we all do January 6th, but this is just like if you scroll down on the next part, the January 6th rally, motivation and purpose of the protest. A lot of people will make this claim that like, well, nobody knew what they were going to protest for, or nobody knew exactly what was happening. Like, people just showed up to have a protest. I just listed, and there are more if you want, but like these are a lot of tweets from Donald Trump leading up to the election. Like it was very obvious what they wanted. It wasn't just supposed to be a protest. Like you can see that he does a lot of the voter fraud claims. He says that this is going to be a huge protest. It's going to be historic. On December 20th, he tweets out the greatest election fraud in the history of our country. He tweets like bullying people, like, oh, this senator is going to challenge the Electoral College. And he says like, other people won't, and he's disappointed in them. Like on the 21st, he says that he's disappointed that Brian Higdon, a Wisconsin State Supreme Court justice, he expresses his anger at him in a ruling against him, despite the fact that Trump endorsed him in his election. He always does this. He's like, I helped this guy win his election. He won't even fucking rule in favor of me or whatever. You can, I won't go through all these. You can click through like all of these tweets are like tweets that are like Donald Trump has made. A lot of them are either still up or they're like on a Wayback Machine. Like all of this is like super open. They start to get pretty egregious if you go down to December 31st. He tweets out 2 different OAN videos. If you want real quick, you can click like this first video. Let me know once you've clicked this and put it to 1.5 times.
Where are we at?
Sorry, scroll down to December 31st, 2020. It's underneath the section of the January 6th rally and then motivation and purpose of the protest.
Okay, ready.
Yeah, so you can set it to 1.5 times. We'll just listen to I think a minute of this, but you can hear it. So 3, 2, 1, go.
I got lost, chat. I don't know where we are. I zoned out for a second. I feel like I'm back in college. Holy shit. I see a lot of tweets, but I don't see where the video is. I'm taking their word for it.
Okay, so pause. We're done with that. But this is the electorate plot. It's all laid out right here. She's falsely saying that, well, all the states sent in both sets. They didn't. All the states wanted both sets. That's not true. She's referring to the 7 fake sets that the Trump campaign set in as the alternate sets to the other one, saying that, well, look, at Congress, they can choose the right ones, or the state legislatures can throw out the original ones. This is a retweet by Donald Trump. No, this isn't a retweet. I'm sorry. He just tweeted this video on December 31st. On January 1st, he retweets the same fucking video. He's got, his March for Trump, Stop the Steal, be there, that'll be wild, big protest in D.C., it'll take place on January 6th. But I have all that, and then so everybody going to this rally, if you were watching any of Trump's Twitter or any of the videos or any of the media, all of you knew, not you guys, but everybody that went here knew exactly what the protest was about, what they were being driven to, that the election had been stolen, that there was a way that to make either Pence or the state legislatures choose the right winners, that something could happen on January 6th to make it so that Trump still won. That was on January 5th, one of Trump's last tweets were, I hope the Democrats, and even more importantly, the weak and ineffective rhino section of the Republican Party, are looking at the thousands of people pouring into D.C. They won't stand for a landslide election victory to be stolen. Okay. That's all the stuff laid up to before the day of January 6th. Okay. Any questions, concerns, anything of all of this, anything? Yeah, go for it. I think Warren, I think we were going to say something before, and I cut off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
of course we have to try out the
right, so it seems like he genuinely,
why the heck would anybody work
Trump's
out with
biggest
tires?
flaw is his ego. This is messed up. So I'm in this predicament where it's like, okay, we have a deeply flawed candidate, but he is the candidate representing these values. There's really only 2. You take out Kennedy.
We're Costco guys. What the heck
So
is this thing?
there's a lot of people in this country that are feeling like in this
guys.
predicament.
Of course we
of
go shopping.
what do I do if there's these things that I care about deeply? And I definitely don't want to go with what these people are standing for. And I understand there's flaws, and thank goodness the founding fathers were able to create this systems of checks and balances that we referred to several times tonight, and that worked. It saved us from ourselves. And so I don't know what to do.
So I would say one thing that this would be my biggest fear. So there's a good speech by Scalia called a parchment guarantee. I won't get into that, I guess, but we have systems, we have a constitution, we have branches of government, but I think at the end of the day, these systems are only as good as the people that staff them. And I don't think we'll probably not go over January 6th tonight unless you guys want to stay longer or whatever. But like up to this point, I think even we've seen, it feels like if one or two people would have broke heavily on this, it's possible that things would look significantly different. The main actor here is Pence. If on January 6th, Pence would have said, I don't think we're going to count these votes, or I'm going to turn this over to the House, there's a huge question in mind of like, okay, well, who the fuck knows what would actually happen at that point? Because there were a lot of Republican senators that were also willing to go along with this plan as well. There were 11 that Donald Trump calls out in all the tweets going up to January 6th.
It would almost certainly go to the courts, right?
Maybe, but then the question is, but then what? So in the meantime, does Trump remain president? Do you wait until that gets all the way to the Supreme Court to hear it? Do you wait?
Yeah, I get you.
Because you're on January 6th. This is at this point the certification of the vote. You have no idea what would actually happen up to that point. It's like
another question with that is like, let's say it goes to the courts, it goes to the Supreme Court. Who's in the Supreme Court? The people who just said that Trump's immune, right?
Maybe, yeah. And then you've also got the issue that, like, part of what he said for J.D. Vance, like, J.D. Vance is on record saying that I would have supported Trump on January 6th. So it's, like, pretty clear that Trump is probably picking people this time around that will go along with his crazy plans, and he won't just pick people that he think are strong Republican Party members. He's going to pick people explicitly for who's going to be, like, a loyalist, is what it seems like.
Which is also important to note is that, like, how many of his former cabinet members are no longer part of his new cabinet, or that he's, like, ostracized in some way. And I think if you count them up, isn't it like, I don't know how many, there's like 2 or 3 from his former cabinet that are still, like, with him, and everybody else is gone. I think is
maybe I haven't looked through all of those or done that research yet. I know he's like choosing a different vice president, and his last attorney general resigned.
Like he's picking people. I mean, I don't know how this would work with people that would run for like that are running for Congress and shit, but he's picking people that wouldn't like check in the system of check and balances, right? They wouldn't check him, right?
Yeah, so that's part of why he picked Vance, right? I think Vance said he would have done the right thing.
That he would have gone along with the J6 stuff, yeah.
Well, that's not what he said explicitly, but that's the implication.
No, I know. I believe he did explicitly say that he would have supported him. I can try to find that quote, but I'm pretty sure he explicitly said that he would have supported him on January 6th.
Well, he's trying to improve on his position that he was in last time in case things go south again. I mean, you showed us earlier when he wouldn't say that, like, he wouldn't guarantee, like, a peaceful election. He was talking about, like, the mail-in ballots and stuff like that. But the response he gave, obviously it wasn't about mail-in ballots this time, was very similar to his debate performance against Joe Biden when they asked him if he would accept the results of the election. He gave a very similar answer.
And regarding January 6th, like, we spoke a bit about like what those people knew, what they were thinking. It seems to me like most of those people, this is an incredibly in-depth deep dive. I don't know if I cut off or if my thing's still working.
No, you're good.
No, you're good. We hear you.
But like this is truly remarkable. And so I just want to give you props for this. This is like a level of, and I mean this in a good way, like a level of like autistic detail that is in the best way. Like it's truly remarkable. So,
yeah,
but the average people are not going to have that.
Yeah.
Like they're thinking what I was thinking, or what most people, you know, and not that I would agreeing with them, but I think they genuinely thought, okay, we just need to, we don't need to get into that, but but the point is, it's like what you're laying out here, it's important.
The
but
problem
I'm not,
with this is I know that none of the people here know enough to push Destiny,
they definitely
and
don't
I
have
know
that level of
Destiny's
detail.
bias is through the roof.
I
I'd
1
rather
trillion
see
% agree with
someone
that.
is a political person than
Well,
try
you
to
also made a
pitch to
good
the
point about
commentary
like being in a predicament where you have a candidate that is based like your candidate for these specific sets of values, but there are other things with this candidate that you like vehemently disagree with. So like what do you do? Do you vote for this candidate because of the values that they represent, or
I think the argument Destiny would make, and I think other people would make, is probably that ultimately, while we do live in a 2-party system, if any one person tries to, you know, when you vote, you're basically respecting your right to vote, right? That's what we have as American citizens. That's democracy, right? By voting, you're using that right to vote for someone, and by voting for Trump, you know, if you believe everything his document is true, and you know you're in Destiny's position, right? You would probably say that because Trump tried to destroy the voting process and overrule your vote anyway, to vote for him in the first place would be like retarded.
Yeah. or that like the I think the biggest issue for the Republican Party is they have to be broken out of like the Trump sphere, especially because if you are a traditional conservative or if you're conservative anyway, Trump doesn't even really represent like people like even I'll say like Trump is far right or whatever. He's not in terms of policies. He's not actually like Trump's policy positions are kind of wacky. They don't even represent like good conservatism in my mind. But
yeah,
I guess.
But that's the problem with the two-party system is that like you end up feeling like you're picking between the lesser of two evils rather than like the perfect ideal candidate. So like I understand why people would still vote for Trump because they feel that he.
While this convo is happening,
I understand that.
Jeremy
I don't
is
agree with
like
that.
threatening to
The issue right now is not a
DMCA
problem with the
Kamala
two-party
Harris.
system.
So that's fun.
The issue is that like even if we had 50 parties, conservatives genuinely really like Donald Trump because he does have like really good energy. He's fucking hilarious to watch on stage. Like he works crowd really well. Like he's a funny fucking dude. Like nobody can deny that. Okay, I've been like obsessively watching like Shane Gillis fucking Trump impersonations for like the past like week, and they're fucking hilarious. Like
and
nobody can deny that. Yeah.
Where does that energy come from? It's like he genuinely believes what he's doing, like, even when he's wrong, and that's his biggest fault. He even believes the nonsense when he's wrong. What do you do with a person like that? That's why we saw all these people bailing. It's
a little bit. I think that Trump is a really good salesman, but I think that everything leading up through this and all the little plots and schemes that are going on, I think that Donald Trump knew that he had lost this. I think that because to pursue like really wacky things on the side like this, it just doesn't come across as a person who genuinely believes that like they're in the right and they're going to win. Like I think we've all seen, if we've watched, I know the commentary people, you've all seen like these like interrogation rooms where some dude like thinks he's correct and he goes in and he does this shit and he just like fucking destroys himself. But like you never find these like scheming people who think they're in the right. Like everybody that's scheming and trying to do all these little plans, they know that they fucked up really hard. They always know that they fucked up super hard.
Let's put ourselves in his mind for a second because he genuinely seems to believe that there is a deep state. He has been put through all these legal challenges, a recent assassination attempt. There's all the media attacks and fake media. We've seen this battle ensuing for like 8 years. It's got to wear on a person's psyche to the point where it makes him extremely prone to these things. And then we're listening to him with Elon last night, and he does have his strengths regarding business, regarding economy. And I think that people are weighing these. Everyone's weighing this in their, not everyone, most people are weighing this in their minds who are considering voting for him. People see his faults, but they also say, oh, Elon Musk, things that Elon Musk are saying, deregulation, we need border security. Do I care more about people like issues at the border, or am I going to hang up on the past and then, okay, you're right, the past is too bad. I'm going to overlook everything at the border and I'm going to vote for Kamala.
I think I can understand that. I guess my biggest frustration as somebody that does a lot of like media coverage and reads a lot of autistic shit, and autistically reads a lot of autistic shit, is that if one of the frustrating parts, I guess, from the liberal side is that in terms of like a deep state existing, like every single thing, I think even for what I've read in here, every single thing that Republicans have accused like Democrats of doing insofar as like deep state stuff is actually happening here, and it's like all in the open. Like the idea that a president would call a state, that's already wildly inappropriate. That you're calling a state election and saying like, I need you to do something about the voter fraud. I need you to find shit that like how many times has Trump said Biden told his DOJ to investigate me, and here you have Trump firing attorney generals and telling his like attorney generals like, I need you to send this letter out or I'm gonna fucking fire you guys, right? Or like all of the like the fact that Elon Musk bought Twitter, right? This is literally your George Soros figure, right? You've got a foreign billionaire that buys one of the largest social media companies, makes it public and then turns it private, or takes it from public to private, right? And then is posting deep fake images of fucking Kamala Harris. We know they're deep fake, but still, holy shit!
Love
like
Elon, bro. How do you hate
I think
Elon?
the issue is that like the frustrating is that like all of the deep state like accusations I feel that like Republicans make to Democrats, like at the end of the day, what do we have? We've got pictures of Hunter Biden's cock, and then we've got like the Hillary emails. And I feel like just in this event in and of itself, there's like so much horrible shit that's already worse than like anything that I've ever been seen like demonstrated by on the Democrat side. Is like very frustrating, I think.
I got a question for you, Warren, when you're done.
Yeah.
You can keep going.
Well, I would just keep in mind, if you feel like you were fighting a corrupt system, you're going to, and this is what I've been thinking about throughout the night, if he genuinely believes that this system is broken, they're going to cheat him, he's going to fight back with everything he can in unethical ways. That's how you slip into a dangerous game.
Yeah.
But then the question would be is like, you probably need some corrective mechanism to make sure that isn't happening, right?
Which
Oh,
would be the
absolutely.
people-
Yeah.
that would be the people you have around you to tell you like this isn't
System of
actually
checks and
happening.
balances.
But
Thank God it
yeah,
worked.
that's the checks and balance. I mean, it's kind of like YouTube comment section or like feedback from fans if they say like, yo, what the fuck's up with this video? This video sucks or whatever. You have like an audience that tells you what they like, what they don't. I mean, it's a different thing fundamentally, but the point is that like he's appointing people specifically so that they say yes to everything he says, so that they don't check him.
Yeah, I mean, like the way like the founders designed the government is with like many members, checks and balances designed to prevent something like this from happening. But ultimately, what Trump wants seemingly is to
Slimy
be, like,
Weasley
quote,
fuck.
My whole thing.
Republicans had the
like, some
same
of these
moment when
people
Romney was called
in
racist.
charge
Why do you disagree,
are
out of
and
also
curiosity?
everything in
Republicans.
2008
So when you're saying like,
that Destiny had after watching Trump's
Wait, here,
speech
Willie
on
does
the
something that
after
organize
the
that. Yeah, go for it.
Sorry,
Willie,
real
do your
quick,
thing.
the
My
king.
bad.
There, I have no sympathy. The
You say
tweet
me do
was
my thing
voting
or
for
Warren?
Trump.
Yeah, Willie, Turkey's having a side combo here. Here, you say your thing, and then Warren can respond to Turkey's question. Go.
okay, yeah, my whole thing is like, when we're saying that it's like Trump's fighting the deep state or he has reason to believe, like this cabal is out to get him and like he's fighting an illegitimate election. It's his own guys saying that he's wrong. So I don't really understand where the whole like the entire like what's the fucking word? The entire like conspiracy that the election's fake that he's coming up with and he's saying that. It's if his own guys are saying that it's not that way, like where's he getting that information from?
Yeah, his guys are pointing out that the technical claims about the election fraud is not accurate. But surely you can acknowledge that there's an imbalance in, like, with the media coverage that we've been seeing.
Sure, but is that a reason to what does that, I guess, give him a right to like have these meetings to what's the word?
Okay, with just the attacks that we've seen, whether or not that's because, as Destiny pointed out, Trump is such an out-of-the-box figure. He's not like Bush, previous Republicans. He just came out of nowhere, and we have this kind of, I mean, a lot of people have talked about this over and over, but this system that's just kind of shocked by it, and there's been that conflict. So by pointing out that conflict, surely we can acknowledge that conflict exists. That doesn't invalidate what you're saying.
And by
about
conflict, you mean the media coverage?
Not just the media coverage. I don't want to like belittle it by just pointing it out as like, oh, the media is unfair to him. It's I think it's the same thing. It's motivating people like Elon Musk to get behind him. He's feeling the same frustrations, unfair attacks. So
I think
like at this point,
one of the comparisons that I think a lot is progressives complain a lot about police officers over policing districts that have a lot of crime, and progressives will say things like, "Well, okay, if you send a lot of cops into these districts, of course you're going to find more criminals. That's bullshit. You're artificially inflating the numbers." And there's a reasonable response to that where you say, like, I understand that maybe things like being caught for like possession of marijuana that might get a little bit inflated, but at the end of the day, we can't send police officers evenly to the entire city. Everybody agrees that would be fucking retarded. Okay, if I got one part of the city that's reporting, 150 homicides a year, I'm not going to send half my police force to go and police middle class and upper class neighborhoods where nothing fucking happens on the hopes that we can bust some rich kids smoking weed to even out our marijuana incarceration, numbers. And I think part of the issue with covering Trump is that if you have a guy who is legitimately doing a lot of crazy shit, and then the media begins covering him more for that crazy shit, very quickly and very easily he can slide into this like, well, look at all this like disproportionate unfair coverage I'm getting, like the disproportionate unfair policing in like high crime districts. Like, yeah, the media is probably coming down really hard on you, but it's also because you're like being exceptionally like fucking wacky. It might be because of the things that you're doing that the media is coming down on you like so much.
Partially that, but we could look at the media coverage of the interview with Elon last night. There's nothing to justify the response that I saw today. I made a video about that today, but also this is bigger than just media coverage. Anyways, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But,
I feel like
all
for
I'm
me,
trying to get at though is real quick. I felt like, and correct me if I'm wrong. You were trying to, and just say I'm wrong if I got this. If I don't have this right.
Sure.
I feel like you were saying since the media coverage is super biased against him, and I agree, they went after him for a bunch of stupid shit, like the whole like grab him by the pussy thing. I thought that was a huge waste of time. I don't give a fuck. Or the fact that he like fucked a porn star. I don't care, right? Who cares, right? And they try to make that like a really big deal, sure. But you're using that as like, it feels like a reasoning for why he could have these meetings for like Clark to take over as the DOJ or the Attorney General and stuff like that to do these illegal acts to like fight back.
No, I don't mean to indicate that at all. I'm just trying to point out like where that conflict exists and how people are perceiving that conflict. And I would encourage you to watch like the video that I did today pointing out just the response from last night. It's only been one night to see how people, the lens, and what Destiny's saying about distributing and actions have consequences. That's absolutely true, but none of that explains just from last night why people describe it in this way. And then I say it is bigger than just the media, meaning all these court cases that we've seen that we've been looking at. I sound like a spokesperson here, but the collusion cases with Russia. I remember when he was elected, my mom was in tears claiming, "Oh, this was a fake election due to Russians on Facebook." She believed that election was meddled with. And
yeah,
so,
but like the difference between like that and this to me is like they did that investigation.
Oh, they're
and,
definitely
like,
different.
Okay, yeah, but like
put that aside. Then we've had how many indictments people are, whether or not you agree with that, you have to recognize that people are perceiving this as an effort to destroy someone, to drag, to bankrupt.
I agree that the perception can be that, but I think an issue also is that like, where is that perception coming from? So for instance, if we say, let's say that we agree that the Donald Trump investigation was unfair. Let's say that we agree with that. Let's say that we went through the Dunham report. We don't like some of those FISA warrants. We say that this was all bullshit and this was unfair. Okay. Trump's response to being unfairly, what he perceived as being unfairly investigated was he fired Comey over not killing the investigation. He started to bully Jeff Sessions, his attorney general, over because Sessions recused himself from that investigation. He's like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't know if I'm biased or not. Trump went after everybody to try to fire and kill this investigation. If you flip it, what are some bullshit investigations that we feel like the Republicans have done? The Hillary email stuff, right? The Benghazi stuff. There weren't even criminal charges that came out of that. But Hillary sat and she did her fucking 12 hours in front of Congress over Benghazi. She cooperated to as much as she could in providing as much as she could to all of the investigators for the email shit. And these are things that are still to this day attacks used by conservatives about, the Democrats, like Hillary's emails and all this shit. It's like there wasn't even a criminal charge there. But then you look at criminal convictions that Donald Trump has and be like, well, these were unfair. And it's like, wait, what? And then it's hard because then you run into this talking about, well, the perception is that it's so unfair. And it's like, well, what if he just did do a lot of bad things and now he's being held accountable?
No,
for
you're absolutely right. So I'm not trying to go into the minutia of those cases or even claim that that they are unfair. That's why I'm trying to take the larger perspective and say that we can't. I think, like you pointed out earlier, I think that was a really good point, that he was this outsider coming into like a wrecking ball into when it's like in the movie industry, if someone comes in, some outsider, and just tries to start rejiggering with this system that is highly designed to be built around gatekeeping for self-sufficiency and keep outsiders out. You have someone come into that, it's going to resist against that. It's going to lead to conflict. Acknowledging that conflict exists does not mean that I'm claiming that anything about the validity of any of those court cases. I'm just trying to acknowledge that people are going to see it this way, and that's what I was trying to say in that video about after the assassination. So you have to acknowledge that they've seen what they view as attempts to bankrupt, arrest, put him in jail, regardless of how you feel about it, and then we see an assassination attempt. I'm not saying that is even correlated. It's just unfortunate because this is the picture that's being painted. We can all acknowledge that picture.
Yeah, I know why they believe what they believe. Obviously.
And I can get back to your comment about the king thing. Someone asked me about why I don't think they want to.
Yeah. Can you and I just talk about that real quick?
Yeah, fellas. Sure. I was gonna wrap up because I do gotta go.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I think to summarize, I think you have compiled a list of very compelling, diverse sources and quotes and bits of information. And like I said, the SpongeBob A to Z plan, I think you've laid that out pretty well. Honestly, I think you could make a very long form video of this, but also a shorter, 15-minute version where it's just the most important. So you could do multiple things with all the stuff that you've compiled. I think, like the other guy said, having quotes for certain things in regards to testimony is it certainly
Wait,
helps.
can I just ask
Yeah, yeah.
real quick? Of all the stuff we went over today, just real quick, what was the most surprising thing that you learned?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do we want to go like Nick?
No,
first
wait,
and
just
then
you real quick since you have to.
Bro, he doesn't remember anything. Holy shit! No,
based
no,
on
no,
the
no,
stuff
no.
that I didn't know.
He's
I
thinking.
think
He's thinking he's gonna get something.
Clark stuff. What was his name?
Yep, the Jeffrey Clark, Jeff Clark. Yeah.
Yeah,
The DOJ stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that whole story of basically trying to put an industry plant in a position, in like a really powerful position where he has no fucking business being in, and also those quotes of the guy from the deposition who was just like, "Yeah, how are you gonna file a search warrant? You don't even know how to do that."
Okay.
I thought that was pretty.
Is there anything that you had
mind-blowing.
a perspective or opinion on that you feel is there a thing that changed a perspective on a particular thing at all? Or the most?
Thing that changed the perspective. I would say probably just not that my perspective necessarily changed. Because I kind of lean towards this.
That's fine. Okay. Was there anything in here where you're like, I don't give a fuck about this? Like, even if this was like presented in a more entertaining way, I just don't care about this. I don't think this should be included at all. Or
there wasn't too much stuff. I would say.
Okay. And then final thing is
maybe like these death threats to Dominion. I mean, I guess those are kind of like those are kind of crazy, but you know, it's yeah, no, I think a lot of stuff in this is important, and that's always the trouble with like cutting up videos when you're trying to like battle the time code of how long the video is. You have to be like, okay, what's the most important? And most of this stuff is important, you know.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then final thing is, would there be like an additional piece of information you'd need to like move more on something else? Like, is there something that not just like a quote or something that justifies whatever already put in here, but like where you're like, man, I really wish that I could see this or something like happened here or something. If that makes sense.
No, I think this is pretty comprehensive. It's like you would need to compile an even more insanely detailed document to counteract the points that are listed here. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And that information just doesn't seem to exist to counter a lot of the claims here. But yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
As far as I've seen.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, here's where I stand on things. I think like when you have someone who's like basically trying to circumvent the Constitution is like the oldest government charter in the world. It's gotten us this far. It's worked for a long time. And when you have a candidate that's like basically trying to put themselves above the Constitution, like I just can't support that. I value my constitutional rights and my ability to take part in a democracy more than any single candidate. So that's pretty much where I stand on things.
Okay. Oh, and I just want to say for the future, and I doubt this will ever come up in any of your fucking videos or conversation or whatever because it's boring, Supreme Court shit. In regards to the Donald Trump immunity thing, okay, without getting into the minutia, all that, Roberts, the Chief Justice who penned the decision for that court, and talking about core powers of the president and stuff that you could never criminally review or ask about, he outlined essentially the entire part about Jeffrey Clark. That entire part, he said, no criminal court should ever be able to review what was going on there. So if anybody ever brings up that future, like the immunity case, that was a situation that Roberts, and that's not all. He's just saying that specifically, this is a thing that would be beyond the question of the courts for criminal activity. Just as a heads up if that ever comes up, but okay.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, it has been fun, gentlemen. Good discussion. Also, let me know if you ever want to do something like this in the future.
Yeah, sure. You can always just message me if you want to come.
Yeah, I never get to talk about.
With me, bro.
Oh yeah, dude, Age of Empires 2.
I'm gonna run and use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in like 1 minute. 1 sec.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna head out, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
Good to meet you.
Yep.
Take it easy, bro.
Right, peace.
So Warren, the reason why I said that. Sorry, what'd you say?
This guy's pulling a Hassan right now. He's like leaving us to entertain it. His fucking stream.
That's what it's all about. So Warren, the reason I said the thing about the king is because, so like to me, the thing that makes like the U.S. like what it is like the democracy aspect, and like democracy is built on like your ability to like vote for someone to put them into power, and when you like try to destroy that, you're acting like a king. I think it's like so like a comparison I would make is like in England. they had kings for a long time, but at some point they wrote the Magna Carta, which I think is like their constitution basically. And what the Magna Carta said is like the king and his his fuckers or whatever, right? Whoever the fuck works for him, like they're not they don't supersede the law. Like it applies to them too, right? And so essentially, like the way that I see it is like that's why Trump wanted to be a king, right? Like that comparison and like the fact that he tried to like subvert democracy and like say like no, actually I am more important than this, right?
I'll be real, and I think I'm going to trigger a lot of people in this chat when I say this. I think it's undeniable, and like when you look at the evidence, like Warren, I don't know what your opinion would be on this, but I think it's undeniable that he tried to throw out the results of the election illegal.
No.
He was willing to do like all the events to do it.
Dude,
But
his
I
chat,
don't
dude,
know
Destiny's
if
chat's gonna be so fucking mad you just
No,
said
no,
that,
no,
dude.
this is the
Wow, it was
part.
so
I know
brave.
if he-
That was such a brave
this is
take,
the
Willie.
part. This is the part, Nick. All right.
What did he say? What happened?
If he goes ahead and wins, I don't necessarily think that means like, oh, we have a king now or democracy dies or some shit. Like, I don't know if I'm necessarily.
I mean, I don't
that.
think that it's like died yet if he gets voted in and like the vote is
Yeah,
like
I feel like
handled
so
properly,
much shit
but like
would have to go wrong.
But the problem is like he already did it once. Like, what's he gonna do again? I guess is the question.
I think there's like,
No,
I think
I mean,
if you're being
all
honest,
he- yeah.
there's like a potential that like Trump wins and literally tries to become fucking Hitler 2.0. But there's also like another world where like Trump wins and he's like, fuck you, piece of shit. I just want to show you I can win an election again. And he's like a lame duck for 4 years and does literally fucking nothing. Like it's either outcome is possible.
The
Right?
thing is, when you say Hitler 2.0, like he's not gonna do a Holocaust. Like that's just not gonna happen.
No, but like things like
No, he's gonna do a
mass
super
deportations
Holocaust.
or shit like that. I don't know if he would do that. Crazy immigration policy. The thing that scares me the most are things around our freedoms, because if the government were to start peeling back like certain types of freedoms, I think that would be pretty scary. So stuff around like media, like the repeal of Section 230 is a really big concern, I think, and nobody actually cares about that because conservatives
Is he
just
planning
think
to repeal that?
Republicans have like argued for that for a long time, yes, and they've spoken
But
about.
isn't the whole point of appealing 230 is that the websites would still be immune until they started doing any sort of censorship. Then they would.
Yeah, but if they're considering like banning somebody's censorship, that means every single website is basically now going to be held liable for whatever's posted on the website.
Well,
which
only
is
if
like,
they ban somebody. Yeah.
well, but are you going to think people aren't going to ban anybody now, or?
Yeah, that's the entire point, right?
I don't think that's going to happen though.
You have to have content moderation though on
Well,
sites.
wouldn't
right? Like,
that
you have
no?
to
Hold
have
on.
that.
Wouldn't that be?
No,
the
Willie
idea?
loves
Wouldn't
child
that-
porn on YouTube. What are you talking
Well,
about?
no, you could probably
You
still you could
wouldn't
probably
allow
still
child porn, Nick,
you could
though.
moderate illegal things, but like the idea that there'd be absolutely no content restrictions on anything or any moderation on anything ever, like it would just be. I think the companies would just not operate in the U.S.
It'd be like pre-2000, like 13 internet.
Where no one makes money.
True.
Well, no, but if nobody had no, I get this line of thinking,
Oh.
dude. Because if nobody has anywhere else but these companies are still going to advertise on the websites because if there's legally nothing these companies can do and everybody's online.
You're saying if every
they're still
site's the
going to
Wild West,
advertise.
they're gonna have to put ads on our shit.
Yeah.
Well, you're saying that, but I
They
mean,
would.
look at how many people aren't advertising on Twitter now, despite the huge viewer base there, right? Like Elon
Right,
is
but if
taking a lot of.
everybody
But there are other
legally had to
options.
act that exact same way.
Yeah.
then they would because people are on Twitter. People are on.
Well,
Twitter.
or no, that's not true. It wouldn't be every single website. Section 230 is mainly applying. You're talking about websites with user-generated content. This wouldn't affect like the Washington Post or the New York Times, like media sites or like.
Right.
Like they would just
Yeah.
go back to like traditional media advertising.
Yeah.
We would get fucked.
But really,
Yeah.
if everybody's on social media, it's not like everyone would just start watching traditional media.
Fuck you, Willie. You're a
I'm
hater.
just
I don't think it would
saying,
happen. I don't- the thing
That's the good argument for that.
Well, the reason
I don't
the
think it-
reason we don't know
the thing is,
anything
I
is we don't
agree.
look at traditional media. That's why we're here.
No,
The
but
thing is,
no,
like, I don't-
traditional media is dying.
Okay, Willie, like I don't think it would happen like right away, but it would be like we would just lose a bunch of money. Like we would, you and I would.
Well, at first, but if they have nowhere, if everybody's online, they would eventually just pay to be online. They would eventually pay to advertise on social media.
Or they just
Maybe
wouldn't
they would.
advertise on social media, right? Look at like you with your ideology, you would imagine, or with your idea, you'd imagine here that like there must be some A-list sponsors like advertising on Pornhub. There's not. Bro, if I have to hear that weed commercial one more fucking time, by that stupid fucking guy on Pornhub, you want to buy weed and blah blah blah.
That's not a good argument either, though.
Well, but why aren't all these like? Wouldn't the cheapest soda manufacturer want to advertise on fucking Pornhub? Like, why not? There's a huge viewer base. It's one of the most visited websites on the internet.
And there's places with more viewer base that will protect their what's it called?
Dude, there's gonna be ads on Kiwi Farms after this.
It will protect. Like if they go ahead and a company just starts posting on Pornhub, that would be seen as like really bad press, right? Or same if somebody posts like the Coca-Cola ad on fucking YouTube, and what was the big thing was like the racist Alabama video, right? And well, that's a bad look for Coca-Cola. But if none of these companies have a choice and it's just enshrined in law that this is just how it's going to be, these companies would fucking get over it and do it, because that's where
the thing is, like, my understanding is that 230 goes beyond that. Like, it protects companies from liability for stuff that gets posted to their site.
Well, only if they start, but that's only if they're a publisher, meaning they do content moderation. So if you just don't moderate anything,
if you don't moderate, you're fine.
But nobody's going to do that.
Why would nobody do that?
Really, humans don't want to be in charge of those companies. You wouldn't find employees that want to work for you. They'd be like, this place is fucking degenerate.
It's all the internet pre like 2013. There was no moderation.
Willie, you can't go back. It's
hold on,
over,
the
Willie.
internet pre-2013. Stop. Hold on. Stop. You young kids. What are you, like 19? How old are you, Willie?
I'm 47.
No, you're not.
He's like 26 or something.
Okay, the early internet was literally built off of people that were passionate about the projects that were being worked on, okay? They weren't making any fucking money at all, okay? Bandwidth, storage, everything was absurdly expensive. The technologies were dog shit, okay? Everything was horrible. Like, everybody was only working on these because they loved them and they had passion projects and they wanted to commit a whole bunch of free time. What?
Not much moderation on those
there
sites.
There were moderation, and no, not only was there moderation, there was more moderation. That's why conversation on the internet was better back then, because you went to message boards that had real-life moderators that were fucking banning people for saying stupid shit. The moderation was pretty extreme compared to now.
We all know those
bots and
message
shit.
boards were wacky as shit.
Some places, there were unmoderated wacky places, yes, right? Like B on 4chan, or like chat rooms and fucking gaming websites and shit. But if you went to like post on message boards, on forums and shit, right? But like the biggest place where a lot of stuff came out, like something awful.
YouTube has way less moderation.
Did YouTube have less moderation? I don't know if that was true back then. Listen,
you literally had like Nick Fuentes and Nazis on this site, dude. It was fine.
Fuentes is like 19. That's not early internet.
What about that little Nazi girl? She was on the site. Literally, you had
Leafy Nazi girl who sang "Happy Birthday" to Hitler. That was like a crazy kid.
Get out of Valiant.
And she got banned.
Okay, stop. Regardless,
she made the swastika cupcakes.
She got banned though.
You are distracting. Okay.
We call her Angel
right on the
on this
230
stream.
shit. I
We
get it.
call
I
her
see the vision.
Princess.
Fuck you. Okay. Wait. Did we have any other comments on anything that had been presented so far? Thoughts, concerns, anything?
No, but I'm gonna get some water, but I'll be back.
God, fuck you, Tom. God, I hate Tom.
He started working out, and then he just thinks he's better than everybody.
Working out? Have you seen the injection marks in this guy's fucking veins all over his arm? You can't tell how aggressive he is in his videos now and on stream, how roided out he is 24/7, all the Zins and the cigarettes that he has to smoke to like temper that testosterone that's just bleeding over.
He's been having a lot of mood swings, yeah.
He has had crazy mood swings, yeah. Meth? I don't think he lives enough in the Midwest for that.
Where does he live? Like Canada, right? I mean, come on.
Wait a second, hold on. Wait, Willie, do you say what state you're from?
Illinois.
Have you ever in your life heard somebody say the term Middle West?
Middle West?
Yeah, like referring to like, oh, Nicholas, where do you live? Do you say what state you live in? I
New
can't
York.
tell by the jersey. Oh, fuck you. No one cares.
No, nobody.
Warren, do you say what state you live in?
Yeah, I'm in North Carolina right now. I'm in deep meth country. There's meth all around me here.
Hell yeah, brother.
Up in the woods, in the mountains, North Carolina. Yep. But yeah, I think you're like 1 year younger than me, Destin.
Okay, I'm 35. Almost 36.
See, I'm your seniors.
Shut up. You're literally, you act like you're 19. Fucking loser.
Oh, dude,
I can't tell if you're serious or not.
Come on.
Destiny, what are your thoughts on Tipster?
I don't even know what or who that is.
Damn.
What's a tipster?
Best political streamer I know, dude.
Is that guy?
Oh, shit. Wait, who?
Tipster.
Never heard of it.
Dude.
Is it a meme? Am I getting memed right now?
No.
What is a tipster?
No, he's a really good political streamer.
Oh.
He's kind of big on the left. Yeah.
What platform is he on?
I think they dated.
He moved to Twitch because you can ban people from chat and then they can't see your stream anymore.
Oh, then that's probably why I don't know, because I don't follow any of the Twitch stuff, so. Because I'm banned. Excommunicadoed.
Yeah.
Willie, part of my...
You should check him out, though. He'd be good for like a discussion like this.
Okay.
Part of my reservation about like 230 being repealed and like government involvement as well is just like I don't really want the government to have a hand in like what private companies can and can't do. And like on one hand, like I acknowledge the fact that obviously like these websites are so big, they basically act as like you know, a public forum in a way. And like for that reason, I would support like in the interest of like consumers, like breaking up like monopolies like Google or stuff like that. Like splitting Google and YouTube I think will be really good. But like part of the problem once you get a lot more like government involvement than that, as far as like deciding like this can happen or this can happen, is I feel like it can infringe on our rights. And
They're just saying
like
all
for
of
example,
it has to happen though, Tom. That's all they're saying.
the thing is like not all of it has to happen, but like I just don't really want it to happen at all. Like because I don't once again I don't
want all the good stuff without all the bad stuff inconveniencing me.
Well, no, shut the fuck up.
The thing is like
that is it.
I agree with that, but like you rarely get that.
Yeah, I know.
I think, well, aren't you, like, you sound like you'd like the Canada law where you have to talk about Canada. Did you know that Canada passed a law if you're a YouTuber, you gotta, like, masturbate to the fucking Canadian flag for 5 minutes every time you make a video? How crazy is that? That's what you guys want.
The country is a fucking shithole.
Yeah, that's what you want.
That's why
Okay,
Tom
fuck
left.
you. Okay, well, listen, if you guys are gonna shoot the shit here, okay, give me 40 minutes and I can go through J6. Yeah?
Let's fuck it up, dude. Let's go.
Alright, fine.
Okay,
Sure.
let's
Okay,
run
I'm
this
taking my
down.
charger.
Yeah, go for it.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
I'm gonna run this guy down.
Dude, we're gonna be rioting for this fucking content. Let's go.
Good, yeah, I know. Riveting stuff.
And ultimately, like I don't know, I think it could lead to a lot of problems. You know, part of my thing with like the way that the internet works right now is like it's not even close to perfect, but it could get so much worse. You know.
Tom, you're probably right. Where there is the serious risk of, and I think some companies even threatened it if they took away 230, was like essentially what's the fucking word? They were like, oh, we're just going to moderate our site even more than to like get certified creators, like all that shit. And that would obviously be the worst case scenario.
Like we'd turn into like Amazon Prime.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That is something that could happen, and that's why it's probably safer to leave 230, because 230 in the end of the day
Amazon
isn't
Prime?
a bad thing.
Like
we would just turn it.
shopping
We would turn it into.
application?
No, Prime Video. Sorry.
Prime
But
Video.
basically YouTube would turn into like you have to be like an approved person to
Yeah.
be here, that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Oh.
You have to be like
Because
fucking
the
Mr.
companies
Beast
would
or
still
Lily
wanna
Singh
moderate
or
it.
Linus Tech
Oh,
Tips.
okay.
So they would have to like over moderate it. Like every piece of content would need to be watched before going on.
You know what I fucking meant, Nick. You're
No,
you've been
because
spilling
if you're talking
bullshit
about
this
Prime
whole
Video,
stream.
like you're comparing it to like Netflix and stuff is the same way, right? It's like a.
Did anyone notice when that guy said the term jiggering? What did that mean?
What the fuck did that mean, bro? Dude, and then he
Dude, that
said
was so
gaping
funny.
right
I think
after.
all
Like, what
three
the
of us
fuck?
smiled.
Sounds like you've been watching too much. You've been watching too much Luffy, okay? Your mind's in the gutter, kid.
Bro, your whole
Jigger
chat
a
was
word?
writing gaping all the way down, dude.
Because I gaped some dude last night on Twitter.
What?
I gaped some dude.
It's fucking gay.
Yeah,
And
it's
you got
pretty
fucking
gay.
owned. It was for him. Okay.
Oh shit.
Gape maxing,
Wow.
true.
Yeah, true.
Well, someone's reading chat. That's fucked up. I haven't been looking.
Yeah,
at chat.
Nick. So you're like you're listening to the plebeians, huh?
Dude, I
is
got like a
streaming right
mosaic
now.
view. Yeah.
The thing is, I've had Nick's stream open, watching the viewers go down. Is like, who the fuck cares?
Dude, I've been trying to keep them in by adding kinetic sand, and it's.
Aw.
Bo Black said he didn't like our stream. He said it's bad.
Well, I mean,
Who
he
said that?
Josh.
Wait, you
Bo
guys are
Blacks.
streaming too?
Yeah.
Wait, who's
I'm not
Josh?
streaming.
Bo Black's your friend.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. So what's your beef with Bo Blacks?
Oh
dude?
God,
get
no,
it.
don't. That's
I don't have any
Okay,
beef
let's
with
not
Bo
go
Blacks.
down
Please,
into the
no.
whole fucking thing then.
This
He's
is such a bad question.
It's okay. I don't. If it's gonna go through a whole
Bo
fucking.
Blacks is awesome. I was gonna get an artist to make this more appealing to Bo Blacks, but I couldn't find anybody who wanted to draw Donald Trump as Pokemon for the entire fucking thing, so he wouldn't have any interest in this. I'm sorry.
You know what? That's the least bad thing you said about him. So.
Oh, really?
So you're just making fun of his super.
You know what, Willie? Just keep going. See what happens.
Please,
Keep
Willie,
fucking going.
please make this more
Just
difficult
go.
for us.
Just
Why are you
go.
guys so mean? Why are you bullying Bo Blacks so much?
You're bullying him, dude. Bo Blacks is my favorite commentary channel.
Yeah, he's a special dude. He's very special. Bo Blacks is so special. If you were to take a vacation to the UK and I were to bully him, I'm pretty sure I'd get arrested for a hate crime. So, because you can't, it's hate speech to bully retarded people, whatever. Fuck
Thank you.
guys.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
That was like
that was a good
No
joke.
wonder he's got to stick to
It was
politics.
good. I was holding.
He just did a flamenco. That was a
All these guys
flamenco.
looked at you to yeah, fuck you, okay?
They looked at me.
I would never look at Tom.
Felt like I was just on stream with flamenco explaining his joke afterwards. Jesus.
Well, you've been looking at me for a long time. I disagree. You've been looking for a long time, okay? I see the gazes I get.
Willie, do you stand up? Do you not have a chair?
Dude, he's got a standing desk. It's good for the legs.
I'm so sweaty, guys. I just had to.
He doesn't have a
standing. I'm
chair.
dying.
He doesn't have a computer. He writes everything on a fucking pen and paper like a retard.
I
He's,
do.
like,
This whole
living in the-
notebook is just boogie.
he's living in the 20th century.
All of these pages are just boogie.
You're writing a diary about him, basically,
Jesus
at that point.
Christ.
Yeah, look. It's
You
all
don't
the
even have
time
video
stamp.
links.
That's the diary
What, you
from the
write,
Mr. T
you write
Lexify
down
girl.
the fucking... Do you write the
Yeah.
link out?
It's no. I don't write the link.
You should
I write the
autograph
title of
that
the
and post
video.
it to eBay and then sell it for like $20.
Why would anyone buy this dog shit?
Well, I didn't say it would be expensive.
There's a pile of notebooks. Like it's probably stands like up to my fucking like hip of just shit over the years. Every single one.
You're gonna leave it to your kids. They're gonna know the lore.
These are the
Okay.
manifestos.
Fuck off. Do this. Okay. All right. We're going to blast through this, all right? Okay. Donald Trump's tweets. I'm just going to go from January 5th into the events of J6. Okay. All right. January 5th. You can find this. I'm just reading these down. On January 5th, Donald Trump tweets, pleased to announce that Kay Loeffler and basically Senator David Perdue have joined our great hashtag Stop the Steal group of senators. They will fight the ridiculous Electoral College certification of Biden. How do you certify numbers that have now been proven to be wrong and, in many cases, fraudulent? He also tweeted out, the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. This is not within, and then I added this comment, this is not within the powers of the vice president. And then he also tweeted out, quote, I hope the Democrats, and even more importantly, the weak and ineffective rhino section of the Republican Party are looking at the thousands of people pouring into D.C. They won't stand for a landslide election victory to be stolen. And then the next three tweets are on January 6th, but it's like the night of. They're like at midnight, 12:30 a.m., 1 a.m. or whatever. You can click and find the times. But he tweets out first, if Vice President Mike Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency. Many states want to decertify the mistake they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back. He tweets out, states want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud. Plus, corrupt process never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states, and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage. And then one more tweet, in all caps, the Republican Party and, more importantly, our country needs the presidency more than ever before. The power of the veto. Stay strong. Okay.
The power of the veto is like when fucking
just like the president
when a
can veto, so
pedophile gets
you have
attacked
to have
on
the
Twitter and
president.
veto jumps in to
Okay.
defend them immediately.
All right, day of, January 6th, the speech at the Ellipse. Trump's team chose the Ellipse for the location of the rally on January 6th. It was about a mile's walk from there to the Capitol. It featured a variety of speakers, many of them continuing to make the same false assertions of voter fraud and rigged Dominion voting machines. Many of the speakers also reiterated the same pressure for lawmakers and Pence to overturn the electoral vote results. The event was set to begin at 9 a.m., with Trump finishing his speech at 12:16 p.m. According to the Secret Service Office of Inspector General report, about 28,000 people had entered the secured area of the rally, with many more staying outside. I think 20, 30, 40, 50,000 is hard to know, but around 28,000 went through the secured area. There's a lineup of like all the speakers
The
who were...
secured area means the building?
No. This is at the Ellipse outside. It's like where he gave the speech before they all went to the Capitol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the speaker lineup, Paula White came on. She led the group in prayer. Kylie Jane Kremer, she was the person in charge of the rally. She worked for Women for America First. I think she was when they got the permits. Mo Brooks came on and spoke. He's a U.S. representative for Alabama. He gave a speech to fire up the crowd to tell them to, quote, start taking down names and kicking ass, end quote, while making constant comparisons to 1776 and the fight to establish early America. He also challenged Republicans in Congress to stand up and challenge the election certification. It was later reported, in a later report, he said that he admitted to wearing body armor at his speech because he was tipped off by the FBI of potential risks beforehand. If you want, you can click that. Let's see, he did that. The next speaker was Katrina Pearson. She's a former national campaign spokesperson and Trump media surrogate. In her speech, she also applied more pressure to Republican lawmakers to flip the vote in Congress during the certification, saying, quote, "We are going to fight for our president," end quote, and that every politician who turns their back on Trump will, quote, "lose their seats," end quote, in 2022. She also runs through a bunch of false voter fraud allegations. Amy Kremer comes on next. She's the women's something, I don't know, WFAF founder/chair, TeaPartyPatriots.org national coordinator, co-founder of Women for Trump. She goes on to speak about how foreign influence was stealing the election for the American public, including from Russia and Ukraine, and that Georgia was a corrupt state for refusing to investigate their voter fraud claims. She also alleged the exact same false Pennsylvania and Georgia and other voter fraud claims, again, to the crowd. She fires up the crowd, telling them that the election was stolen from Trump and that they are, quote, "here to save the republic," end quote. Vernon Jones is a state representative from Georgia. He comes up and he says he encouraged people to fight once more in the rally and to, quote, "take our country back," end quote. Texas Attorney General Paxton and Senator Paxton come up. They, telling their fighters. It was a short thing. I think they were up there for literally 60 seconds. Eric Trump and his wife come up. They come up, fire up the crowd. They reinforce that Trump called on them to, quote, "descend on D.C., end quote, and that Biden clearly lost the election. His wife also comes on to say, quote, "we are in this fight to the bitter end, and we are going to take our country back," end quote. Donald Trump Jr. also applies more pressure to Congress, saying that lawmakers, quote, "need to stand up," end quote, while they march to the Capitol. Some Kimberly Guilfoyle, she comes up. I think she speaks for a little bit. Wait, I think that was supposed to be Eric Trump before, but Trump Jr. comes up now, the Donald Trump son that we're more familiar with. Quote, "you could be a hero or you could be a zero," end quote. Quote, "choose wisely," end quote, and quote, "fight," end quote, were repeated by Trump Jr. at the event, again, encouraging lawmakers to refuse to certify the election. He says if the lawmakers don't fight, quote, "we're coming for you," end quote. Maybe I should make like a video, I guess, like compiling this. I don't know how long it would be, but it's interesting to note that Trump Jr. opens his speech saying that they're not protesting like Democrats and burning down buildings, and then a few minutes later he'll go on to say that they need to act more like Democrats when they protest. There's a part in his speech where he's like, we're not like the Democrats, we're better than that. And then I think like 1 minute later, he's like, we need to start protesting like Democrats. It's just funny. Madison Cawthorn rolls up, U.S. representative from North Carolina. He claims that the lawmakers in Congress at the Capitol are weak and reminds the audience that he plans to contest the election at noon. He also brings up the state legislatures and that constitutionally they've got the authority to flip the election. Then Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman come up. Giuliani begins by saying the plan for today is perfectly legal. He says that the, quote, "vice president can cast the election aside," end quote, and, quote, "decide on the validity of these crooked ballots or send it back to the legislatures," end quote. And then he says, quote, "let's have trial by combat," end quote. He says, quote, "this election was stolen," end quote, and then, quote, "we're going to fight to the very end to make sure that doesn't happen," end quote. Eastman came on stage and asserted once more that Pence had the power to delay the certification of the vote.
Is this Giuliani quote at all mentioned in the indictment where he lies, admits to lying?
Nope, that's a totally different court case. That has nothing to do with this.
I don't think it could be because he's not like lie. This isn't a lie necessarily.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Well, it's lying about the same sort of thing, though, no?
Well, yeah, but remember, to be sued for defamation, you've got to be sued by a person affected by the defamation.
Right. So the defamation is the voter box, right?
I guess, sure, yeah. Okay. Also, there's a link to this full speech at the very top. Speakers before Trump. I've got a full recording. If you click that, there's like 4 hours, but you can watch all the speakers go through and run through all their lines.
I do have a question. So I think the natural response is going to be, okay, well, a lot of people use inflammatory language when they're talking about like fighting or combat. It doesn't necessarily mean they meant violence. Like, what would you say to that, first of all? And secondly, was there any was there like a moment in any of these speeches when they were like, "Don't be violent, don't hurt anyone"?
Am I crazy, or do I think Tom's question is really
exactly
stupid? Like, I feel like no one would say
like
that.
We'll get to that. And then also, I'll get to your question at the end because I think all of this is
maybe I'm like just overtired. I have no idea.
Okay. Then you have Donald Trump's speech. Donald Trump spoke at the Ellipse for about an hour and 10 minutes, starting at 11:57 a.m. While he does, at one point in the speech, exactly one time, I think it's about 20 minutes in, he says, quote, "I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard," end quote. He spends the rest of the speech repeating four essential points to set the agenda for the day. One, he diligently recounts every single accusation of voter and election fraud, with almost every single claim at this point having been debunked or shot down by his own administration. I think he literally spends like 30 minutes like talking through every single fucking claim in this speech. Two, he reminds his supporters that they are close to losing their country due to an illegitimate election. 3, he calls out several times that Mike Pence is the only person who can save the Republicans. And then 4, he constantly reminds those in Congress whom he helped run for election that they will lose their elections in the 2022 midterms if they don't support him. I wrote down like a collection of quotes basically from the speech, but I mean, like, there's a transcript that I've linked. You can go through all of it if you ever want. But like, we took them by surprise, and this year they rigged an election. They rigged it like they've never rigged an election before. All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they are doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. And use a favorite term that all the people really came up with: we will stop the steal. Today, I will lay out just some of the evidence proving that we won this election, and we won it by a landslide. This was not a close election. We didn't lose. We will not let them silence your voice. We are not going to let it happen. I'm not going to let it happen. I think after he says this, the audience begins chanting, "Fight for Trump, fight." And he says, "Thank you." And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts. Unlike a lot of the people in the Republican Party, he's got guts. He fights and he fights. And he looked at Mike Pence, and I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so, because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All he has to do, all this is from the number one, or certainly one of the top constitutional lawyers in our country. He's talking about Eastman. He has the absolute right to do it. We are supposed to protect our country, support our Constitution, and protect our Constitution. States want to revolt. States want to revote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president, and you are the happiest people. And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. We've gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic and simple reason: to save our democracy. For years, Democrats have gotten away with election fraud and weak Republicans, and that's what they are. They're so weak Republicans, or there's so many weak Republicans, and we have great ones. Jim Jordan and some of these guys, they're out there fighting. The House guys are fighting, but it's incredible. Many of the Republicans, I helped them get in. I helped them get elected. I helped Mitch get elected. I helped. And you have to get your people to fight, and if they don't fight, we have to. We're going to let you know who they are. I can already tell you, frankly. But this year, using the pretext of the China virus and the scam, I could go on. There's like 10 more quotes here, but it's all just like, who will not be intimidated into accepting the hoaxes and lies that we've been forced to believe. Over the past several weeks, we've amassed overwhelming evidence about a fake election. I've bolded the, I've bolded everything having to do, I think, with Pence, just because to see how many, for Pence, or like for throwing back the electoral certification, basically. Yeah, okay. And I don't have to read through all of this. And again, you can also, there are no other references to peaceful.
Whoa, there's just one really crazy quote I just want to read, because he just said we have to fight for the Constitution. This quote says, the Republicans have to get tougher. You're not going to have a Republican Party if you don't get tougher. They want to play so straight. They want to play so, sir, yes, the United States. The Constitution doesn't allow me to send them back to the states. Well, I say, yes, it does. Because the Constitution says you have to protect our country. Like, he's literally here saying, like, well, the Constitution says I can't do it. Well, I say the Constitution does, because it says you have to protect our country and protect our Constitution. Like, it's a contradiction. The Constitution says I can't do it. I say yes, it does. I have to protect the Constitution. Like, it's retarded.
Yeah. The final, I think the final quote of him at the end of this is, what is it? I don't know if I have this written down. I think this might be, this is the last thing. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, the Democrats are hopeless. They never vote for anything, not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. And then he ends that speech. So this is, again, I've got the full thing there. Maybe I could do like a video, I guess, compiling some of these quotes, but like there are no other calls to peace or anything like that in that speech ever. Okay, the next chunk is, riot at the Capitol. So there's 2 groups of people that I think are good to be aware of. The first is the Proud Boys. So the Proud Boys were founded in 2016 by Gavin McInnes. They gained national notoriety after their presence during the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally, which resulted in the death of Heather Heyer and sparked national outrage. McKinnon distanced himself from the movement after they became increasingly radical and violent from 2018 to 2021. Enrique Tarrio was the chairman of the Proud Boys.
I thought these guys were started
for a similar
by
time period, Joe
Wendigoon.
Biggs was the leader.
Chat, can you help me out? I thought Wendigoon started the Proud Boys.
Chris Wallace asked Donald Trump if he would denounce the Proud Boys and other far-right groups.
Wasn't it Wendigoon?
But Donald Trump's reply was for the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. Do we want to watch this clip again to make sure it's not? Yeah, we do. Click it. It's like a minute and a half.
Like Wendigoon wore those Hawaiian shirts.
All right.
Make sure you're set to 1.5. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Ready.
Ready.
All right.
You have
3,
repeatedly
2,
criticized
1,
the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm willing
prepared
to
to
do
specifically
that,
do it?
but I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. You want to call him? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go ahead.
supremacists
Who
and
would
white
you like me to condemn?
supremacists and right
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left. This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacist. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got it.
Not militia. That's what
Okay, we can pause there. You can. But that's a famous quote from Trump that a lot of people get kind of angsty about. My next paragraph, you can click the link for Parler. On Parler, Enrique's response to Trump's statement was that he was standing by, sir. And Joe Biggs posted, President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand by because someone needs to deal with Antifa. Well, sir, we're ready. I don't know if do any of you remember Parler?
Yeah, briefly.
I don't know when it ended, but it was there for a little while.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can click there. You can see these are the posts that they made on Parler. Joe Biggs, right? Proud Boys shout at the presidential debate. President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand by because someone needs to deal with Antifa. Well, sir, we're ready. Enrique Tarrio, standing by, sir. Joe Biggs. Trump basically said to go fuck them up. This makes me so happy. From November 5th afterwards, different Proud Boys members were posting inflammatory statements across their social media accounts. On November 6th, Tarrio posted a message that read, the media constantly accuses us of wanting to start a civil war. Careful what the fuck you ask for. We don't want to start one, but we sure as fuck finish one. On November 12th, he posted, fuck unity, no quarter, raise the black flag. On November 16th, if Biden steals this election, the Proud Boys will be political prisoners. We won't go quietly, I promise. On the 25th, he posted a social media post by Joe Biden that stated, we need to remember we're at war with a virus, not with each other. Tarrio then posted, no, you need to remember the American people are at war with you. No Trump, no peace, no quarter. From at least in or around November 2020, these are other members, Nordine, Biggs, and Ryle, I think, used their platform as regional leaders of the Proud Boys to publicly post statements in response to the projected results of the 2020 election. We don't have to go through all of those. Scrolling down, in December 2020, Enrique Tarrio created a new chapter of the Proud Boys called the Ministry of Self-Defense. In the following signal groups and chats, Enrique Tarrio and other members would plan for the day of January 6th and how they would execute their role in the insurrection. An early blueprint for this, called 1776 Returns, was given to Enrique Tarrio on December 30th and used to outline the events that would follow from January 1st to January 6th. That the 1776 returns document, you can click it at some point if you want, but it just goes through like holding basically buildings captive in the Capitol until like the president like calls some like insurrection bullshit. It's some wacky plan. I say wacky plan.
Yeah, I see. It says overall goal: fill the buildings with patriots and communicate our demands. They said they want to get a bunch of Senate office buildings. One of them just says CNN at least egg doorway. Are they trying to take control of like a CNN building?
There's a CNN building there. He's saying they should at least egg the doorway, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's a funny addition. Okay.
Yeah. Enrique Tarrio was notified that he was ordered to leave D.C. within 24 hours on January 5th. He and Stuart Rhodes met on the night of January 5th. Stuart Rhodes is the leader of the Oath Keepers, to speak about what would happen the next day, referring to the event the next day as an insurrection. If you want, you can click, I think, on... you can click that insurrection thing. This is a 2-minute and 20-second video. We can put it at 1.5. Let me know when you're ready to go. Just as a reminder, Enrique Tarrio is the leader of the Proud Boys, and Stuart Rhodes is the leader of the Oath Keepers. We'll get to who they are next. Ready?
Ready.
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ready for the car. I need the...
Some of it's hard to hear in the beginning. I think it changes later on, I think.
And here as soon as I get to it.
I think the two people hugging, I think that's Tario and Rhodes. Hold on.
I want you to meet the Lieutenant Kelly. She's from Texas. Hi. Nice to meet you. Susan Arena.
Hey, Stuart, glad you're all mine.
Please listen.
Oh, no, that's Stuart. My bad.
No, we're
They know what you're driving. They know what you're driving.
It doesn't matter. I'm sure that even if they were to come by right now, I'm on my way out. So I literally just picked up my bags.
So I thought they told you
They
24
didn't
hours.
give me 24 hours. They didn't want. The reason why they did that is that they didn't want me to go to tomorrow's gun.
Okay.
Is that camera? Yeah. Those are my guys.
Okay. So you don't need anything right now. Do you need anything?
No, I'm good. You going on Virginia side? I'm gonna go on the other side. I'm gonna go to Maryland. You're going north.
The Maryland?
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna go to the VA side, but a lot of my guys are on the Maryland side.
Okay. All right. Well, that makes sense.
Well, they're also shutting down that bridge from Ross. Also from Maryland, Virginia. Yeah, that's why. That's one of the reasons. I'm gonna drive back down to Miami. I don't want to get on a plane right now. Just, I just don't. I don't blame you.
You're gonna drive back to Miami?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Amy. I'm gonna stay close just to make sure my guys are okay.
And I'm gonna
So it's tomorrow, and I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow.
Okay. I'm gonna come and shoot tomorrow. That's why I my daughter Ashley.
Ashley, yeah, we've met before.
We have Friday.
It's okay. Listen, all I was gonna say is no one's gonna get to. I cleared that up before you. That's all I was trying to say.
You did?
Okay, I don't know why.
What is the significance of this video exactly?
Hold on. Yeah, wait. I don't know why I put insurrection in quotes here. I don't think this is the right.
The video is just them hanging out.
Well, hold on. This video is on the night of January 5th, early morning, January 6th. This is Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, meeting with Stuart Rhodes, and they're just kind of like chatting about like the events going on tomorrow. So Enrique Tarrio was ordered to leave because the police caught him, and he was apparently tied to, I think, the burning of a banner or something. The night before. If you look up a little bit where it says he was ordered to leave D.C., that's the court order that said that he has a no contact order, stay away from D.C. for the next 24 hours. That goes through. I think it was because I thought I read it. He was like accused of like burning a BLM flag or something. They just wanted him to leave or something because he wasn't allowed to be there.
Yeah. It just seems like all that video shows is that he was like they.
What?
It seems like all that video shows is them being like him.
Yeah.
That
Nothing
like,
bad. It's just showing that they're there in DC. That's it. There's nothing bad is technically happening in this video. Yeah, it's just establishing that both people are there. I'm trying to think of.
I think a useful thing here would be because you're introducing so many characters, to have like hyperlinks in here to like their headshot or something, just like what they look like. So like when I hear Enrique Tarrio, I'm like, okay, that guy or like that guy.
How necessary is this? I guess keep going. You gotta cut.
Yeah, I've got a video from the New York Times here. We won't watch this yet. But I'll keep going. Okay, we'll go through the Oath Keepers. Hold on.
I would say this is probably the first part of the whole thing that feels a little padded.
What do you mean by padded?
Like a little too much.
Oh, maybe, yeah. We'll get there. Yeah. By the end, you can tell me if you feel that way. Yeah. Okay, so the Oath Keepers were founded in 2009 by Elmer Stewart Rhodes. While it's hard to know their exact numbers, law enforcement estimates that they have around 5,000 members, around 5,000 in numbers, with many of the group being former military or law enforcement. After the election, Rhodes began to amp up the rhetoric, calling for some sort of organized resistance to the outcome of the presidential election in a November 9th meeting, including other prominent Oath Keepers members, Kelly Meggs and William Todd Wilson. There are a lot of names here, but they're not really that important yet. Or I don't know if they'll even be important. But Stewart encouraged people to step up their actions in defending Trump. Quote, you could stand there saying, we're going to defend the president, the duly elected president, and we call on him to do what needs to be done to save our country. And if you don't, guys, you're going to be in a bloody, bloody civil war and a bloody, you can call it an insurrection or you can call it a guerrilla fight, end quote. That November 9th meeting, if you click, it's like a court transcript, basically, of a transcription of a group phone call that they were on. The Oath Keepers began to post more and more aggressively on their website, calling for violent confrontation in the Capitol to oppose the outcome of the election. I've just captured screenshots from the website. There's an advertisement for a November 14th rally. There's a December 12th ad to call about how they had to resist the election. There's a January 5th advertisement to show up for the Capitol defense. And then the Oath Keepers began training their members to coordinate for combat and support roles during January 6th. They organized several different QRFs, they call them quick reaction forces, to resupply fighters during the insurrection if active fighting began. The day before, for example, Edward Vallejo had wheeled in weapons and equipment into a hotel nearby to be ready to resupply. I've cut out like a ton of like stuff from this, but you can just click this window or click this link for the wheeled in thing. Let me know if you've clicked it, and then we can 1.5 it. Let me know when you're ready.
I clicked it.
All right.
Ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Well, one of the members of a far-right extremist group charged in the January 6th insurrection will remain behind bars until trial. That was a decision from a federal judge here in Phoenix this afternoon. Investigative reporter Morgan Lowe is in court today, and he spoke to a friend of the defendant. And Morgan, what did
Okay,
you
you're
learn
gonna
about
quiet. It was just a picture. There's other videos of him too, but basically they've got like a bunch of people that are kind of like wheeling weapons and stuff around outside of DC, like waiting for calls to like start wheeling stuff in when the fighting begins. Essentially, is like what the Oath Keepers were doing. I've got like.
So I think part of the problem with this section is like you're citing like some like news place, right? And like obviously I'm not, and they also use the word allegedly in that. If these guys are charged, I feel like you should like use stuff that shows that they were charged and like this definitely happened, because it says allegedly. I feel like a lot of people are gonna be able to look at this and be like, oh, that's not really what happened. They were carrying lima beans and they're fucking.
Yeah, you're giving us B-roll instead of the actual.
True. Yeah, I mean, like everything that's coming out here is like, so the notes that I'm drawing from are literally from the indictment. So if you click below, it's notes for the indictment from Stuart Rhodes III. That's where all this information is coming from. And then above for the Enrique Tarrio stuff, if you scroll up, it's I think I've got a quote that says page 4.
Which indictment?
Well, there's one indictment for Tarrio, and there's another indictment for Stuart Rhodes. Yeah, so these are the two leaders of these respective groups that are going to be very active on January 6th. Okay, it's just a little bit of basically background on these two groups. These are the two most organized groups on January 6th, and they're going to be the guys that are like, kind of like one is actively involved in a lot of stuff, and the other could have been actively involved in a lot of spooky stuff, but didn't come to pass. I think that Okay, I'm gonna leave that there for now, and then we're just gonna run through the timeline of the day, basically. Okay, and then we'll go back and there's a video to watch on this, basically. Okay. Timeline. Okay, you're on the timeline section.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Timeline. Okay. The insurrection on January 6th would see the attempted culmination of multiple parties plotting multiple things, all running concurrently with each other. Donald Trump would encourage and then utilize the violence of the day in an attempt to pressure lawmakers to refuse the certification of the election results. He would repeatedly ignore requests throughout the day to tell his supporters to stop the rioting, only sending out a tweet to encourage them to go home 3 hours after the rioting began. Giuliani and other members around Trump would continue to further actions in order to refuse certification of the vote in Congress. The Proud Boys would meet as planned in the morning, then head to the Capitol building to lead the initial violent break-ins past cop lines and into the locked building via breaking through a window. And then the Oath Keepers, after spending the prior day stationing multiple stockpiles of arms, ammunition, and other equipment with quick reaction teams nearby, would make their way in and out of the Capitol, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. So I've got this timeline. Basically, I've got 4 different colored actions here. So red, these are Donald Trump's actions. Basically, it's just showing a complete and total abdication of responsibilities to ensure the safety of the Capitol and a willingness to take advantage of the violence in furtherance of the attempted coup. 2 is in furtherance of the coup. These are lawmakers, Trump campaign staff, and other staff, and his lawyers attempting to pressure people to go along with the coup, so basically to reject the vote or at least to delay it. 3 in green, these are the Proud Boys operating that day. The actions on January 6th, especially the initial gathering, plus breach of the Capitol grounds. And then 4 in purple are the Oath Keepers operating. These actions on January 6th, especially in the quick response or quick reaction force staged with hundreds of firearms nearby ready for action. Okay, and then it's just like a read down basically of like the time this stuff is happening. On January 6th at 6 a.m., there's a video of people who began to construct a gallows outside of the
Chat,
Capitol.
I'm looking at this shit. It looks like when they do like
at
lyrical
6:27
breakdowns of
Rhodes,
Eminem shit. Like the rhyme schemes are different colors. That's what this looks like.
That they would have several well-equipped quick reaction forces, people ready to supply weapons, ammunition, and other combat gear right outside of D.C. At 7:30 a.m., Mark Meadows texts Representative Jim Jordan, "I've pushed for this, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen." This is in reference of what they hope to happen today, which is like to delay the certification of the vote. At 8:17 a.m., Donald Trump tweets, "States want to correct their votes, which they now know were based on irregularities and fraud, plus corrupt process, never received legislative approval. All Mike Pence has to do is send them back to the states, and we win. Do it, Mike. This is a time for extreme courage." At 8:22 a.m., Trump tweets, "The Republican Party, and more importantly, our country, needs the presidency more than ever before. The power of the veto stays strong." Okay, before I said these are at 1 a.m., so these are at 8 a.m. Sorry, I fucked that up in the earlier thing. So 8:17, 8:22 a.m. At 8:30 a.m., so these are the Oath Keepers people, Rhodes and others departed a hotel in Virginia, heading to Washington, D.C. At 9 a.m., you get the start time for the March to Save America rally at the Ellipse. This is where all the speeches will take place. At about 10 a.m., a group of 100 Proud Boys began gathering near the Washington Monument. None of them were wearing the ordinary Proud Boys uniforms, with leadership equipped with radios and bullhorns to direct the group movements, consistent with plans made prior by Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio. So they'd said prior to this, like, listen, we're all going to show up. Make sure you bring radios. Make sure you bring equipment. Make sure you've got, like, vests and gas masks and everything else. Don't wear your ordinary uniforms. We don't want people to be able to identify us. At 10:15 a.m., White House Deputy Chief of Staff Tony Ornato informs Mark Meadows, Trump's White House Chief of Staff, that authorities at the Ellipse encountered attendees with weapons, including pistols, rifles, bear spray, and spears, according to Hutchinson's testimony to the January 6th committee. So when Trump was giving his speech at the Ellipse, like, most of the people aren't going through the magnetotron or whatever the fuck it's called, the magnetic detector. The vast majority of people are staying outside. At 10:30 a.m., about 200 to 300 Proud Boys begin marching towards the Capitol. At 10:47, Giuliani begins his speech at the Ellipse event, reiterating with Eastman that everything outlined by the plan today is perfectly legal and perfectly appropriate. And then he goes on to call for that, quote, trial by combat. Trump begins his speech at 11:58 a.m. At the Ellipse. In this speech, he pressures Republicans in Congress to challenge the vote certification, for Pence to refuse to certify the vote, and he reiterates tons of different false election fraud claims and riles the crowd up to fight like hell, or else they're not going to have a country anymore. At 12:30 in the afternoon, Senator Ron Johnson's aide attempts to get fake elector slates from Michigan and Wisconsin to the vice president, but he's refused by Pence's aide, Chris Hodgson. So some of the fake elector slates that they tried to mail in didn't make it in time. So Senator Ron Johnson's aide is, like, running these, and he's on video, like, trying to get these fake electorate slates to Vice President Pence. But his aide shoots him down. He's like, you're never doing this. We're not doing this. At 12:45, the FBI, the Capitol Police, and the ATF respond to a pipe bomb found outside the RNC headquarters. The Secret Service would later go on to say both of these, they found 2 of them were armed and active. They just didn't go off. At 12:53 p.m., the Proud Boys break through the outer perimeter and engage U.S. Capitol Police officers. This is the first breakthrough into any restricted area at the Capitol on January 6th. So this happens at 12:53 p.m. This is the first time any police line is broken, and it's by the Proud Boys, as they'd planned to do for weeks leading up to this event here. At 1 p.m., there's a joint session in Congress to certify the election results. At 1:02 p.m., Pence tweets out from his account a letter that includes the statement, quote, "It is my considered judgment that my oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not," end quote. At 1:07 p.m., a pipe bomb is found outside the DNC headquarters. Later reports, I think this came out just a week ago, confirm that Kamala Harris was within 20 feet of one of these pipe bombs. At 1:10 p.m., Trump's speech ends. He ends, and his ending words are, these are the ending words just pulled right from the end of the speech, are, "And we fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give the Democrats are hopeless. They never vote for anything, not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much. Thank you." The protesters from Trump's speech were sent to the Capitol about 20 minutes after the first breach of the Capitol grounds by the Proud Boys. At 1:10 p.m., Stop the Steal leader, Ali Alexander, sends a text to Thomas Van Fleen, who's Representative Gozar's chief of staff, and he's outside basically watching the riot unfold, like in the early stages, saying, "I think you and your staff should maybe leave. This is hell out here." At 1:19 p.m., despite protests from Trump to attend the Capitol protest, because Trump wanted to go, the Secret Service says, "We can't do this. This is not secure," and then the motorcade takes him back to the White House. At 1:25 p.m., Trump begins to watch TV for 187 minutes during the riot. During this time, Trump would watch Fox News, he would make a few tweets, and he'd make several phone calls to Giuliani and some members of Congress to encourage lawmakers to continue to fight the certification. He never made any calls to law enforcement or to the National Guard to issue orders to stop the riots, and he repeatedly refused calls to do so from those that would go in and talk to him. In a later interview, Trump claimed that he wanted to go back and to stop the problem himself, but that he was refused. There's no evidence of this ever happening. This is not true. In the Senate, McConnell warned senators that rejecting the electoral vote could send American democracy into a death spiral. At 2:12 p.m., Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath Keepers...
I do have a question.
Oh, God. Yep, go.
The citation for him watching TV during that part, what is the citation for that? Is that in the indictment?
He was live tweeting what he was seeing, I imagine.
We'll go down through this. There's a lot of testimony for that. But it'll come up as we go down through this.
Okay.
At 2:12 p.m., Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath
every
Keepers,
time he
entered
says
the
we'll get
restricted
to that,
Capitol
I think
grounds on
my
the northeast
chat
side
is
of the
going to just
Capitol.
blow their fucking brains out.
At 2:13 p.m.,
Please don't,
Proud
by the
Boys member
way.
Dominic Pizzola breaches the Capitol building with a stolen riot shield. Michael Sparks, a 46-year-old man from Kentucky, was the first rioter to enter the Capitol building through the broken window. This is the very first time during the day that the actual Capitol building itself is breached by any rioter.
That's going to become
So it was
a
the
meme
Proud Boys
after
that
this.
did the first line break, and then it
100%.
was them that did the first break-in into the Capitol
We'll get to
building.
that.
At 2:13 p.m., right after, the Senate is gavelled into recess and Pence is removed from the Senate chambers, delaying the certification of the electoral vote. At 2:14, rioters outside are chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." When Trump was informed of this, according to testimony from Hutchinson, who's one of the aides in the White House, she said that Trump said Mike deserves it. At 2:15 p.m., the rioters reached the second floor, where USCP officer Eugene Goodman lured insurrectionists away from the open Senate chambers, chamber doors leading to the vice president's office, where Pence and his family were being held by the Secret Service. It'll come out later, but Pence refused to leave the Capitol because he didn't want the world to see the U.S. vice president fleeing the Capitol, according to testimony from Mr. Jacob to the January 6th committee. At 2:24 p.m., should we watch some of the videos accompanying this, or?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'd like to see him.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to. Okay, go back up to, I guess.
I didn't know Pence was in the. I didn't know Pence was in the building. I assumed he was long gone.
Actually, here, let's do the 2:14. Rioters outside are chanting. Let's start there. Go ahead.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. I'll do 1.5 times. Let me know when you're at the very beginning.
Ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
We witnessed firsthand what happened when the President of the United States weaponized this theory. The Capitol was overrun, police officers lost their lives, and the Vice President was taken to a secure location because his safety was in jeopardy. Let's take a look at the effect of Donald Trump's words and actions. I want to warn our audience that the video contains explicit content.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us, and if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not,
That was from the
I'm gonna
Ellipse
be very
speech earlier.
disappointed in
Yeah.
you, I will tell you right now.
I'm telling you what, I'm hearing the Pence. I'm hearing the Pence just caved. No. Is that true? I'm hearing reports that Pence caved. No. I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're going to drag through the streets. You politicians are going to get drugged through the streets.
I guess the hope is that there's such a show of force here that Pence will decide to do the right thing, according to Trump.
What a psychotic video, Jesus.
There's at 2:15 p.m. There's this Eugene Goodman
Dude, the
clip.
Frank Hassel
I
of
actually think this one is
politics.
kind of important to play. Slow this down to 125. I don't know how much. It's the one at 2:15 for Eugene Goodman lured insurrectionists.
Got it.
Slow this down to 1.25.
It's often
I just
said
want
that
to
one
explain this
person
real
can
quick
make a
because
difference,
this
and
gets
that
brought
was
up.
never
I think
more-
I've seen this clip specifically brought up a lot to show that cops were luring the people through the building. So in this, by 2:15 p.m., they've already broken into the building and they start to stream in. As Goodman is coming up the stairs and he looks to the left. I don't have a map here, but to the left, if you go down the hallway and look left, those are the Senate chambers. The door is open, and Pence and his family are right beyond. I'd say like maybe 10 or 20 yards from the door, right beyond in the next room. So you see him try to lure people away from that basically entrance, but you'll see that. So let me know when you guys are ready to start.
He's in the Capitol.
Yeah, you'll see. 3, 2, 1, go.
It's often said that one person can make a difference, and that was never more true than last Wednesday at the U.S. Capitol. We get more now from CBS's Mark Strassman.
Bedlam, mayhem, and one cop, the last line of defense against a mob pushing forward. Eugene Goodman, an Army vet and U.S. Capitol Police officer.
How is there only one guy? You know,
HuffPost reporter Igor
I half
Babbitt
expected
shot
this
the
to
cell
be
phone
about the
video.
guy who shot
this
Ashley
mob
Babbitt.
was carrying a Confederate flag. They were carrying another flag that had, Nazi swastikas emblazoned on them. It was a white mob charging at a black police officer.
Goodman sprinted up the stairs, the mob on his heels. He shouted in his radio. Second floor! Meaning the mob was reaching the Senate chamber. At the top of the stairs, Goodman looked left. Between those chairs, the doors to the Senate floor, still open. Here's the moment that mattered. Goodman pushed this mob leader wearing a black QAnon t-shirt. it was a ruse to lure them away from the Senate chamber, and there, finally, backup arrived.
It was his heroic actions that may have made a difference.
By then, the Senate chamber was sealed. No, it's not.
Okay, and then you can.
Officer Eugene Goodman showed us the real
The rest of that. Go
America.
to the next video.
Mark
Is
Strassman, CBS News,
this is just I guess
Atlanta.
like testimony from U.S. Vice President fleeing the Capitol, according to testimony from Mr. Jacob. You want to click that one. This is, you can see basically Pence was, after he was evacuated from the Senate chamber, so after that event, he gets evacuated downstairs to the basement. The Secret Service like really want him to leave because they don't consider the area secure. You can put this at 1.5, and then we can just listen through maybe like 2 minutes of this, I guess. Ready?
Ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
National Archives that show Vice President Pence sheltering in a secure underground location as rioters overwhelmed the Capitol. At 4:19 p.m., Vice President Pence is seen looking at a tweet the president had just sent, a tweet asking the rioters to leave the Capitol. After 4.5 hours spent on working to restore order, the Vice President returned to the Senate floor to continue the certification of electors. So Vice President Pence was a focus of the violent attack. Mr. Jacob, did the Vice President leave the Capitol complex during the attack?
He did not.
Can you please explain why the Vice President refused to leave the Capitol complex?
When we got down to the secure location, Secret Service directed us to get into the cars, which I did, and then I noticed that the Vice President had not. So I got out of the car that I had gotten into, and I understood that the Vice President had refused to get into the car. The head of his Secret Service detail, Tim, had said, "I assure you we're not going to drive out of the building without your permission." And the Vice President had said something to the effect of, "Tim, I know you, I trust you, but you're not the one behind the wheel." And the Vice President did not want to take any chance that the world would see the Vice President of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol. He was determined that we would complete the work that we had set out to do that day, that it was his constitutional duty to see through, and that the rioters who had breached the Capitol would not have the satisfaction of disrupting the proceedings beyond the day on which they were supposed to be completed.
Let me see if I understand this right. You were told to get in the cars, and how many of the Vice President's staff got in the cars while he did not?
Most of us.
During our investigation, we received testimony that while the Vice President was in a secure
Pause that.
location within the Capitol
So obviously
complex,
Pence didn't want to leave because he didn't want to be seen as like, yeah, basically giving them the satisfaction of having delayed the election. So at 2:24 p.m., so this is going to be a Donald Trump tweet at 2:24. Quote, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. The USA demands the truth, end quote. This tweet was made 1 hour and 30 minutes after the initial breach through the secured area onto the Capitol grounds, and about 10 minutes after the rioters had breached the actual Capitol building. And this tweet had been made after aides had spent like 20 minutes trying to get him to release some kind of tweet telling people to calm down or go home. At 2:25 p.m., the rotunda doors into the Capitol building are breached. From 2:26 to 3:06 p.m., in a conversation to Representative McCarthy and others, Trump tells McCarthy that the people outside must be more upset than he is about the election results. He also calls other lawmakers to see if they can further delay the election certification. If you want, you can click this link. And is there a video for this? Oh my God, it's got a fucking ad. Hold on. Click the play thing and wait for the ad if you're a non-ad blocker loser like me.
No,
This was
Let's go.
on what Trump insiders have told the special counsel about the former president's conduct on January 6th as he watched rioters storm the
Fuck, there's probably a YouTube video of this actually.
Details. Good morning,
Yeah.
John.
Set this to 1.5. I know the YouTube video of this. I just have the YouTube video. Okay, let me know when you got it set.
New details about what the
Ready.
people who
All right.
Still don't do this ad, sorry.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah, we'll wait for it. Okay.
Wait, can you set this to 1.25? 1.5?
You set to 1.5. 1.5. Yeah, it's in the bottom right. It's
You're
there.
gonna press the wheel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
were with Donald Trump on January 6th have told federal investigators about his behavior inside the White House while the Capitol was under attack. Sources familiar with the investigation say that
This
some
is
of
the
the
wrong
most
clip.
vivid details come from one of
Probably.
Trump's closest advisors, somebody who has worked for him for more than 30 years and remains one of his senior advisors today.
Hey guys, you don't have to stick around for this. I understand. It's not my normal content. I totally get that. The fact that there's like 1,000 people still here after 5 hours is fucking crazy. Thank you guys.
Breaking into the building to simply be released.
I call them hostages. Some people call them prisoners. I call them hostages. Release the J6 hostages, Joe.
The Justice Department has charged nearly 1,300 people allegedly involved in the attack, as well as Trump himself. After lengthy court battles, Special Counsel Jack Smith's investigators have spoken to all of the senior aides who were with Trump at the White House while the Capitol was under attack, including trusted aide Dan Scavino, a man who has known Trump since he was a teenager and worked as his golf caddy. Inside the White House, Scavino ran Trump's Twitter accounts and all social media.
The great Dan Scavino, most powerful man in politics.
Scavino spent much of January 6th at Trump's side. Sources say Scavino told investigators that Trump sat in the dining room next to the Oval Office as his supporters attacked the Capitol. And then as Scavino and other aides pleaded with Trump to do something.
Okay, so that's what he was talking about before.
Trump sat in front of the TV, unresponsive, his arms folded. Scavino told him, saying,
yeah, it's definitely in the wrong clip. There's a woman talking.
Oil Vice President.
We've heard this evening how everyone in the president's orbit was pushing him to do more, to tell the mob to leave the Capitol. One of those people was Republican leader Kevin.
Did Mr. McCarthy indicate that he had been in touch with President Trump? He indicated that
he got what by President Trump?
At 2:26, Trump calls Senator Mike Lee by accident, trying to get a hold of Senator Tuberville. Mike passes the phone over to Tuberville, where him and Trump chat for a few minutes. At 2:28, Mark Meadows begins to receive text messages begging him to ask Trump to send the people home. So in this section, these are just like a collection of like texts that Mark Meadows, this is Trump's chief of staff, it like starts to get over the next like hour and a half, 2 hours, I think. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Mark, I was just told there's an active shooter on the first floor of the Capitol. Please tell the president to calm people. This isn't the way to solve anything. Laura Ingraham, host on Fox News. Hey, Mark, the president needs to tell people at the Capitol to go home. This is hurting all of us. He's destroying his legacy, playing into every stereotype. We lose all credibility against the BLM and Antifa crowd if things go south. You can tell him I said this. Mick Mulvaney texts Meadows. Mark, he needs to stop this now. Can I do anything to help? Barry Loudmilk, a representative. It's really bad up here on the Hill. They have breached the Capitol. Mark Meadows responded. The president is engaging. Loudmilk responded, thanks. This doesn't help our cause. William Timmons, the president needs to stop this ASAP. Meadows responded 3 minutes later, we're doing it. Donald Trump Jr., his son, texts Mark Meadows. He's got to condemn this shit ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough. Meadows responded, I am pushing it hard, I agree. Later, Trump continued, this is one you go to the mattress on. They will try to fuck his entire legacy on this if it gets worse. This is a unnamed person. Are you at the POTUS right now? Hearing he's in the dining room watching this on TV. Is he going to say anything to de-escalate apart from that tweet? Former White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus, tell them to go home. Another unnamed person. POTUS should go on air and defuse this. Extremely important. Former White House Strategic Comms Director Alyssa Farah. POTUS has to come on firmly and tell protesters to dissipate. Someone is going to get killed. Representative Chip Roy, fix this now. Sean Hannity, can he make a statement? I saw the tweet. Ask people to peacefully leave the Capitol. Meadows responded on it. Another unknown, please have POTUS call this off at the Capitol. Urge rioters to disperse. I pray to you. Fox News host Brian Kilmeade, please get him on TV. He's destroying everything you guys have accomplished. Trump Jr., again, we need an Oval Address. He has to lead now. It's gone too far and gotten out of hand. Those are just like some of the tweets that Mark Meadows would get over the next couple hours. At 2:38 p.m., Donald Trump tweets, quote, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful, end quote. This tweet was 1.5 hours after the initial breach of the Capitol grounds and about 25 minutes after the breach of the Capitol building itself. This tweet wasn't even written by Trump, but it was written and posted by Scavino, which is his aide. They had been begging him to make tweets. He wouldn't do it. Finally, somebody authored one, and he agreed. He was like, fine, fuck it, send it out. And Scavino was the guy that ended up posting this tweet. At 2:40 p.m., stack one of the Oath Keepers, Kelly Meggs, Kenneth Harrell, Harrelson, Jessica Watkins, Joseph Hackett, and David Marshall enter the breached rotunda doors on the east side of the Capitol. At 2:42, Pelosi in the secure area ponders how to maintain
Destiny
some
wanted
sense of security
to
and
run
confidence
this
in the
by a bunch
American
of other
presidential
people
vote after the
who
rioters have managed to delay
don't
the
know anything
certification
really
of the
about
election.
any of this shit, so you
you
can
want
see
me to
how
click
it
on
lands with
Pelosi's video,
us, so you can see how it
242.
lands with the general public. We're a focus group.
I think we watched like a minute of this.
So he asked,
set
and
it
I
to like
said, yeah, why
1.5
not?
times. Let me know when you got it open.
What? Just the 00 timestamp?
Yeah. Pelosi in a secure area, yeah.
All set.
3, 2, 1, go.
We're starting to get surrounded. They're taking the north front scaffolding. Unless we get more munitions, we're not going to be able to hold. The door has been breached, and people are gaining access into the Capitol.
We have got to finish the proceedings, or else they will have become tricky.
Senator Schumer is at a secure location, and they're locked down in the Senate.
There has to be some way we can maintain the sense that people have that there's some security or some confidence that government can function and that we can elect the President of the United States. Did we go back into session?
We did go back into session, but now apparently everybody on the floor is putting on tear gas masks to prepare for a breach. Well, I'm trying to get more information.
They're putting on their tear gas masks.
Okay, we can exit there. After Pelosi makes this statement, around 2:42, I think she says this, at 2:44, Ashley Babbitt is shot by Capitol Police after attempting to force her way into a broken door window into the Speaker's lobby. I think this is important to click and watch because a lot of people will say that she got shot randomly, that she wasn't trying to get through, that nobody was being threatened or whatever. I think it's an important video just to have in the back of your head for that. You can put it on 1.5. Let me know when you got it at 50. Let me know when you're ready. Yeah.
Ready.
Ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
I don't respect you.
So if you want at some point later, you can go back, but you can see that she was like jumping up. She was like, or not jumping, but she was like stepping up and trying to climb through that window, and then she gets shot by the, I think it's Capitol Police on the other side. That's at 2:44 p.m. At 3:13 p.m., Donald Trump tweets, quote, "I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you," end quote. This tweet was sent out 2 hours and 20 minutes after the restricted grounds were breached by the Proud Boys, 1 hour after the Capitol building was broken into, and 30 minutes after Ashley Babbitt had been shot in the Capitol. At 3:14 p.m., stacked 2 of the Oath Keepers, including Joshua James, Robert Menuda, and Brian Ulrich, entered through the same rotunda doors and violently pushed past officers. At 4:17 p.m., Donald Trump finally tweets out a video, and then this is the one of like, I know your pain, I know you're hurt, we had an election that was stolen from us, it was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side, but you have to go home now, we have to have peace, we have to have law and order, we have to respect our great people in law and order, we don't want anybody hurt, it's a very tough period of time, there's never been a time like this where such a thing happened where they could take it all away from us, from me, from you, from our country. This is a fraudulent election, we can't play it into the hands of these people, we have to have peace, so go home, we love you, you're very special, we've seen what happens, you see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil, I know how you feel, but go home in peace.
He won't even condemn them even here.
Yep. No. 3 takes for
he's like, I love you, you're special. That's crazy.
Yeah. And this was done 3 hours after the initial break-in. At 4:32 p.m., after hours of requests from multiple parties, Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller finally authorized the National Guard to deploy. At 5:07 p.m., after 12 attempts over the hour to get through, Giuliani finally reaches Trump by phone. After a 12-minute phone call with Donald Trump, Giuliani over the next 3 hours calls Senators Marsha Blackburn, Mike Lee, Bill Haggerty, Lindsey Graham, Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, and Dan Sullivan, as well as Representative Jim Jordan, in an effort to get them to delay the certification of the election. At 6 p.m., the United States Capitol Police declares the Capitol building clear of protesters, and a curfew in D.C. comes into effect. At 6:01 p.m., Trump tweets, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." 7:02 p.m., Giuliani tries calling numerous members of Congress in the hour before the joint session resumed. He left a voicemail for Senator Tuberville. You can click this if you want to get an idea of like what he was probably calling people for. Set it to 1.5. It's a minute and 50 seconds. Let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information to you. And I know they're reconvening at 8 tonight.
Pause for a second. So remember, Giuliani is making this phone call and leaving this after people have gotten back into the Capitol, after the riots, after the police have cleared things out, after Ashley Babbitt has been shot, after everything's happened. These are the phone calls that Giuliani is now making to people that are coming back into session to resume certifying the vote. Sorry,
So
okay.
they're still trying to...
Yeah, dude, he just wanted to get dinner.
Yes, so we're going to play again. 3, 2, 1, go.
Should follow is to object to numerous states and raise issues so that we get ourselves into tomorrow, ideally until the end of tomorrow. I know McConnell is doing everything he can to rush it, which is kind of a kick in the head, because it's one thing to oppose us, it's another thing not to give us a fair opportunity to contest it. He wants to try to get it down to only three states that we contest. There are 10 states that we contest, not 3. So if you could object to every state, and along with the congressman get a hearing for every state, I know we would delay you a lot, but it would give us the opportunity to get the legislators who are very, very close to pulling their votes, particularly after what McConnell did today. It angered them because they have written letters asking that you guys adjourn and send them back the questionable ones, and they'll fix them up. So this phone number, I'm available on all night, and it would be an honor to talk to you. Thank you.
Well, that one was just a phone call. There was nothing on screen. It was black. I'll put some of them on screen now, but yeah, that one wasn't anything, so I didn't jump to throw it up.
Oh. So they were like, there were different lawmakers that Giuliani called. I believe Trump made phone calls as well, but because of Trump executive privilege, you can't touch those phone calls. So the J6 committee wasn't allowed to investigate those, but he was supposed to make.
To be clear, Giuliani is not a member of government, right?
Giuliani is only operating as Trump's personal assistant here. Correct. He has no official member in the United States government whatsoever.
He's just
Correct.
his lawyer.
Correct. Well, criminal partner, really, but yes. At 8:05 p.m., Pence enters the Senate chambers to resume the count. At 9 p.m., Nancy Pelosi reopens the House. And then going into the next morning, at 3:32 a.m., Congress completes the counting of the electoral votes, with Vice President Pence affirming the results of the election. At 7:10 p.m. the next night, on January 7th, Donald Trump tweets out a video. If you want, you can click this. We don't have to watch this. But basically... he says that, like, oh, well, I tried to call the National Guard immediately. I wanted to stop things immediately, but they wouldn't let me. Something even more interesting, though, is the second link I have in here, where they're doing outtakes. They're doing outtakes for this video, with this video that ends up getting tweeted out. Click the outtake that says refuses to acknowledge. Let me know once you've clicked that, and just leave it on normal playback speed. I think we don't have to watch like 20 seconds.
I missed that.
What?
So it's not the Twitter link we're looking at?
So you see Trump tweets, it's the next link right after that. Refuses to acknowledge.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm like retarded right now.
We know.
Is this 601?
Right now?
Okay, I got it. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
All
Wait, do you have the link, Warren?
Sorry, is it 702 you said?
710.
710.
Yeah, 710. It's the refuses to acknowledge, that underlined text.
Dude.
Okay.
See some insurrection riz.
And then this is where he's like, for that Trump tweets, the video that he just did, these are the outtakes for that video, okay? So, all right. 3, 2, 1, go.
But this election is now over. Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
But Congress is certified. Now Congress is
Yeah,
certified.
right.
Now Congress
I
is
didn't say over, so let me see. Go to the paragraph before.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack
That's my
yesterday.
time on this if you want. I'm going to throw another link in chat. This was under the the Proud Boys thing above.
Monty King to you?
We're gonna
Person.
1.5 this, but this gives you kind of like an overview of the day as like the for basically what the Proud Boys were involved in, and it walks through kind of how they were like leading the charge and everything. Here's this. Let me know when you got this open, and then 1.5. And I don't think we'll watch the whole thing. I'll stop it at some point, but.
Ready.
Ready.
Okay. The guy on screen right now is Joe Biggs, who I destroyed in a debate in 2016. So fuck this guy. Okay. Ready? 3,
Damn, bro.
2, 1, go.
Humble.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? This is Joe Biggs, and guess what?
You're seeing a Proud Boys leader announcing plans for January 6th.
This time, and you know who it is when I say we, but this time we're not going to be wearing the colors that you're used to seeing us in. Nope. This time, myself and other leadership had decided we're going to go incognito. We're going to be blending in, weaving in and out like a motherfucking old lady with some goddamn pins in her hand, making a goddamn sweater. You ain't going to know who the fuck it is standing beside you. It could be Antifa. It could be me.
Joe Biggs is one of 5 Proud Boys now charged with sedition for their roles on January 6th.
I guess they found out who he was.
The group was among hundreds of rioters who stormed the Capitol that day. But you wouldn't really know it from the footage. Because, just as Biggs outlined, they deliberately tried to blend in with the crowd. But building on the work of online researchers, the New York Times spent months finding Proud Boys in videos of January 6th. Our analysis shows, for the first time, how central they were to the Capitol attack. We'll reveal how again and again they instigated critical breakthroughs around the Capitol by repeating the same tactics. Target an access point, rile up the crowd, join the violence, and reassess if police resist them. We combed through dozens of court records that included thousands of their text messages that show how Proud Boy leaders crafted a chain of command specifically for January 6th. Our investigation traces how an organized and violent group with a history of supporting Donald Trump came to his aid as he desperately tried to cling to power.
This is exactly what was feared.
And were catalysts in a vicious attack on American democracy.
Repeat after me. I am a Western chauvinist.
This is Enrique Tarrio, leader of the Proud Boys.
Refuse to apologize for creating the modern world. Create modern world.
The group is notorious for street brawling and facing off against far-left activists known as Antifa.
Wait, fuck. We don't have to watch all this bullshit. Fuck. They run through some of the similar things they do for the response on Parler and stuff. I think the only interesting moments we're seeing on video them, like the initial break-ins. Here, hold on. I should timestamp this better. I'm going to give you a different timestamp right here. Let me know once you've clicked this.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay, let me know when you're ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Talks to Joe Biggs and immediately confronts the police. Biggs and other leaders look on. Samso later told the FBI that Biggs encouraged him to confront the police, something Biggs denies. As the crowd pushes forward, many of the Proud Boys join in.
This is the very first initial break-in, like through the restricted grounds.
A chain reaction has been set off. The attack on the Capitol has begun.
They're going in.
And Proud Boys lead the charge, removing more barricades at the next police line. They scuffle with officers and break through the line again. The crowd sweeps the West Plaza. For the next hour or so, police will try to hold off these rioters, including Proud Boys, from storming the building. Proud Boys make up a significant portion of the front line here. The time spent months analyzing the scene to locate them, and there are likely more than we found. Many worked as teams, like this group in tactical gear, and these marked with orange. But to blend in, most Proud Boys are deliberately dressed in plain clothes instead of their signature black and yellow.
And then there's another part in here that shows like when they finally break through the window. We don't have to watch this, I
Again,
guess.
some rile up the
We don't need like every fucking thing. Oh, here, just this other part. Then you can see them coming in too. So you see that they're involved in the initial breach on the outside, and I think they're involved in the initial breach. They're involved in the initial breach in the Capitol as well. At 113. Let me know you got this open. You click, and I think you can see them break into the window here. Let me know when you're ready.
Got it.
Ready.
Ready.
Yep.
Ready.
3, 2, 1,
This
go.
is exactly what was feared.
Proud Boy Dominic Pizzola is one of the first rioters to breach the building. And just as he does throughout the day, Biggs follows just a minute behind. At this point, the Proud Boys have been critical players in 5 major advances. But they aren't done.
Okay, so stop here. Just as a heads up, okay, so this... Okay, don't
After
if you
Biggs
learn
enters,
any
he
fucking
exits
thing
almost
for today.
immediately to the east
This
of
is
the
the
building.
very first
We
time
don't need
anybody
long,
gets into the building.
but in the
There were
chaotic
no
crowd,
magnetic
he manages
doors
to clean up
unlocked.
the
There
room.
were
The
no
Proud Boys
cops
will
letting
let him
anybody
have
in. There,
some
none of that other bullshit. None of that is true. This is the very first time that people get into the Capitol building, okay? This is the first time. It's when they break the window, and then they come through the door in the window here. Okay. That's just that video just showing they're rolling this. There's like minor information. Ashley Babbitt was the lady that got shot. She was the only person fatally wounded on January 6th. She was an avid believer in a multitude of conservative conspiracies, including QAnon and other conspiracies relating to Epstein and Satan worshiping, posting videos on her Facebook account angrily ranting into the camera. Her Twitter feed was full of conspiratorial theories, retweets, from well-known faces in the MAGA community in the days leading up to her death after attempting to climb through a broken window during the insurrection. I feel like if you go through her Twitter feed, I think it's pretty sad. She's like retweeting and like basically every single fucking thing that is like a crazy conspiracy theory. You can see her retweeting and going through all of this, leading up to her going to the fucking January 6th event.
I think when you
go
present this, you should leave Epstein out of it. I think because I think the problem with that is like when you hear the name Epstein, you say it's a conspiracy theory. Like obviously there are like invalid conspiracies behind it, but regardless of that, like the fact is like Epstein did fuck kids on an island, and like some politicians had been there, and even if let's say hypothetically that's not true, in some world, let's say alternate theory that's not true. I think when people see Jeffrey Epstein, they read that as like a conspiracy that's like invalid, just because of how widespread that is, and like it's much bigger than January 6th stuff. I think people are gonna automatically be turned off and be like, "You are retarded." Like,
yeah, that's fair.
It's not even worth. It's not even worth getting into Epstein stuff. Like, you could just literally take out that like one name, and I think it would help this.
Sure, possibly. Okay, yeah, I'll put that note in there. There's another guy called Ray Epps. I didn't want to dive into this. People say that he's a guy that like instigated everything because there's a video of this guy the day before, like outside, be like, "We need to go inside the Capitol." But it's so ridiculous. Like I've done debates with a guy that wrote the article on this. I think it's ridiculous.
Willie died.
This here. Other people claim there's like embedded intelligence, but it's hard to even debunk this because again, there's like no good evidence like offered up here that intelligence caused like it was a Fedsurrection or the Feds caused any of this. There's this talking point of like the police let them in. The first insurrectionists are the Proud Boys, and they are on video breaking into the building. There's plenty of video footage of police fighting with protesters to debunk this baseless conspiracy. We don't have to watch all these videos. There's tons of videos of like officers, an officer guy getting almost crushed when they're trying to break in. You've got officers getting grabbed and thrown out of lines, who gets tased. You've got footage of officers just fighting with rioters. There's a guy who like gets his eyes gouged out by some dude that they're trying to sentence like 17 years in prison. Like not gouged out, I'm sorry, his eyes gouged. I don't think he lost his eye, but yeah.
For Ray Epps, I feel like it might be worth going a little more in depth on him because, like obviously, you're saying that there's a singular video, there's no evidence, many assert conspiracy theories. Like I think it's worth at least like picking the video out, going through it.
Feel like
if you're being this extensive.
You're opening up getting caught in the mud here with like this part of this conversation. I feel like.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd include it. I have these as notes here, but like some people want to make these really big deals, so I don't know if I would include anything about it or not. I just have like little things here about it. Yeah, I don't know if I would actually bring them up at all. I'm not sure.
I think if you're gonna include it, you gotta like go into like how the conspiracy is retarded if it is,
Maybe. The only
off topic a lot.
Yeah, the only issue is that like if I don't mention anything, people are going to say like, oh, there's a reason why he didn't mention Ray Epps because it sinks this entire story because there's a video of a man outside shouting, "Go into the Capitol." But maybe it's worth including. Maybe that'd be like for the 5-hour video. Who knows?
If you're gonna, I just think if you're gonna include him at all, you have to like actively debunk it rather than say like, "There's a video, everything's retarded," right?
But
if you're willing to debunk everything else, you got to go on that.
But the only thing is, you're no longer talking about Trump then, or like this whole thing. You're now going into debunking the January 6th conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, some of it's worth talking about. Maybe the Ray Epps guy is a guy that gets brought up a ton, but yeah. For motivations of the rioters, there are a plethora of media reports, social media posts, and court documents that show that many of the rioters there on January 6th claim to have been directly inspired by Trump to be there. There's a Citizens for Ethics reports that there's like a ton of different statements made by rioters. Like you can click that if you want. Like a lot of these people are saying like, I went there because I thought that Trump called all patriots. He wanted us to go. Like I thought that Trump, wanted us to be there. Of course I went there. There's a video compilation of rioters that talk about like why they felt like they needed to be there. In the Dominion lawsuit versus Fox News, I peel out a quote here from Rupert Murdoch, who's the huge, Jew owner guy. I think he's Jewish. He's probably Jewish. Of like Fox News that everybody talks about. In one of his emails, he says, wait, hold on. I think this is all his email. Not surprisingly, given these trends, the head of the Fox News decision desk correctly predicted that on election night, we may be looking at states where it seems that President Trump is in the lead, but there's still 20 or 30% of the vote outstanding. So we're not going to be able to make the call in those states. He correctly recognized, and Fox widely and repeatedly reported before the election that this would occur because President Trump had criticized mail-in voting and encouraged Republicans to vote in person, whereas Democrats had encouraged their supporters to vote by mail. No, wait. This isn't a good one. Oh, no, I understand why I have this in here. Sorry. In fact, Maria Bartiromo, I suck at pronouncing it, discussed this very phenomenon with President Trump in an October 11th, 2020 interview, with President Trump lamenting that mail-in votes would likely be counted 2 weeks after the vote comes in and stating that the Republicans are going out to vote. They don't want to do the mail-in ballot thing. They don't trust it. Republicans are going out to vote. Never mind. I don't know why I have this quote here. This is not the one I'm supposed to have here. Don't worry about that. Forget I said that. And then the final part is just outcome. It's just like deaths. I've got a section on people that try to rewrite it. There's a lot of people who tweet that like, oh, like, this was just a, protest, like nothing bad happened. It wasn't even that big of a deal. But then when you look at like their coverage on like the day of, it's some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. There's I guess we just watched like part of one video. I'm sure you guys are probably all familiar with like people saying that it was just like a protest and it wasn't a big deal, I imagine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I literally thought that for like a...
Yeah, if you want, here, click this link. This will be the last thing that we watch any part of.
Banned out video.
Proud Boy Dominic Pizzola is one of the...
Oh, dude, Alex Jones.
The GOAT. Can't speed this one up.
Really?
You can. If you click the timer, you do
Timer,
1.5.
wow.
It's just different.
Yeah.
Click the little clock.
Oh. Do 1.5. I'm at 5603, and then we can watch this for like.
Hold on, I gotta verify I'm a human. Okay, I'm good.
You're good, no problem.
We have
Yeah.
produced a limited edition.
I got a fucking ad.
Piece of artwork
Wow.
with a small piece of 24
Nice
karat
job.
gold in it. That's
Oh
highly
wait, I sped up the ad on accident. I'm retarded. I thought I was on the video.
Dude, I got the penis pill ad. Let's keep going.
Let's go.
5603 is the timestamp.
I'm at 5603. Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right.
Good.
I'm ready.
There's going to be a whole section on this, but like the way that people cover this event, in my opinion, when they thought they were going to win, is wildly different than how they recounted afterwards. But okay, we're at 5603. We're going to start in 3. Oh, you got it set to 1.5. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Trump said in his speech today, he said the Democrats are out to get us, they want to destroy us, they work for the globalists, they want to bring America down, but we're not going to let them do it. This new system is a military high-tech attack, and we need to understand we're under attack. We need to understand this is 21st century warfare, and get on a war footing, and not just take this country back, but take the whole world back from the communist.
I love this guy.
What is Bunty King to you? A person? Who is Bunty King?
Nicholas DeOrio?
And so today we march to the Capitol because on this historic January 6, 2021, we have to let our congressmen and women know, and we have to let Mike Pence know they stole the election. We know they stole it. We're not going to accept it. Do the right thing because there's a million of us here in D.C. telling you to, and you have a constitutional and legal. You have to do it. It's your duty. It's your duty to say this election is being stolen. So hey, let's do it.
President's going to finish in 10 minutes, and he just told the crowd, let's walk down Pennsylvania. Is this Pennsylvania? This is a live feed from Washington, D.C. Right now, Alex Jones and Owen Schroyer speaking to a large crowd. At the same time, in the Capitol building, the word is Mike Pence has rejected Trump's call. He has failed to show the courage that Donald Trump was attempting to imbue in him and has begun the counting of the electoral votes. At the same time, there's word that thousands of patriots have broken through the barriers around the Capitol and are now moving towards it to occupy. That's word from Elijah Schaefer, who's on the ground. And Alex Jones continues to speak to this crowd. Let's go back to Alex Jones.
In the Great Awakening, the Great Reset is triggering the Great Awakening, and the Great Awakening will trigger the Great Rebellion.
And then if you want, we can pause this because I watched this entire thing. This video is wild. It just what they say when they think they're going to win is just crazy. These are just like quotes that I peeled out, and I've timestamped it all if you ever want to go there on your own and look at it. But like 6140, it looks like patriots are threatening to overwhelm the security of the Capitol and break in. 6948, and here you see them pulling the barriers and police struggling to pull it back. This is not Black Lives Matter, folks. This is not Antifa. These are patriots, and perhaps they finally boiled over. 70 minutes, you see the air filled with the mist of mace, the stinging gas that the police will be implementing, and that is also being implemented against the police as patriots. Wow, receiving blows to the head from billy clubs. We expect the situation to become ever more dire. At an hour, 120 minutes. I think this would be 2 hours, 38 seconds. The revolution will be televised. Elijah Schaffer tweeting, breaking, I am inside Nancy Pelosi's office with the thousands of revolutionaries who have stormed the building. To put it in perspective how quickly staff evacuated, emails are still on the screen alongside a federal alert warning members of the current revolution, right? Note the words. He says this a lot. They're patriots. They're revolutionaries. It's 1776. It's right. We've tried to work within the system, but now the revolution upon which our country was founded is not dead yet.
Was he actually in the building? I didn't even know that.
Elijah Schaffer? I think, I guess it was tweeting.
I know Baked Alaska was.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a picture of Baked on Nancy's phone, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, well. Goddamn.
Wow.
Dude, goddamn it.
Yeah, there's just, like, the video of, like, people covering this was just wild. Even the meme of that the lady who got maced, there's, like, videos made of her, but she's literally saying, like, we're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution. If you scroll down, there are people outside wearing like literally Civil War shirts. You can click on protesters outside wearing Civil War shirts. You've got, a guy walking through the building with a Confederate flag. You've got people like Michael Malice is tweeting out, every politician should be huddled in their home in fear, just like they wanted the rest of the country to be for months. This is at 3:23 p.m., right? This is right in the middle of things.
Just like COVID.
Yeah. You've got Ali Alexander, the Stop the Steal movement leader guy, tweeting out, this is the first official day of the rebellion.
Bro, I keep thinking he's talking about
Ben
Ali
Shapiro
Jamal.
did a video on this the day after, saying that, like, this is unacceptable, guys. This is an insurrection. This is unbelievable. Like, this is technically an insurrection. I can't believe you guys do this, right? Yeah. There's and then just, this is the only other image I'll make you click. I think that, like, this is the perfect, I feel like this, like, these 4 tweets are the perfect encapsulation of how people treated this afterwards. You can click this guy and just click, like, Kevin Sorbo and the way that he explains this. His first tweet is, it's happening. The next tweet is, history is being made. The next tweet is, to those storming the Capitol building, please be careful. Do not act like Antifa. Respect the police and know they are mostly on our side. They are simply trying to do their job. That's at 3:16 p.m. And then at 4 p.m., Antifa led the charge into the Capitol building dressed as Trump supporters. Yeah, as soon as they realize that they aren't winning, the tone changes on everything. There's like a million of these types of tweets I could do, but okay.
I think picking out, I would say like, because I've never even heard of who this fucking guy is. Picking out
Kevin
like
Sorbo?
popular. Yeah, I've never heard of this guy.
He plays Hercules. He used to be more famous, but like he's just a crazy dude. His wife is crazy. But yeah, go ahead.
I feel like picking out like popular conservative commentators who have done similar things, like Ben Shapiro, for example. I think that would be good. Like the reaction during versus after.
He's just an actor, but he started to become more politically active. Or he's like a weird, like he was like a weird mini Republican celebrity for a little bit, I think. Kind of like
a genre. Yeah, there's a genre of like celebrity type people who like eventually just become like Twitter people.
Yeah,
sure, it's just I don't know how seriously I take it if he's not like trying to be a political voice,
Sure, it's not necessarily even like I think some political voices are good, but I also think it's important to show like because again, there's this claim that's always made that like, well, the people there had no idea, they didn't know what was going on. The people there, they literally just wanted to, they just thought it was like an ordinary protest, like nobody had any idea, what was happening or what was going to happen. But I think the people there had a pretty good understanding of what they were there to do, of like what the goal was.
Definitely.
I think like
if you want, just as a real quick meme, like you're just loading up this like this stupid fucking video. You can click play and go through the ad real quick. What were you gonna say, Tommy?
I was gonna say getting comments of people who were like in the building.
Ma'am, what happened to you?
Like once again, that actor guy would be good because this guy, like, I mean, he is wrong, but he's like some retard on Twitter. Like getting people who are like there, seeing like their stuff, which must be indictments.
Sure. We know when you're done with the ad.
Ready.
Okay, I'm not. It's a long ad. I got a 30-second ad. Fuck you, okay?
Get ad block. Jesus Christ, you're like 50 years old.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, let me know when you're ready. Okay, so starting at the beginning, you don't have to speed it up. It's a short one. 3, 2, 1, go.
I got maced. You got maced?
By the police.
And what happened? You were trying to go inside the Capitol?
I made it like a foot inside and they pushed me out and they maced me.
What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Elizabeth. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee.
And why did you want to go in?
We're storming the Capitol. It's a revolution.
Thank you.
She got arrested, right? Like,
I don't remember.
Is she even like names where she's from?
hi, I'm Ashley. My social security number is this. I was trying to commit a federal crime. Please do not arrest me. Yeah.
Well, that's because she's a Fed, as we all know. She was.
That was
posting
one of the
about
Antifa members they deployed in there. Yeah.
Yes. No Trump supporter would look like that.
That's a
Let's
big
be real.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Questions. Final questions I have for you fucking losers, okay? And you can give me whatever bullshit. Okay. Of all the bullshit that we went through today, okay? This is a long time. Also, thank you for staying to the end. I appreciate all of you. You're very wonderful people, okay?
So true.
From top to bottom, Nick, what was the most surprising thing of all the shit today? We went over that you were like, wow, I didn't know that. That was pretty crazy.
So the one thing I didn't think that you were going to be able to, I guess, showcase is Trump basically having the intent associated with the actions that I left the first 20 minutes realizing I was very wrong about that. And then it was driven through my skull for the next 4 hours. I come away from this conversation thinking that he knew exactly what he was doing the entire time he was doing it.
Okay. Tommy, what about you?
Yeah, definitely the intent of Trump, because I mean, I knew, like, even from your previous coverage and from seeing other stuff, like, I knew, like, peripheral events around it. I knew, like, the loose string of, like, how it went, but especially, like, I think the most powerful parts of it were hearing, like, first of all, the comparison between, like, what his advisors were telling him versus what he's saying in speeches. That was really good. Hearing about what happened with the who's the Jeffrey Clark guy? Hearing about that was really important. And definitely, like Nick said, I really think the timeline of, like, what happened on January 6th, from, like, what he was saying versus what the fuck was happening at the Capitol, his, like, testimony from aides, like, refusal to condemn the violence, and then, like, afterwards saying that. Because I think a lot of the stuff I've heard from, like, older Trump voters, like in my family and stuff like that, is like, oh, well, you know, what happened was really bad, but, like, Trump, you know, he didn't encourage it. He said it was, he condemned the violence. You know, he never wanted to get like that. And, like, you know, based on everything we've seen, like, he 1000% wanted it to get like that, knew it would get like that, and was, like, you know, fine with it. And even after the fact, like, he's not even pissed off about it. He's like, whatever, you know, and ultimately, his actions resulted in someone dying, you know, at least one.
Sure. Warren.
I forget what you call it, the Electoral College representatives, when they bringing in that lawyer, what do you call that again? The false...
electorate slates?
Yeah, slates.
That
I'd heard you speak about that, but that's going to be probably the most challenging portion as well, because it's so detailed and a bit more complicated. It revolves around the Electoral College or everything, but it seems to be the most crucial component. Like, that's where the story really starts to shift, because up until that point, I'm like, okay, I see how he genuinely believes this. I can hear it in his voice. You know, it's just ignorance, but that's when the strategizing starts to turn. The question I still kind of have, but is the way it was written out in that one paragraph where he brings in the lawyer, and the lawyer sees a strategy where if we implement the strategy, it was the wording that was a bit confusing, about where it could allow Trump a path if the court rules in his favor between this period and this period. And I read that.
Should I thank him for changing my mind and then announce that I'll be voting for RFK Jr.?
I kept reading that paragraph on my own.
Sure.
So, but that whole area.
the ultra charitable beyond.
I feel like that would be a good bet.
That they were sending in an alternate slate of electors in case they won a court battle, which would allow them to pick the other slates of electors just in case, so that they wouldn't have to, like, certify votes or whatever, or have electoral votes counted that the state legislature would change their mind on. The big example that conservatives will bring up when they want to argue this point is, I think in 1984, I think Hawaii did something similar where they sent in 2 slates of electors. Greenwald tried this on me in a debate. And they bring up that, like, well, Hawaii sent in 2 slates of electors. The reason why Hawaii did that was because the count was, I think it was like 130 vote difference in the state. So what the state legislature did was, well, it's close enough to trigger a recount. So what we're going to do is we're just going to send in both slates of electors just in case. And then when January 6th rolls around for the certification, you guys can pick the one that we basically ascertain is the correct one. The only difference between Hawaii I would say the key crucial difference is that that one was done on the up and up. Everybody knew it was going on. The state legislatures were involved. They certified. The governor gave the ascertainment to both sets of electorate slates. None of this was done like behind the scenes or in any kind of
I feel like I
weird,
just did
spooky way.
EFAP on a movie
I feel
I've
like
never
for the
seen
Trump
before.
stuff that if they wanted to say that like, hey, okay, like maybe we do in a court case, if you feel that strongly about it, go to the legislatures and say, hey, can we like do 2 sets of electorate slates just in case, rather than kind of like all the shady shit they did. I feel like that shows worse intent. Is my feel on it, but yeah. Willie Mac, what do you got?
I agree with Warren. I think the most damning part is the electoral scheme. I think that's like the biggest like thing that most people don't know about. But since I knew about that, I would say the next big thing, and all of us got interested at this point. I think if you even go back and you watch the stream, is Rosen said to Trump that he needed to understand that the DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers to change the outcome of the election. It doesn't work that way. And then Trump responded saying, I don't expect you to do that. Just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me. I mean, that's pretty... I feel like that's like a huge thing like I had no fucking clue about. And then, of course, the January 3rd Oval Office meeting with Jeffrey, whatever his fucking name is.
Yeah,
Epstein.
Every single one of us has said.
Yeah. It's crazy that all that... a lot happened in a short period of time.
Yeah. One of the frustrating things I think for me in going through this is that for some of these things, you have to know like a lot of structural government stuff. Otherwise, it like doesn't seem like that big of a deal, or it's hard. And there's like a lot of boring groundwork to kind of cover. Like, why is it even a bad thing if Donald Trump talks to a guy in the Department of Justice? Like, that's his department. Does it matter? Or like, why would it matter if somebody's asking to send a letter out? Or like, he's even at like, there's like a lot of groundwork to cover to even begin to lay out a lot of the stuff, which is kind of annoying.
Even beyond that, I would guess the average person doesn't really know. Like, I mean, they know the Electoral College exists, and they'll say they know like how it works. I don't think they really have an in-depth understanding of what that means.
I didn't until about like a year and a half ago. Yeah, I didn't even understand it at all. Yeah.
I don't know how much it's important for them to like fully understand it to a degree. You know, you just got to understand like there's electors, and then they're sending a false slate that is nothing. That's not supposed to be there at all. And
I mean, the explanation helped me, but I don't know.
Okay.
Sure. What thing did you learn that this is kind of a repeat of the last question, kind of, but like, is there a particular thing you learned that changed your perspective on a thing? Nick, I guess you can use their prior answer too if you feel like. I'm just curious if there's like a particular thing where like, oh, I thought this, like a big perception, like I thought this happened, but I didn't know that this is actually a thing, even if it wasn't like the most surprising thing you learned, but like a thing that changed your perspective on something. Yeah.
Can you come back to me on this?
Go for it. Turkey.
I guess the biggest thing for me is that I was under the impression, this is kind of related to my first, well, it's kind of a repeat, but I was under the impression that Trump had never wanted or supported the violence. Like, I knew the false electors thing and all that about, the election stuff, but I was under the impression basically that he thought the election was fake. He wanted a protest, but he didn't necessarily want a violent one. Like, he wasn't supportive of that. He wasn't cool with that. And let's say the timeline you built here definitely changed that.
Gotcha.
I got it.
Okay.
Half the shit you listed as conspiracies was shit that I unironically thought was actually the case.
What do you mean?
Like the example, they just let them walk right in.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That was a good point. Yeah, I didn't know that was the first point of entry.
Yeah, actually, I thought the first point of entry was the cops opening the doors. Yeah.
Yep.
Sure. Okay. Warren, what would be your thing, or was that it, or?
No, I mean, yeah, what I was saying before, but I can add on to that. Another powerful moment was hearing, like, Don Jr., his comments, like, when Trump was waiting to come out and tell them to simmer down, tell them to go home. Hearing, like, not just Don Jr., but hearing the lines, the quotes from multiple people, and also Pence, the whole Pence thing. I didn't know that he kind of refused to leave. That was a powerful moment.
Gotcha. Willie.
Yeah, definitely respect for Pence went the fuck up.
Sure.
Yeah, so I came into it thinking like the Jan 6 stuff in terms of the riot was really unimportant. In terms of like the grand scheme of the whole thing. And my opinion's changed because I really think the timeline where it goes from Pence to McCarthy begging him. Like you got Don Jr. begging him. And then it turns into like even after the riots like cleared out, you got Giuliani's voicemail saying object to every state, give us time to get the legislators to pull their votes. I think that puts into context like how deliberate it was in a lot of ways from or malicious Don was being on that day specifically by weaponizing the whole January 6 riots.
Okay. Okay, and then going through, what's like a thing where you just didn't give a fuck? Like this whole part, like even if you were to tighten this up, like I just don't want to hear anything about this, or I thought it was boring or stupid or irrelevant to making any big case. Nick.
If anything, it was the section. I think we went a bit too deep into the Proud Boys, and then the what was it called? The Lamp. I forgot the other group.
The Oath Keepers.
The Oath Keepers. Yeah, I feel
okay.
Yeah, a little too much there. And honestly, I think some of the conspiratorial shit is valuable. I just don't know how valuable, like the Mike Epps stuff. That's his name, right? I think that's valuable. The Ray Epps. Yeah, I think. I don't know. You one time you told me that I should split a video and make a 2-parter. I don't think that you're looking to make like a series of videos on this. But if you're making the truth about what happened on January 6th, the conspiracies of what happened on January 6th would be like a solid part too.
Its own video.
Yeah, you could dive in and do another. That's its own document basically.
Sure. Turkey.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, as far as the Proud Boy stuff, obviously it's important, but they're a relatively small part of the entire thing just because there were so many people there. And ultimately, by the time you get
I can't believe I just fucking said Mike Epps, bro. I'm retarded. Holy shit.
Thing. Obviously, like the pipe bomb I had no idea there were any pipe bombs planted anywhere.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Wait, who's the other one?
But I do think that, like, picking on these, like, smaller groups, I think, not that they shouldn't be picked on, but picking on these smaller groups, I think people will read that as, like, you conflating everybody's activity with them, when really what you should be showing, I think, is, like, everybody involved was fucked.
Sure. Okay. Warren.
The lawsuit between Fox News and the voting
Bro, I got
machine.
the hardest job getting put first, dude. What the fuck?
Because when I was listening to that part, in the back of my mind, I'm just thinking, okay, but and I even asked that at one point because I was wondering that very question, like, did Trump?
Why do you want me to say nega destiny?
I know
like
it's
the
kind of
nega
relevant
chin
to it, but I feel like that could be something that you could shorten.
Gotcha. Okay, and then going through, is there any particular... Wait, Willie Mac, go. Some piece you didn't give a fuck about here.
I would say the mail-in ballot part with COVID. Like, we could slim that down to like a couple, like 30 seconds, you know?
Okay.
With the Republicans are voting less. You know, and I agree with Nick when he says the Proud Boy leaders. I don't know how important that is.
Okay. Okay, and then final question, what is some piece of information that you wish existed or that would move you in a direction that obviously like I'm trying to move you in or whatever? What do you think is like a big key piece that would help? Nick?
What do you mean? Like if we had like an all-seeing eye, we knew everything that was happening in the situation?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I mean, I don't think I can get much more of a verbal confession than that clip of him saying, I don't want to say that I concede. I don't want to say that's over or whatever. I kind of got that already. I don't know. I'm pretty convinced.
So like direct admission or quotes from people or from Trump especially would be nice, sure. Turkey.
Yeah, I'll just have to repeat Nick. Like, basically, the only thing that I would want to see is something you'll never get, which is Trump being like, it's an insurrection. I want it. I wanted it all to happen. I'm glad it happened. I would do it again, like, which you'll never get, but yeah.
Warren.
Yeah, anything that could neutralize my feelings of wondering of thinking that Trump is genuinely believes he's doing the right thing, because it's going to, like, if you could neutralize like the intention of it or the motive, like if you could negate all questions around that, it would be a sealed deal.
Someone in his chat just said, "Watch out! I'm gonna interact.
Yeah, I would say like I
dude, that'd be real convincing. Dude, I'm gonna insurrect right now, dude. I got an insurrection, dude. I'm gonna fucking go.
If he wins again, that means like it's the end of democracy, or it could be like this really bad thing. It would be that.
I think that when I, this would be like a fucking, like a Moby Dick's book worth of like macro to convey. But I think that when I look at everything, I feel like January 6th to me was like the convergence of so many bad things happening in the overall cultural apparatus in terms of how we approach like politics and media, and then more specifically issues relating to the conservative or Republican Party, and then more specifically issues relating to Donald Trump. Like I feel like all of these huge things kind of like came together with January 6th. So for instance, things like mistrust of institutions, right? I can't trust the election system. I can't trust the judges. I can't trust Congress. I can only trust the president. Things like lying deliberately in the media, Fox News and the Dominion lawsuit and Donald Trump and Giuliani. Things like king-making or emperorship, right? I'm not criminally liable for anything. I should be able to decide if the election was right. I should be able to suspend the Constitution. I am above these laws. Like all of these types of things have like come together, and I think that it's highly problematic, and we have to take a step back. It's not necessarily this idea that like, hey, if Donald Trump wins, it's going to be Hitler 2.0 or whatever, you know, maybe it will, maybe it won't. It's just more just like, holy shit. It's frustrating that at the end of this, and we've already been here for like fucking 6 hours or 7 hours, so I'm not gonna make you watch a ton, but like when you listen to anybody talk about this today, and there's a ton more videos we could have watched of how crazy it was on the day of, but when you listen to people talk about this today, they'll say things like, wow, Tucker Carlson released a video of like the lost footage, and he's saying that like the cops just walked this guy through the building, nothing happened. Or Lauren Chen was on Jubilee saying like, oh wow, a couple old people broke some buildings, like who the fuck cares? But then like in the background of all of this, like the president of the United States is gaslighting half the country on the outcome of the election so that he can lead what's essentially a coup plus an insurrection to maintain power as president. That's fucking wild.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. I think that's just kind of my, yeah. So yeah, that's, in terms of what my goal is, I don't know. I don't want people to know like this shit was crazy and people need to treat it as such. It was a fucking insane fucking event, and everything leading up to it was insane, and we have to do something different. We have to depart from whatever path we're on that got us here, because holy fuck. Yeah.
I agree, but your best way to prove that intent would be you have to dip into the Supreme Court doc and the electors scheme indictment against him. That's the only way you can improve. Like, he's still fucking crazy, you know? It's not just this one crazy thing happened. It's like, this guy's still fucking nuts.
I feel like the issue real quick on that is that like I think that all of this works. This is the hardest thing. All of this works really well in totality, but any individual piece is like, is it like really that bad? Like, let's say that they asked some people, you know, and like these people thought they were electors and they just wanted to send some other votes. Like, hey, if they won voter fraud cases, because they had a lot of them, right? Well, fuck, maybe they could have chosen a different slate. Does it matter that much? Well, you also have to know about all the court cases, and you have to know about all the other pressure to get the state legislatures to flip their vote, like the Raffensberger call, and you have to know about what they want to do with Pence. And in order to know that, you have to kind of know about the ECA and like what the vice president do. And you kind of have to like, there's just like so many parts that you have to like fit it all in. And then like once you have all of it done, and you have all the context, now like everything is like, oh, like when Donald Trump calls like an investigator in Georgia to tell her that she's doing a great job to find voter fraud, now it's like, wait, this call is highly inappropriate. The president of the United States should never be calling a state investigator like this. There's absolutely no reason for Trump to ever even mention to her anything, especially because he's not even calling her as the president. He's calling her as a candidate. That's insane. And he only has this contact because people in the White House are giving it to it. Like, but it takes so much to build up to it. That's like the really frustrating part. Sorry, go ahead. Turkey or...
I was just going to say, like, obviously you know this, but there's just, like, it took you 6 hours to explain this to us, right?
Yeah.
I don't think
you
could
cutting out a ton of stuff, too. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think you could explain it in, like, 2, honestly. I don't think you could. Like, maybe if you really trim a lot. But then the problem is, like, okay, let's say you do somehow manage to condense it into, like, 2 hours. You publish it. It's, like, the best edited, most amazing.
This is doable.
Okay, but but
in my head.
let me just go.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say you do make the most perfect expose of Donald Trump of all time. Okay, the most amazing video ever. Right? It gets 10 million views, 20 million views. Like that. I don't think any of this matters to Trump voters that much.
So this is the one thing that I disagree on, and I think I need like a more I need a more Republican-leaning panel, or maybe like other, like even people in Warren's position. I legitimately believe that a lot of people just don't know the extent of all of this, and partially you could say because of how like the liberal media has covered him, because so many people have said like so many crazy unhinged things about Trump. Like if I heard like Anderson Cooper or any like left-leaning like CNN person like say like, did you know that Donald Trump was going to fire his attorney general if he didn't lie for him? And that, like, I could understand Trump would be like, that's probably bullshit. Like, I don't believe you. Like, fuck you. I really don't think the information is there for a lot of people. That's my guess.
I agree. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think
you got to convert this to YouTube Shorts. That'll
maybe the average Trump voter, if you could somehow condense this into a missile and shoot it into their brain, and they can immediately have the information that we just had and like have the same understanding and everything, then it could work. But like, once again, it's so much to communicate, and
so much of that problem, Tom, can be thrown away with tone. If you make the video like a fun thing, like, here we're going into this crazy investigation of what really happened, and then you have like the fucking music going on, all this shit.
The thing is, like, even if it's a fun tone, like the actual topic of what happened is like extremely dark. You know what I mean?
But dude,
you got to do like a true crime video where you got like the
You're never going to convince people that are like already like super like MAGA or whatever. You can totally convince people that are just like a lot of regular Joes that just like view all this shit super casual.
Isn't it crazy? They got whole states of those swing people, you know?
But also, if you do show this to them, like I think part of what Warren said earlier was true, which is like voters are still going to see this and be like, okay, but I don't want to vote for Harris.
Dude, that's why RFK Jr.'s in. I'm kidding. Never mind.
But there is that internal dialogue going on. So even if it doesn't shift their vote to Kamala, it's still a worthy endeavor to undertake.
No, I agree. Of course, it's worthy.
Your goal isn't really just to win votes for Kamala. It's more to shift like the moral landscape. It sounds like is what Destiny was describing. It's like it's this culmination of all the like it was this perfect storm, and the whole effort is to reveal that so it doesn't happen again. The other point would be like I noticed that going to what other people, Trump voters or whatnot, think. When you were doing the X space right after the assassination, it seems like with Lauren Southern and people like every single person you asked about, because yes, this is your cornerstone, and you're like you've become an expert on this topic, January 6th, and you asked them, and none of them have any of this information. So I think that is a data point that indicates that people don't.
It's not only that, but also like those people, even if they did have this, they don't want to communicate that because like that poses risk to their job. Their audience doesn't want to hear this.
Yeah, sure. I'm not thinking about the content creators, just like the people. Because like I said, there's a huge problem with the content creators. That's a whole other issue that, unfortunately, yeah.
I think it also helps though to like. I mean, this is like a similar thing where if you go ahead and you make the video, and then before you debate somebody, you're like, hey, watch this first before we debate. And this is a topic, this is my opinion on it, that catches people up on a lot of facts. So you don't get into these conversations where you're like, well, do you know about this? And they're like, no, I got no idea about that. Because then you got to go through like the whole fucking thing of explaining it.
But then like the problem with that is like none of those conservative guys want to talk to Destiny right now, or maybe ever.
I mean, he's talking to guys like every week though.
Sure, but
but like it's like Rob Noor. It's not fucking Tim Pool, right? Tim Pool is like he's never gonna look at this ever, and he's like huge.
I mean, maybe, but I do think that shit helps. It's like, I don't know, it'd be like the equivalent of like if he ever talks to Tim Pool in the future and he doesn't invite him on. I feel like it would be like, it'd be like when I debated Hassan and he's like, I want to debate your video, but I've never watched your video. You know, just, I feel like.
Yeah, but like once again, like, I'm not saying it's like a foregone conclusion or you shouldn't try. I'm just saying like, Tim Pool, the second Destiny challenges him to a debate, he's gonna be like, "Well, you call for the president to die."
And Willie,
audience is like, "True."
Willie, you can't compare this to like you and Hassan because Hassan picked you out because he thought you were like the dumbest person in the room.
Like I was, dude, and he still.
Yeah, you still lost. Exactly. He's not gonna. But like Tim Pool's not gonna pick out Destiny.
I feel like what you'd have to do to like get.
After the recent comments, I don't know how many conservatives are gonna jump.
I feel like the audience you would need this to see is like. An audience that's like vaguely right-leaning, but not necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. The thing is, you say normies, but I don't think it's like easy to just like say, okay, here you go, normies. I feel like the audience you'd want is like Joe Rogan or something like that, unironically. Yeah, because that's like a wide enough berth. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I just think it needs to go viral. I think you're getting a little too specific with it.
True.
It just needs to be a fun video that can go viral. If you just come off as like an angry lib in this thing, you're gonna look psychotic.
True.
Yeah. No, I agree.
You know, because the topic is really fucking cool.
You got to get a video essay voice. Every video essay YouTuber changes their voice drastically when they read this. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, Josh comes at you. He's like, "Oh, what's going on in Twitterverse?" Like, he just gets in your ear, dude. It feels like you're getting like fucked at the beginning of the video.
Oblax and It's a Gundam. I was gonna have them both guest star on my next. Yeah. Okay. Any final? I'm releasing you all. If you have to leave, you can leave. Any other final thoughts, questions, comments, anything?
Good job.
Yeah,
Good job.
really
Shut the fuck
impressive.
up.
I feel like I just went on an EFAP for a movie I never read. I never read. Oh fuck, I'm tired. I never watched.
Nice.
I know you're still wearing a hat, Nick. Are you reconsidering?
Yeah, dude. I'm voting for RFK Jr. Thank you for changing my mind.
There you go.
Oh boy.
Base.
Okay. Well, I love all of you. Thanks a lot for hanging
Yeah.
out. I appreciate it. It was a slugfest. So I do this every day. I know you guys don't necessarily sit and listen to boring shit like this all the time. So thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
It was really
Thanks for
interesting,
having
to be honest with you. I learned a lot, so thank you.
Cool.
Peace.
Thank
Have
you.
fun.
Yeah, let me know if I can ever help with it. Peace.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
Dude. Listen, before I say anything, I just want everyone to know that I had a very good time. I enjoyed that a lot. I understand how it's not your thing. I'm just tired. I did have a really good time. That being said, dude, when women write in their twitlongers that, like, he wore me down, dude, he just kept asking and asking and asking, and eventually I just caved. I empathize with those women now. Holy shit, do I feel worn down. Dude, I have a whole new respect for women in fucking allegations, dude. I feel warm. I feel worn down, dude. It's been like 7 hours. Dude, this is a whole Chud Logic live stream. Holy shit, dude. You know, this is why I don't stream the EFAPs. I love EFAP, but by the end of it, I just want to go to sleep. I don't know. It's because, like, I wake up at, like, fucking 7 in the morning or whatever, and I am not trying to be thinking after 5 o'clock on a day I'm working. Holy shit. Oh, man, that was fun, though. That was cool. I think that's the first, like, formal collab I've ever actually had with Destiny. And it was nice to be there with Willie and Tom. That was cool. The guest list I was seeing hypothetically was very similar to this one. But I think it was a good time. Yeah, I do face cam on panel stuff. We just don't do panel stuff a lot. I don't do politics. I'm gonna be honest. I think maybe after that stream, it's obvious how little I actually think or care about politics. I know every YouTuber just says, like, yeah, I know I'm not political or whatever, but I am not informed on fucking anything. I meant it when I said I think the most politics I consume is from Reddit. And it's only because, like, you have your feed of YouTube drama, and if you swipe to the left one too many times, you get raped with politics. Oh, I wouldn't even consider Twitter as a source. I think half the shit I read on there is wrong. Part of it stems from the fact that I guess, like, I don't feel like I'm being given. I don't know what's of like a good source on fucking anything anymore. And it's like I just kind of fall out of it. I don't know. Yeah, it's not to mention I think when people spend too much time with politics, it, like, rots their fucking brain. I enjoy these conversations, but I do them sparingly. We did a whole Twitch poll arc or whatever, and I actually spoke more in this conversation than I did in a lot of those debates, because it's interesting going from, like, not to pad ego, it's interesting going from a conversation where I genuinely probably know the most out of most people I'm talking to on any given topic. Like, usually when I pick a conversation to chat about, I'm fairly knowledgeable on it. I've put myself in a position that I know a lot of stuff going in. And every time I walk into a political discussion, I know, like, the least amount of information in the room. And it's not like a position I enjoy to find myself in, but I enjoy the interaction, I guess. So I guess the takeaway is I stick to the stuff I know. But yeah, I had a really good time on that. Tried to make it a little funnier for you guys when I could or whatever. Let me quickly run through some donos. You're talking about tribal politics, not all politics. I think online politics are a cancer. The online political scene is not always super fun. Then again, I don't know. You know what's not fun? The fucking Thanksgiving table. Holy shit, dude. One Thanksgiving is enough to make me not want to talk about shit for the rest of the year. But, oh, it's election season this year. Fun. Yeah. That was good, though. Honestly, after all this, I just want to go to the casino. I just want to go to casino and make tons of buku bucks, my guys. I'm not going to even private this. I'm going to just let it ride. I'll probably make a thumbnail for it before I go to bed. And we're just going to leave it public. Fuck it. Double upload today. I'm not cutting a 6-hour stream. I still have the EFAP highlights to cut for Boogie. I'll save those for a rainy day. Oh, God. Oh, I am sleepy. All right. Hazel highlight, $10. Blessed with another DeOrio stream. Got a raise today. Wanted to share the wealth. Thank you, Hazel. That was much more I appreciate you both the same, but it made me feel a lot better when you said you got a raise and you weren't the guy from the last stream who said they was on their last $20. But thank you so much. Trevor Iceberg, thanks for the new membership. This is going to be AIDS. I love it. McBeeg, thanks for the $2. I can't hear Willie. I boosted him a little bit. I hope he was okay by the end. Nice, $5. Why did Destiny get a bunch of non-political YouTubers to talk about Jan 6th? So a lot of people were acting like he was trying to fuck everybody and get a bunch of people to say like crazy shit because they weren't knowledgeable on it. He literally asked for this in the context of it being a focus group. So the idea was bring in people who don't know what the fuck's going on and teach it to them. Almost like a fucking lecture. So I understand why that's not everybody's gig. And obviously take things with a grain of salt when you're being taught, I guess, on stream. But the reality is the document he sent me was fairly thorough. There are sources upon sources upon sources. I mean, I'm not saying every source is good. He was fixing stuff on the fly. I'm sure the end video is going to be very good, though. And yeah, I mean, that was more than I think I've really ever, I guess. Oh my God, you just sent me $100. Why, bro? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Keep up God's work, my main man. Love you, no homo, unless. Thank you so much, dude. I feel like I don't deserve that for the performance I put on tonight because I was kind of dead, but holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. Let me keep running through these. Looking good, brother. Thank you, Dimer Boy. Appreciate the 20. Ad King of Nothing. Thank you for the 2. I'm not friends with him on Discord. Somebody, thanks for the gifted. Somebody, $2. Beginning of the stream is the best part. Floppy Dong, 2 Australian. Chud is fair. Ellington Moose, $5. Nick doesn't take piss breaks because he's got empty dew bottles under his desk. Yeah, you know what? And who was the YouTuber who had tons of piss bottles under their fucking desk? I forgot who that was, bro. That was a drama recently. Hex the Hierarch? Here's I can't say your name, I'm sorry, but thank you for the $50. Listen during my night shift. Funny enough, you're my pipeline to destiny, so thanks for that. Great crossover. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, it sounds weird to say, like, hey, I hope I showed a couple people his content or whatever. But like, because I mean, I'm much smaller, but I don't know. If anyone found him through me or whatever, I think he does really entertaining shit. I think his peak, though, for the content that I like to consume, because I watched him a lot more previously than I do now, is I like his drama shit.
Monkeypox? No.
Did your girlfriend use a strap-on and give you monkeypox?
No. What?
If for some,
I heard you're into some BDSM
thank
shit.
You.
So I'm just
thank you.
Okay. Why are you still here?
Keep up God's work, my main man. Love you, no homo. Unless.
Thank you. If you're just finding Destiny now, which I highly doubt that's the case for literally anyone in the call, I think some of his stuff on the Yvonne drama was good. I think the Trainwreck's Twitch stuff, the Mizkif drama. When he covers drama, some of those streams are really fucking good, even if you're not a politics person, because I'm really not, and I find that content fairly entertaining. Nate, $5. Not really into politics, but I tend to lean right generally. Destiny makes it hard when he points out Trump's Mama Max election allegations. Jack Walker, $10. I'm trying to prove myself that my ADHD is not that bad, and you're not helping with the background shit. Car2, thank you for the $2. Add hydraulic press videos. Mad Max, $2. Thanks for the ADHD bait. I like it. Like a squirrel. Nate, $2. Does Destiny even know the lore? Dude, 4192. Thanks for the new membership. Somebody, $5. Put a 1 in the chat if you'd rather hear Alex Jones' conspiracy theories than Destiny ramble about Trump. Well, he played that for us. Tenny Boy, thanks for the 5. Did Destiny disclose that he's a member of Progressive Victory and they're a push for blue no matter who election? I feel like every Democrat voter is a push for blue no matter who. I feel like that's how most people are. Everybody's team sports. Nobody actually objectively thinks about policy. But I guess that lands in what side you're taking. I don't know. I just want to vote for whoever lowers my taxes, man. That's my fucking biggest thing. Nate, $5. Do we know if Trump and Destiny's Jeff Clark is related to Jackson Clark of the Boogie Medical Record frame? Herbie Hancock, $2. Thank you so much. Take this to casino. I will. Jim James, with a Medicare profile pick, gave me $50. The problem with this is I know none of these people here know enough to push Destiny. I know Destiny's bias is through the roof. I'd rather see him debate someone who's politically partisan than try to give his pitch to commentary bros. So I think he's done like 3 Jan 6 debates in the past few months. It sounds like those might be more your speed. But yeah, the idea was to do a focus group kind of thing. But I understand dude, if Destiny was coming after me and he's like, bro, I need a person to debate on Jan 6th. Get in here, Nick. I'm tagging you in. That would be fucking crazy.
What is Bunty King to you?
I would totally understand your criticism. If he pulled me aside and he's like, Nick, I could destroy you. It's like, okay, what's the topic? Jan 6th. And he was just like, yeah, I just fucked you up. That'd be weird. Because I don't know what I'm talking. But no, I think he handled that super well. LDG, free the net. Thanks for the 5. Can't talk until the sub timer goes, so this will work. Hello, channel. Nice to meet you. Hey, what's going on? I'm glad you fucking came through. Nate, $50. Republicans had the same moment when Romney was called racist, sexist, and everything in 2008 that Destiny had after watching Trump supporters say, let's be nice after the assassination attempt. Their I have no empathy tweet was voting for Trump. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $50, Nate. Hex the Heiziarch. Thank you for the $10. The end of this stream, we'll get to that. Oh, God, dude, I want to make that a donation. The amount of time Destiny said, we'll get to that after a question. Holy shit. Dude, I knew my chat was going to fucking blow their brains out when it looked like we were finally getting close to, like, ending off. And then they asked a question. I forgot what it was. It was like, something about this. And like, yeah, we'll get to that. And I saw everybody like, what the fuck? Not True Klaus Mystery. Thank you for the 20 MX. Destiny being Destiny is a good Trump ad. Not True Klaus Mystery, thanks for the 20 MX. BTW, Destiny wants you gone if you vote for Trump. Another dono from Not True Klaus Mystery. I would say Destiny, okay, well, I'm not going to say that one, but I appreciate your money. Jeez. And then he said, anyways, Destiny says it's wrong. Anything Destiny says is wrong, thanks. Klaus M. Not True. BTW at Tom and Hemi. Our Cox, Klaus M. Not True. People think Kamala can win. LMAO. Black people hate her. Jesus. Hex sent another one. Fuck the fans. This has been a great stream, Nick. Thank you once more for getting me through my shift with the content. I appreciate your 10. YouTube enjoyer, $10. Let's start a write-in campaign for Todd Nickerson. Todd Nickerson is the virtuous pedophile from the Ross debate. Mr. Fluffyton, thank you so much. That was super fucking generous of you. Fucking beautiful cap to the end of the night. I appreciate it. I'm going to take your 100 straight to casino because casinos are like charities. All right. Ugh. Dude. I can't think of anything that rhymes right now. I'm too stupid. Jesus. Dylan, $5. I'm sorry, wait. It was a keep up God's work, my main man. Love you, no homo, unless. Dylan, thanks for the 5. Last political stream I saw, Vosh said the pizza delivery driver should be armed social workers. Would you believe me if I told you that that was the last political stream I was on? I think the last political stream I was on was the Vosh Destiny Stardust panel about pizza delivery drivers. I swear to... that was like 2 fucking years ago. And I whiffed a joke there harder than I've whiffed a joke in my life. Jesus Christ. Has he talked about Dark Viper? Yeah, I gotta edit the VOD tomorrow. It'll be up probably Thursday. Free Cans Mike, $2. Where is the N-word Destiny content nuke? Hex sent another $10. You've been... Oh, it's pronounced Heresiarch? Heresiarch. Yeah, okay. It's pronounced Heresiarch. Don't worry, no one ever pronounces it right. You're good. Thank you so much. You've donated a ton tonight to the stream. I appreciate it. Free Cans Mike, $2. He is Destiny's evil clone. He was there at Jan 6. Is he the MAGA hat Destiny guy? Yo, I was dying because, like, half of Destiny's chat thought I was unironically, like, wearing this MAGA hat to, like, make a fucking statement on the stream. And the other half was like, no, he does this all the time. Because I do. I think the last time I was on stream, I think in that stream, the one with the pizza delivery shit, I wore the MAGA hat again. How do you guys like this thing, this new backdrop? I fuck with it. It's the Destiny one. But more streams this week. So I have potentially another long one coming up. I might do a regular drama stream soon, but I really want to spend some time working on main channel stuff. Because I know I'm going to be going live over the weekend. I don't know. I still want to... So, I'm not worried about burning out. I'm worried about streaming too much. Because I think I've streamed 5 times in the past week. I did 3 last week. I've already done 2 this week. I don't want to fuck anything up by streaming too much. Maybe I'll do one like Thursday, Friday. But I'm definitely taking tomorrow off. So yeah. His webcam was mirrored? Was it mirrored? I gotta fix the webcam. So the webcam was just Discord webcam. So that was good. Yeah, that whole thing was really good. I'm gonna go to sleep now. I'm gonna go to bed now. Have a good night, chat. Hope to catch you another time. Is there anyone we can raid into? Alright, I think, yeah, fuck it. I'll raid into Destiny. Yeah, I'll do that guy a favor. He needs some viewers. Alright, let's do... What do we got? Thank you guys for coming out. Nick, should pizza men be social workers? Yeah, dude. They should be cops, dude. They should be cops. They live a dangerous life. I feel like this is like the best outro thing, if I can find it. I, of course, can't find it. Okay, good night, guys. Oh, it was muted. That would have been a sick transition. Like I said, good night, motherfuckers.